How you feel on the board? Let me hear it! I think it can still be louder. You can still be louder. I can feel more energy. How the ball? Let me hear it! That's more like it. Well, I'm your host, Mamba, and I would like to welcome all of you to the Valorant India Invitational by Galaxy Racer and powered by AMD. And today is the day we've all been waiting for. We kicked the LAN off with 8 teams present over here, but today, only 2 remain. And these 2 teams are going to give it their all. They're going to give it their blood, sweat, and tears for pride, glory, and a lion's share of $100,000. But most importantly, to get their hands on this rainy night. Ladies and gentlemen, both these teams have been through hell and back to be present over here. I don't know who's going to pick this up, but we'll find out. But before we get the party started on my cue, Hyderabad, let me hear it once again. Are you ready? Love the energy, love the intensity. I see Ben Kai smiling over there. I'm going to have a word with you as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the first team in question. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Heretics! Big day, big moment, a lot of energy. And of course, I'd like to have a word with the team and see how they're feeling about this. Maxwell. But of course, big day, big moment, big opportunity, and of course, the most important bit, an opportunity to settle scores. The last time you and a war played against them, they came out on top. What's different this time?
I think we know how they play much better before they caught us off guard. The bind comp, I've never seen that before until we played against them. They played really well, and I think we're much more prepared against them now.
What do you think is going to give you the edge? Because they came in as the hot favorites this time around as well. What do you think gives you the edge this time?
I think just because we're a new team, everyone is in our honeymoon, you know?
Yeah.
So that's something that is in our favor, and we will do our best to beat them now.
That's wonderful, but you've been here long enough. You've seen how much the crowd loves you, all the people online, how much they love you. What do you want to tell them before the match?
Guys, cheer for us. We will do our best to make this game as fun as possible, and we will try to beat these guys.
Wonderful. Good luck to you. You guys can get settled in. Thank you so much. Well, that's Heretics, but of course, now for the second team in question, let's have a look at Paper Rex! Ladies and gentlemen, for Paper Rex! Let me guess, Benka, it's going to be a back and forth this time around as well?
Yes.
But you guys come in as the hot favorites. Of course, in this tournament, you've played against them, at least 2 players on that roster. They came out on top. Do you feel additional pressure with the sort of expectations that everybody has from the team?
There's definitely like some pressure on us because we can't say that we are a new team. So, yeah, I still think the preparation for us is going to be the same in terms of how we mentally prepare ourselves for the matches. So we are just going to always have fun and not really like, you know, feel too pressured into winning it. Yeah.
But they mentioned they have a honeymoon phase going on right now. And last night, when I asked you, how do you prepare for a big match like this? You said you wake up, have breakfast, and you show up. Was there anything different today morning?
No, we all had breakfast together. I had like a masala. It was nice. I had a cold cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. But I'm going to ask you the same question to all your fans out here because you've also had a lot of love, come your way. What do you want to tell the fans who are present over here, who are watching you online and supporting you and cheering for you?
Thanks for supporting us. Even if we win or lose, there's always a guarantee that we'll make the game very entertaining.
Oh, that's wonderful. One last question before I let you go. We've seen Harbor on Fracture. We've seen Soa on Pearl. What are we going to see today?
I don't know. You just need to watch, I guess.
All right, we'll watch and we'll find out. Good luck to you, and hope may the best team wins. You guys can get settled in. Of course, our lovely casters are waiting for us to bring in the hype, bring in the fire. Folks, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mambat, for that. And I would like to welcome you as well to the Valorant Indian Invitational here in Hyderabad. And of course, I'm not alone on this desk. My name is Pavlos, also known as Gloria, but to my side, I've got the lovely Asarai, and I've got Kremer as well to break down the action for you guys today. We've got the grand final after all. After 8 teams competing in this tournament, we're to the final 2, Heretics and Paper Rex, to take it away. But first of all, boys, let's talk about this whole tournament as a whole. How do you feel now that we're here today to the final day, the grand finals?
Honestly, hang on. Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, let's go to Kremer until that mic gets fixed up.
Honestly, I can't wait to get started. It's going to be a lot of fun. For me, I think that the main teams to watch out for. The main thing to watch out
All right,
for.
I'm the only one that has the mic working at this moment, so I guess I'll do a little bit of a run through of what has happened so far until the mics are up and running on both of my analysts on this desk. But yes, this has been a gruesome 3 days. We had a group stage comprising of best of ones and of course the playoffs of best of threes. We had 2 semi-finals played out yesterday, and they were bangers, absolute bangers, and Heretics and Paper Rex were the ones to win them in the end. But today is a different ordeal. We've got best of 5, which is going to be completely different. Let's test out that mic.
Test. No,
Let's
nothing.
test that mic. Okay, I'll keep going. All right, well,
The test.
let's talk about this matchup first of all. It is Paper Rex and Heretics, of course, taking on this show. As we do know, Paper Rex has been a long-standing team in this scene, especially in APAC, pretty much winning everything this year. And when they got to the internationals, they definitely did impress. Heretics, on the other hand, are a newer roster. They're one that has been comprised a couple of weeks ago, and hence have only had a couple of weeks of practice, but still have come and showed what EMEA power power looks like. And I'm sure that's exactly what they're going to be looking to do again. Of course, comprising of players with a G2 origin. This has been an absolute, show that they brought to us, of course, from the group stages to the players. Yes, it hasn't been a perfect run. Both of these teams have dropped maps, they've dropped matches, and, you know, they've definitely got some mistakes that their opposing team can definitely try and counter.
There's a
Hello.
world here where we have
Yeah,
to-
there you
Oh,
go. Finally, yes. I've been meaning.
Well, at least
Excuse
my
me.
mic's here. Sorry.
Am I working? Or you're working?
I think
No,
only
okay.
Kremer's
Okay,
Sorry,
only
sorry, brother.
Kremer's working.
Sorry, Astro, we're going to have to wait on you for a little bit longer, man.
Well, what you said was right, though. These are two teams that have come from very different play styles.
Yeah.
Both of them have had a few sort of bumps in the road going into this grand final. Now that we're here, having seen Paper Rex play yesterday, they're definitely punishable in play style. Heretics as well, especially sort of in the latter stages of the game on Icebox, you saw gaps in their play style. Bleed definitely made them work. So I think going into this veto particularly, I'm curious to see how Heretics are going to adapt to their Icebox going forward.
All right, let's try that mic. Let's try again.
Hello, hello, hello.
No.
Can I hear myself now?
I kind of feel like you're heard from my own mic. That could be
Yes, probably.
We got him. We got all
Finally.
three on the desk. Asterai,
Yes.
what are your thoughts?
About this entire tournament, to be honest, I feel like, again, this has been such a culmination of regions because I think, as you mentioned, you know, it is Heretics with being as a new team and Paper Rex being a long-standing team. Aside from that, I really just like the ability of this particular competition of ours just to bring all of these different regions together that we only usually see during Masters and Champions, but these kind of tournaments at least gives us a much more specific understanding of how these teams will interact with each other. Because again, different playstyles for different regions, and this is just a nice way to kind of gauge all of that together.
Well, coming into this tournament, we all had some expectations, right? We also
absolutely.
had some teams that we thought would make it to the grand finals. Did this result, these two teams getting here, surprise you, or is it as expected?
I feel like it is expected in a sense, because I had my top 4 teams already lined up, which was Heretics, Paper Rex, Bleed, and Team Secret. Honestly, I felt like it was interchangeable who could go into the grand finals, and looking at the semifinals itself, that was a very true to factor thing. The only sad thing is we're not going to see Team Secret. I really wanted to see them go up against Heretics once again, but unfortunately that's not meant to be.
Kremer, you wanted to
Absolutely.
see Team Secret, but I want
I
you
did.
to take us through the Heretics lineup right away. These players coming from all over Europe, some of them having experience with each other, but essentially coming together for one single reason.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. You've got Boo as well from the IGL. You'd think that as an IGL, they'll be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more passive, particularly on maps like Haven. He is more than happy to go for these very aggressive pushes. This is off the back of some masterful utility usage. We see this a lot from Mixwell and Avova. Furthermore, you've got Zeke. Zeke, for me, has been a little bit inconsistent. He has had some games where he's single-handedly been the difference maker. I'm sort of alluding once again back to that Icebox match against Bleed, where Zeke was a little bit shaky on that Sage. I think he ended up bottom fragging the whole team, and when he is the star duelist, regardless of agent, you still need him to have some impact. Kellogg's, on the other hand, once he has that operator, he is someone you really don't want to fight.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, I felt like just Mixwell was just absolutely phenomenal with how he's been supporting both of these two players. We saw, I think that was a Haven match before, he was just able to just set things up so beautifully for both Zeke and Kellogg's to kind of well utilize, especially when he's on that breach. Really fantastic stuff. One thing that I'm very much looking forward to here, specifically for Heretics, is how they're gonna unravel one of the weaknesses that I feel like we've talked about, mentioned with Paper Rex, which I think is the consistency that Jing has. I think if Heretics was able to understand that, to realize that, that is something that, again, they can utilize against their opponent right now.
Yeah, well, we've talked about Heretics a little bit. It's time to talk about the APAC representatives, the Pacific representatives of this grand final, Paper Rex.
I will admit, Pavlos, for me, Forsaken and Jing, they're sort of, when you see Forsaken and Jing, you expect them both to pop off, rank 1, rank 2 individually in APAC. Yesterday against Team Secret, they did a very, very good job at limiting the impact both of them were able to achieve. I think Jeremy also was able to match them a lot of the time when it came to just raw angels. So for Paper Rex going into this match, I want to see if both of them can be enabled. Once again, we even saw the Harbor come out from Paper Rex yesterday. So we've seen some interesting strategies. I want to see how they implement even more interesting strategies potentially going into these grand finals.
And that's a really good point, right? Because again, since technically Heretics is a new team, even though the players here are like former teammates, there is that point where they might not be prepared for all of this I like to call it like new shenanigans that Paper Rex have been bringing to the table, right? So that's always a good thing, coupled with, again, the amazing just aim fortitude of both Forsaken and Jing. It's a really potent mix. So this is one of the strongest points that I think Paper Rex is. It's all about that innovation while also keeping the core fundamentals just strong for the team.
And Paper Rex have always been like that. They do it once again today, or at least in this tournament. We'll see if that actually turns out to be the case for the grand finals. But as we're in the sort of conversation of maps, let's take a look back a little on how these two teams have progressed towards this grand final, right? Heretics, maybe a little smaller map pool than Paper Rex?
You would think so, bearing in mind we've seen them play a lot of Haven. But as we saw from their Icebox yesterday and their Bind yesterday, even though we've only seen the majority being Haven, they still have a very strong map pool. And to me, it makes me think, bear in mind they have been in boot camp before this tournament. I suspect they have a lot up their sleeve that in tactically going for Haven for the entirety of your group stage, there's now a lot from them we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, it's not new players, right? These are players that have played Valorant for a very long time, so they have a deep understanding of these maps. So I definitely agree with Kramer here that it felt like they were just baiting everybody to just be fearful of the Haven, and then that once we go into best of threes, once we go into best of fives, that's when they open up the really scary maps that are actually, to us, unknown.
Well, there are some key players that have shown up this tournament in particular, and two of those that we'll be placing on your screens right away is Mixwell and Forsaken. What can you tell you about this two? What can you tell us about these two guys, Craig?
Well, at least statistically, they're almost dead set even. The one thing that has slightly sort of separated Mixwell and Forsaken for me is Forsaken, if you put him on his own, he's very, very good. He can play these 1vx's, he can fight himself out of corners. Mixwell on the flip side, his skill comes from being able to use utility so masterfully, being able to play off his teammates so well, and furthermore, his defensive capabilities on almost every agent we've seen him play this tournament has been so damn strong.
I'd actually say that I'm quite curious why we actually had this specific head-to-head, because I felt like specifically for Forsaken, his true head-to-head here on Heretics would have to be Zeke, and for Mixwell, it has to be Jing for the most part, because again, it feels like Mixwell has gone for a more supportive role compared to this. That being said, though, the statistics is very even, which means that there is still that impact for Mixwell, even though he's not the one that's always making the plays for Heretics.
And what we've also noticed in this tournament is that we had also some role swaps that, you just mentioned, that Mixwell has gone over to the Initiator role onto that breach. But he's also seen some games outside of Haven that he's gone back to that Killjoy, back to that Viper. How do you feel about these changes? And is this Paper Rex maybe changing things up, trying to see what works now they're in the off-season?
I think it makes it very hard to anti-strat, especially when you have such broad agent pools. I think that going into the grand finals, there's probably a very high chance they fall back onto the roles that we know they're good at, the roles that they're sort of known for, just because it's pure experience and stuff you could get away with against, potentially Enigma, potentially God Squad, you're not going to be able to get away with against Heretics or against Paper Rex.
Yeah, I guess so. And it's not the only player we saw switch up, right? We saw Zeke absolutely explode on that raise, but he wasn't the only. That wasn't the only role he was playing. He wasn't only playing duelist, so that'll be interesting to look at. But before we dive into the rest of the game, let's look at the veto and what maps we'll be playing.
Yeah. I just wanted to also mention that, honestly, I felt like there were some specific maps that we probably won't be seeing here. Obviously, it should be looking like maybe the ban straight up onto Haven, but I want to encapsulate first that this is what this is more emphasized on Paper Rex, because I think Paper Rex want to lean this towards a map pool that favors them the most, since again, unseen territory with Heretics. They want to look a little bit deeper into maybe the Icebox, the Fracture if they can, as well as maybe the Ascent. But looking into this straight off the bat, we're looking at the cancellation of that Pearl in Haven.
I think that for Paper Rex, they're going to go straight to Icebox. I think that we saw Heretics definitely struggle there quite a bit yesterday. If we don't see Icebox fairly soon, I'll be very surprised if it's left to float towards the kind of final two maps of the veto. That being said, Bind being picked up by Heretics there, no surprises at all. And Fracture going forward as well means we may be seeing another Harbor.
Oh, I'd love to see another Harbor.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. It could go either way, though, because again, Paper Rex have shown that, before the Harbor was a thing on Fracture, or they're making it a thing now on Fracture, they also have made a proficient look at the Neon as well as the Breach, even though that might be something that Heretics are much more looking forward, maybe are much more accustomed to. That is something that I think Paper Rex have really redefined up to a T. So they can go either way on the compositions, and I feel like it still works.
Icebox last map have lost. That does surprise me a lot. And I understand it in the sense that for Paper Rex, it means that if we do end up seeing the full 5, which is entirely likely, you do have that comfort of knowing that your final map is one that both you and your region is known for. Fracture, of course, one that we've seen Harbor on. Paper Rex's Ascent, for me, Ascent has become a very common map. I can't help but think that it's sort of the map you're expected to know, regardless of what team you're on. So. Get through Ascent, go to Icebox. Over for Heretics, we've seen how good their bind is. We haven't seen their breeze yet, which means for Paper Rex, they're delving into the unknown.
They're delving into the unknown. We've got all 5 maps that we'll be seeing in this best of 5 grand final. Bind, Fracture, Breeze, Ascend, and Icebox. Now, you know what the question is coming here, guys. Now that we've seen the maps, now that we've seen the teams as a whole throughout this tournament, as of this span, who's taking it?
You know, coming from the region of Southeast Asia of APAC, I gotta give it to Paper Rex. It's a straight mine.
Ooh, okay, Paper Rex boy over here.
Well, he's picked Paper Rex because, being from SEA, from Europe, I've got to pick Heretics.
There you go. There you go. Splitting the desk straight away. I'm going to make a prediction as well. Paper Rex is who I'm going for. I'm going safe because Paper Rex has been here for quite some time. And I don't like making mistakes. But yeah, no, already you can see focus faces all across the board. They know that, yes, maybe this is an off-season tournament, but they're playing against formidable opponents that will be very important for their journey throughout next year.
You see the words of wisdom coming from Neil Zinio and Weber there. Weber, the one in the red hoodie, Neil Zinio, the one to his left, both the coach and assistant coach. I wonder if you're on Heretics, sort of what do you say to hype up the rest of your team?
Sorry, I was not able to.
That's all right. I mean, what do you say? That's a very general question, Krem.
I guess it's down to how can you mitigate the aggression, right?
Yeah.
How can you choke Paper Rex into having to rely on their utility and their executions? Because Paper Rex do a very good job at forcing fights. Over aggressive, whether that comes through in your executions, just getting behind your opponent. I think for Heretics, the utility usage is good. It needs to be even better going into this matchup.
Now, it makes it seem that, how I talk about this matchup is Heretics is an unknown team for Paper Rex. That's not really the case. They've also played with the former G2 Esports with Mixwell and Boba in that.
Absolutely.
Paper Rex also are technically kind of submerged into fighting against an EMEA-esque team with Bleed when they had Pith as well as Maxi in that roster before, this new iteration of Bleed is. So at least looking into this, I think Paper Rex at least have a good grasp of how to deal with international teams, as well as teams that are very, very, what's the word here? More, I don't want to say laid back, maybe controlled. Yeah, exactly, controlled on how they play compared to Southeast Asian teams that are all about the explosive entry.
That's a very interesting statement. I'd like to turn it right back to you, Krem, and see if the opposite stands for Heretics, right? Do you think from what they've experienced so far with the teams that they've played, is going to be any similar to what they're going to be facing up against now, against Paper Rex?
I doubt it. Very much doubt it. I think that for Pith and Maxi, I think it was about a year ago we saw Maxi leave. About 6 months ago we saw Pith take his leave as well. So for Paper Rex, it's been a long time, a long gap, and a lot of changes in the meta and in both map pool and agent pool since they were up against that playstyle. And it wasn't, even though Bleed did have that European talent in the mix, it wasn't a European team. This was still 3 Singaporean players, which means that it wasn't, it was a bit of a hybrid rather than full-blown EU playstyle.
Straight up cam stare. Don't you love to see it? Are you guys sure the cam is not stuck? I blinked. We caught him blinking, guys. We caught him blinking. All right. Well,
looks like determination.
A lot of determination. A lot of determination. Obviously, this is a very important matchup. $100,000 on the line. 50 to the first victor of this game, of this match, of this series, of course. Right, let's draw it back a bit. Let's look back into the history of this tournament. In the group stage, both of these teams have lost matches, right? Both of these teams haven't been able to get a flawless run. Even though they got themselves first, they were tied with the second. What can we really dissect about it? For Paper Rex, that was a slow start, wasn't it? It was later on they got the 2 wins.
Yeah, true. Again, I do want to also iterate that I feel like it was the team that they were up against was the best team to actually deal with Paper Rex, which was Bleed. So much history already there, players in the same region. And you kind of saw that with how Bleed, again, dealt with the Paper Rex comp on Bind. You just knew that Durian and the rest of Bleed were what's the word here? Understanding of the rotations that Paper Rex with the timings as well. And if Heretics can like even just get a fraction of that, that is something that they can definitely use against Paper Rex.
But we're jumping straight into the Agent Select to see how things will turn out on our first map, which is Bind, the one that we just talked about, of course. And let's see what will be picked up. Razors are the first ones to be shown.
And it's the Razors which I'm really interested in. The Yoru comes out. I was about to say the duel between Jing and Zeke is going to be what catches my eye, but no, it's going to be what mileage can Forsaken get on that Yoru. The last time we saw them pick Yoru, they ended up losing against Team Secret.
I mean, we did know that Paper X were going to be something funky this tournament. They did warn us about that.
Yeah, it is going to look, again, it's what we know about Forsaken whenever he plays on Bind. It's him using that Yoru. The thing is, how well can this really oppress TH here when there's not really a KO maybe to follow things up when we saw that before with Bleed versus Paper Rex. What I still do like about this is that they do got that 1-2 punch with the breach. If you get that fault line, if Forsaken has a good timing on that dimensional drift as he postures out or the gate crash, you can really see a lot of punish play that comes out from Paper Rex here, especially they're going to be starting on that attacking side.
Let's talk win conditions here, Kremer.
Yeah.
What do Heretics need to do to take this first map their way?
keloqz needs to be able to be strong from the get-go. In his game yesterday, he was sort of exchanging blows with Darion for quite a while before he took off. Same for Zeke. He needs to be able to match Jing or do better. If both of those win conditions are met, I see Heretics being able to take this opening map.
And for Paper Rex?
Yeah, for me, I think it's Paper Rex just being able to break down the defense effectively against Heretics. Because the thing is, with this comp, it's more of like, you know, being able to confuse Heretics, right? It's being able to use that fault line to separate a good chunk of them, isolate, give Jing as well as Forsaken some opportunities to get easy pickoffs and then start mowing into the site. So that's definitely something that I feel like will be a big factor for Paper Rex here.
Two different styles of play will be shown on Bind.
Yeah.
I'm sure all of these players are ready to get into the server. Kremer, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts before we head into this map?
Forsaken on his Yoru is a bit of an unknown. We understand the thought process behind it. We understand that the premise with that Yoru is to be able to disrupt rotations and being able to get a lot of info gather from that ultimate. However, he wasn't able to do it against Secret. He needs to be able to do it now.
Yeah, again, it goes back to my point, at least for Heretics this time, that they need to understand how to bully Jing into submission as well, because if Jing is not as online alongside Forsaken, that's a big, big factor that could be a downfall for Paper Rex.
Yep.
Our production will let me know how many minutes we've got left until we get into game. Let's start another conversation topic here before we get into it. Right, we've got 5 maps here. How important is it for Heretics perhaps to pick up this bind, given that we've got Fracture and Breeze after this?
I actually would go the reverse. I kind of feel like it's going to be Paper Rex to need to keep that ball rolling, even though I did predict that Paper Rex will be able to win this. It is going to be very important for them to actually get the maps that they're so much known for, right? Bind, I think, is a more important map for them because this is a map that they've always dominated most, if not all teams that they've gone against it. And if they can get this, it's always a good step forward in this, you know, prolonged series of a best of 5.
Absolutely. I'm inclined to agree with you, Azurai, purely because with Icebox being our 5th map, that is a map we know Paper Rex are damn good on. So I'm kind of tempted to say Paper Rex do have the luxury of saying they can drop a map here and there. That being said, it still needs to be close. You can't allow Heretics to gain their momentum because once Zeke, once keloqz both get their momentum, they're so damn hard to stop.
You're right about that, and we saw that in the semi-finals, right, where Heretics were able to have a very good start against their opposition. Well, very difficult start. It was very back and forth. But once they were able to win that map, everything seemed to get easier from there.
Yeah, definitely. So once we get deeper into this series as well, I feel like maps like Breeze as well as Ascent would be very strong for Heretics here. Because if you think about it, keloqz has been so good on the operator as well as the Tour de Force when he plays on that chamber. So having maps like that can really stretch out what he can really do as that sniper player for Heretics.
And we've definitely seen interesting compositions, but let's first have a look at Paper Rex and how they fared on Bind so far. Let's have a look at this heat map. What can we extrapolate from it?
What we can extrapolate is there are a lot of pushes all the way into Defender's spawn there.
Wow.
And for me, Paper Rex are an aggressive team, and having the Yoru, that's the kind of advantage you're able to gain in going so deep into enemy lines. We've even seen Jing as well. He'll exit through showers and end at the entrance to the site from Defender's spawn in an attempt to just make the rotations so damn difficult. For Heretics, I think as long as they're keeping players a little bit passive, whether that be keeping them back towards heaven, or whether that be keeping them in lamps, they may be able to mitigate that, but I don't necessarily think it will mean they can stop it.
Yeah. So the big problem with Paper Rex here is you can see the kills and the stats overall, right, is that they got 61 and 76. This means that they're not afraid to go aggressive with this comp, but at least from the last time that we saw them on Bind, or most of the times we've seen them on Bind, it hasn't really resulted in the best KD ratio. Let's just call it like that. And then it has also affected the winner, as you can see. Also just, that's basically about it, right? Again, how successful can they be when it's all confusion as well that they're going to throw in the face of Heretics?
Yeah.
Is it going to be controlled confusion? That's the question. You know, not the best of success rate for Paper Rex, at least this tournament on Bind, but definitely have got a lot to throw at Heretics here. On the Heretics side, though, we have seen Bind a bit. It has been a close one. What do you kind of think? Maybe the less closer of the two in the semifinals. Oh, okay.
Oh no, yeah, Paper looks pretty relaxed.
Kind of chill, bro.
Yeah. If Paper Rex looked that relaxed, I would argue that Paper Rex seem to be pretty well acquainted as to how Heretics maybe try to counter them, or furthermore, how they're going to at least make sure that they're able to at least keep their lead. Something I want to mention as well.
Jing is like, no, none of this.
Something I want to mention as well is that Paper Rex have had fairly inconsistent pistol rounds over the course of this tournament. I think that if they are able to garner a little bit of control, bear in mind it's best of 5, the pistol rounds no longer have as much of an emphasis as they did in the best of 1s. It still is very good for momentum and confidence.
Speaking of confidence here as well, again, well, I just lost my thought of it. I was going to go back to, again, how important it is going to be for Paper Rex to kind of keep that ball running. I will say as well, just to kind of move this topic a little bit, one of the players that Paper Rex that has really surprised me from yesterday's match against Team Secret has got to be the Vi. You know, we keep talking about Jing as well as Forsaken, but the Vi has really gone into that role that if they need somebody as a supportive fragger, he's able to make that happen. And his op shots have been, I feel like, more impactful in this entire season than what I've seen previously for Paper Rex.
Yeah, definitely. Who would stand out for you in particular?
Ooh. I'm inclined to agree with you purely because when we do see Devi, you're kind of wielding this operator, particularly on Fracture, he isn't necessarily too aggressive with it. He uses that operator to just cut off parts of the map. I would, however, mention Mind Freak and his Harbor. The fact he was able to pick up Harbor and then master it in however many weeks you've had is really damn impressive to me. I don't know how effective agents like Harbor, like Yoro are going to be against Heretics, a team which are going to be a lot more well-practiced.
That is true. We've all casted a game of Paper X where Harbor was involved, right? And there were certain levels to that play. It wasn't just the set pieces that they had, it was also very strong on adaptation, right? It was very strong on the fly. There were a lot of moments, you know, on the post plants that it was very easy to interfere with someone that's trying to deny the defusal, right? So we've seen it very strong in that instance. For you, you know, what pick do you reckon can be most influential on this map in particular, right? I mean, we've seen the Yoro, we've seen the Raze come out, we've seen quite a lot of standard play from Paper X.
Yeah.
This is kind of an obscure question, I know.
Yeah.
But what do you think would be the most influential pick? What everybody should have their eyes on to see that could kind of change the momentum of this game?
Ooh. I feel like it's, at least from the agents that we have right now for the players, gotta be the Breach, I think, for Benkai. I think a lot of, even though, you know, Jing as well as Forsaken can set themselves up with that Yoro and Raze, it's always nice to have something with that fall time to follow up on.
Well, thank you very much, Asherai. It's me, myself, and Krema to jump into this game to cover this cast. It's Heretics versus Paper X for the first match in the grand final of Valorant Indian Invitational here in Hyderabad. Let's hear some noise for the venue, everybody. Let's get the show on the road.
Oh, this is going to be a banger of a match, Pavlos, that is for sure. Going into this attack for Paper Rex, looks like it's going to be an early fight for this B-long position. Heretics, though, more than happy to fight them for it. Kellogg's taking a bit of early damage initially, though.
Heretics very closely stacked up to long. Paper Rex, not sure if they want to interfere. He's so stuck up in this Jing.
Jing may be stuck, but they've heard the teleporters. So Paper X now goes straight back over to the safe site, and they may be able to get this position for free unless they can do something huge in the back line.
Oh, Jing took a lot of damage from the Poison Cloud, and the final bullet of Mixwell to the head of himself is able to finish the job. So the plant is going down here for Paper X. They got themselves the A site, and the Heretics need to start to fall back to get themselves this post-plant defuse.
Absolutely right now. Zeke, he is the make or breaker. I think he may have been just missed by that concussion. Perfect, Pavlos.
Whoa, Zeke doubles up. What a way to start off this game. Oh, Forsaken as well. We get to see him on a frenzy. Oh, one! And just that simple.
Just that simple.
Like it's just that casual.
Pavlos, we said that Zeke needs to step up if we want to see a match Jing, or better still, have Heretics a fairly easy time on this opening map of Bind, and he's done so beautifully. Such a strong performance from Zeke so far, and I quite like Paper Rex's reaction here. The second they hear the teleporters, it's straight back to the safe site, with both raises becoming the lurkers here. Jing unfortunately gets overwhelmed, but Zeke, beautiful job at both forcing out 1v1s and better still using those paint shells to guarantee that final kill. Hell of a way to start for Paper Rex though. How do they recover?
That is an interesting question. I'm not going to be going for a force up, just a couple of sheriffs on their side. Heretics have definitely showed the best self on that first round. Definitely showing they're not here to mess around. They're here for the dub. They're here for the 50K.
Absolutely now. A little bit of util just being prepped and ready. It's going to be a fast play from Jing, able to get into lamps, but what good can it do? Instantly hit by both the snake bite and the gravity well there.
TP taken here. Jing unable to get himself together with the Benkai. Fairly spread out. Heretics maybe baited to the right-hand side of the map, leaving Kellogg's alone to fend for this. Yeah, Boo is behind him, but how much can it do? Maybe assistance of a guarding light would be good. But Kellogg seems to be doing damage with a Gosh so far. Quickly traded though, and Paper Rex have taken damage on the rest of the
These
pistols.
sheriffs actually getting quite a bit of mileage down to the 3v3, and Forsaken has a lot of info to work with now, knowing every member of Heretics is coming from spawn.
There's definitely a chance here for Paper Rex, but can the gap be closing? And we will. Quickly, Mixwell and Zeke on their feet to close up the distance, and they do finish off the rest without taking a hint of damage on that fight. Heretics 2-0.
Absolutely perfect from them, and now for Heretics, they've been able to convert the bonus, keeping 3 players left alive for this bonus now against the Rifles of Paper Rex. A couple of Spectres. It's the Bulldog that was able to be held onto by Zeke that I really want to keep an eye on here going forward, because that is going to be the main damage doer for the members of Heretics.
Really good collapse for Heretics there.
Absolutely. I also want to mention Zeke, just 3 rounds in now, about to get this showstopper already. I would love to see the early usage of it, just so he gets that almost extra ult in the half over Jing.
And you know, the bonus isn't that bad for Heretics, right? You know, you've got that Bulldog in there, the Spectres, you've got shields on every single one of these players. You know, Kellogg's can be super deadly on that Sheriff, so Paper Rex can't be 100% comfortable in taking this round. Have to play it cautiously, although they need to win it to get the starts going well for them on here on Bind. Obviously, this being Heretics' pick, there's pressure. Jing with first blood.
That's really, really strong. Look at the re-aggression from Boo there. A little bit over-aggressive, instantly punished. But now the Bulldog in the hands of Kellogg's has to be the linchpin of this round.
He really has to step up. It's down to Kellogg's here trying to hold down this site. Oh, he doesn't check his left. The timing is rough. Wait, did they miss each other?
They miss each other.
Did they actually miss each other? He stays alive, and he actually gets another. Doubles up, Kellogg's! Now that's the beauty of a third round, but you're still down in numbers. Paper Rex have the advantage.
But he's done enough though. He's forced Paper Rex back. One's gone from the teleporter with that spike. They head straight back to the safe site. And look at the aggression of Kellogg's. He's got so much info here.
But Benkai shuts him down. So the hopes may be dwindled, but Avova on the wrong side of this map, or is it? Yeah, okay, Divide playing with our feelings a little bit there, but at the end of the day, they'll be heading towards this left-hand side.
As well, 1v3. One here would be enough for a moment just to do that damage, but Mind Freak, quick shutdown, absolutely perfect. And what I quite like from Paper Rex here is they seem very happy to go through these, go for these rotations, alternating sites constantly to try and keep Heretics guessing. We saw that Heretics' util usage is good, but if they don't know when or where the attack is coming from, it can be very hard to plan, sort of get this prerequisite as to how Paper Rex are trying to craft their way into these rounds. I also want to mention as well, really well played from Forsaken, who pushes forward, gets all that info, then jumps back with the Yoru. However, as you mentioned, doesn't see Kellogg's. The timing just doesn't work out for him, and that's why we saw Paper Rex take a few casualties. First operator comes out, this time not a glass cannon from Kellogg's, as we've known to, well, both see and love. Glass cannon or not though, Pavlos, that was a hell of a shot.
AMD was quite a shot. He's the opener Heretics needed to soften the blow on this attack. You know, losing Jing here, Paper Rex won't really have such a quick of an entry. And even though Paper Rex have approached quite close to the site, and Heretics have read it. You know, to replay strong on the defense. Mind Freak is keeping them busy, at least on A.
Absolutely. Kellogg's also just trying to buy a bit of space, but Forsaken, absolutely perfect. Goes for a quick rotation, a quick jump into Showers now with the Vova waiting for him.
There's been so many quick rotations with Paper Rex.
Oh!
No way! Forsaken choice to get into the void, but denied the ability of doing so. A bullet right between the eyes to put him to the ground.
They don't know Mixwell's and Showers as well. This could be perfect for Heretics.
But Paper Rex have got Lamb's control. They can go deep. Showers may have to be enough for Heretics. They can deny this plant. The Nebula might conceal it for now, trying to bait it out. No, but it's a triple bait. They've gone all over to the B site, and there's someone waiting there. That's Boo.
They forced out the showstopper. Mind Freak, does he get seen by it? Yes, he does. They get some mileage from it, but they're still Boo.
Yeah, Boo does it. That's what he needed. Heretics know the game of Paper Rex here, know how much they love to rotate. They'll always leave someone occupying a site.
Divide here, what can you do? You've only got a couple of seconds left. Backs off, saves his weapon. A great round from Heretics, and a great round from Avova there to cancel any inroads Forsaken could have made onto that ace site. Really, really strong to actually take Showers control as well. And this is the quick reaction, the quick adaptations from Heretics that we were sort of bringing up. Is Heretics, they've only seen Paper X go for these rotations 2 rounds now, and they have already extrapolated that if they take Showers control, they cut off that broad rotation. And well, when you have Kellogg's, everything suddenly seems a bit easier, doesn't it?
It does, and they do save the operator at the end, right? So Boo brings it back into Kellogg's hands.
And while they do have the operator, furthermore, one away from the Tour de Force on Kellogg's, they're going to have that sniper presence available for that defensive side for the next 2 or 3 rounds as a guarantee.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Which does, you know, definitely hinder the comfort of Paper Rex to traverse those long distances. You know, you can't really take the extremities as easily, knowing that there's a chamber lurking that, you know, can get any free pick as he pleases.
I also want to mention as well is Kellogg's is one of the few players who are brave enough to glass cannon operator, and he's done that more than every other operator player in this tournament combined. Consistently valuing the ability to get that first kill quickly over being able to have a little bit of armor to defend yourself against utility or stray bullets coming your way. That being said, Forsaken, that headshot, armor or not, wouldn't have mattered.
And it's right you call this out in regards to Kellogg's and the chamber, because often we see a lot of players draw out the headhunter very quickly after perhaps either hitting the first shot or either missing it. They try and go for the second kill before they rendezvous away. No, Kellogg's is confident he'll get that first pick and run away with. It's a distinct different style than other chambers we've seen on the world stage.
Absolutely. Stinger has to come out from Benkai here, but nonetheless, Paper X, they are able to muster a buy off the back of Zeke's aggression.
Oh, this is fast. Probably catching him, unable to find a kill. Blast back to keep them back, and also to help them traverse right back up. Oh! To be behind them, Forsaken! Now that is gorgeous. But there's one remaining on site, and that is Mixwell. Paper X know of him. They'll try and deal with him. At least he'll try and delay for the rest of the team to arrive, but he's falling back, making sure they've got adequate numbers for the retake.
It's down to a Heretics retake. We've seen how good these can be in the past now, but now they need to be perfect. Benkai going to get the Rolling Thunder off this plant as well.
Within the smokes. Close and far, this is tough. It's really difficult to retake the B site with a disadvantage. Forsaken catches Mixwell. What's the call here? Do Heretics fall back? No, they're going for it. They don't know where Vova is. They've got no idea, but now they know. First kill goes their way, but they're running out of time. Heretics need to move in quickly. Faking their movement in. They're unsure. It feels like they kind of want to save, but kind of not. They're not being gifted this kills. Paper Rex are not going to hand them freely. Of overfalling, this is going to mark it. Unless Kellogg's can bring out a miracle. Finds the first but not the second, which allows Paper X to close up the gap.
A 4K from Forsaken there. That recall onto long to get behind the opponents who are trying to fight for that control is absolutely perfect. And you see how Paper X, they use their utility to buy time and space. Both Prowlers are deployed. One of the blinding lights are deployed as well. It garners so much space and time that for the members of Heretics, they don't even expect that Yoru to appear from behind them. Great vigilance from Forsaken and a great setup from Paper Rex to bring them their second round. And you look at the ults, Paper Rex now, 2 of their ults, 1 away, the other 2 away, and this is on top of a Rolling Thunder already available. A huge power spike about to hit Paper Rex here. Over on Heretics, the Tour de Force does come out onto Kellogg's, but what good can it do with Mixwell not quite able to bring out the Viper's Bit just yet?
It's momentum they're trying to figure out here. Forsaken getting onto the back line. He's so good at doing this so far. He continues to do so. Zeke Oh no, he's going to be pinged, his location as well. Instead of moving further though, Ivova gets one, and now he's got a teammate to help out. Forsaken on the back end, gets one for his shovels. Heretics are on top though, even though Paper Rex have got themselves onto the site and the spike planted, Heretics might be able to overwhelm the attackers.
With that spike down and with that Rolling Thunder available, this is about even, and they even get the Cosmic Divider forced out here. This
Split the map in two.
It's going to be so important.
Really is, Kellogg's. They know where he is now, but they're moving in, all from different positions. Benkai's position, now known. Trying to hide out on lamps. He can delay this a bit. He's got the Rolling Thunder. They're both knocked back, but the Cosmic Divider's not favoring them. They're trying to get on the defuse, but has he delayed it enough? He might have. Kellogg's with the shots. Is there time?
Oh,
Is it time?
It's bloody close,
Is there
Pavlov.
time?
It's bloody close.
Oh,
no, there isn't! 0.18 seconds, Pavlos, and Paper X off the back of that Rolling Thunder. Just as we were mentioning it, it was one of the only ults they had available at the time, and they are able to guarantee a round off the back of it. And that's so smart from Benkai to deploy that Rolling Thunder and then just not peek off the back of it.
All Benkai had to do was stay alive. All he had to do was make sure he can get that Rolling Thunder off at that final mark. And guess what? He did it.
On topic of Cosmic Divides as well, Mind Freak has his available. Mixed up with the Viper's Pit, maybe something we see used a little bit early. Maybe not this round, but next round when they have a proper buy behind them. I also like the Hero Vandal comes out on Kellogg's to try and garner that early control.
Paper X looking to move in. Fairly aggressive manner. Very quick. Now the rotation, they're taking their time to come in from the back end. Ooh. A trade with a Sheriff, not too bad. Heretics aren't supposed to win this round, right? Sheriffs, only Kellogg's with a Vandal. Ivova falls. Paper X makes sure this round gets put in the bag without any troubles to find the lead. And that would be the first time they would have the lead in this game, in this grand final. They will quickly fall. Boo finds one, trying to make it more expensive than it is. With a Vandal in hand, unable to continue this streak. 4 kills for Forsaken.
And I'll tell you what, getting two kills on Team Heretics for what has been a relatively low investment isn't the end of the world. It's something I'm sure they'll be fairly happy with. But going into this next round, I want to mention Heretics. They've gone very, very aggressive, and they've put some huge pressure in maintaining the showers control. What it means for Paper X, though, is they've now, in response, as we saw from Forsaken last round, is they've sped it up when pushing up through shorts. So much so, actually, that Forsaken doesn't want to fight showers. Instead, he goes back around past Van, and then looks to fight both Heaven and the rotation from Defender's Spawn.
Let's turn it back a bit. You did mention that a couple of rounds ago, Paper X is starting to have a bit of a power moment, right?
Yeah.
With all the ultimates coming up, with
Yeah.
economy starting to build off of that loss bonus. And they have actually turned that to a really good point. They've been able to
Yeah.
win 2 consecutive ones.
Yep.
And Heretics are struggling a little. What would be their way back in?
I think I would like to see something a little bit more aggressive in a short presence. They do have the Viper's Fit, which we may see get brought out this round. I would also like to see Kellogg's potentially. Yes, he's been going for these Hero Vandals. I want to see them get some mileage from this, whether that be really trying to force out fights here, or regardless, they have that player in Heaven for that Yori rotation.
And it seems like Paper Rex have been playing extremely quick. Heretics have been having a very hard time trying to catch up to them.
And it's been favoring Forsaken beautifully. He's 13-6 in just 9 rounds.
That is incredible.
It's an incredible.
And the next round goes with 3 kills.
Exactly. Forsaken is doing so much with this Yoru. Heretics need to find a way to start focusing him and mitigating the impact he's had.
They've been dancing all over Paper X and making them do a hop, skip, jumps, and curtsies.
That's another ultimate available for this Yoru. 3 in just 9 rounds.
Is this really the third?
This is the third. First one got cancelled by Ivova when he pushed into showers with it.
Oh
Second
my
one
God,
got that
you're right.
impact. This is the third. Boo. Goes aggressive and long, realizing that Paper Rex have been emphasizing this A-site presence. It's garnered a lot of control. Look at the flank coming from Kellogg's, but look at the pincer as well, with both him and Mixwell.
Mixwell may be in trouble though, because he's alone. He doesn't really have the space. And with the Cosmic Divide coming through and Forsaken looking for him, he's going to be pinging his location for the rest of the team to try and fight him off. Now, onto the back line. Can he be fended off? Mixwell denying Forsaken's opportunity.
This Viper's Bit's going to drop just as Kellogg's flank lands as well. They know every single member of Paper X is now going towards showers.
Seekers revealing positionings. Heretics, every single player of the defense is on the safe side.
This is going to be so hard for Paper X to execute through.
Zeke would be trying to use a blast back to make sure he can split them into Already gets one, but loses his teammate Avova. That's the controller. Very difficult to try and end this round without him. Mind Freak, he finds himself a gap through the defense and finds himself in the back line still. Fended off well by Mixwell as he turns his attention and groups up with Zeke, trying to set up a crossfire. They still have the Viper Spade to hide in, but Paper Rex can even rotate all the way towards the B site. No, the fight will ensue, but there's not much time. They need to get the spike down. There's only 13 seconds. This is pressuring. Benkai's alone to the back end of this site. 70 points of health. Peeked out, denied the plants. Benkai won. He's got time. He can plant again. Benkai! Ice cold in his veins!
Oh my God, Pavlos! What a clutch! I tell you what, 4 seconds left. He realizes one player has to be from Showers. Kellogg's has already revealed himself, killing his teammates. And then to force out that peek from Mixwell, he realizes if he taps that spike, either he plants it, Mixwell fights, or he kills that player, knowing where the remaining one is. It's a beautiful clutch from Benkai. Absolutely textbook.
He had a second to spare. A second. 0.06. Are you kidding me?
Oh my Lord. Works beautifully. Heretics straight back to the drawing board, straight back to pistols now, as Paper X show us exactly why they went into this with this #1 seed.
Stinger though seems to be doing damage. You can't deny its capabilities. Device somehow survives through it with only 2 points of health. Paper X taking control. The only Vandal in the hands of Heretics hasn't yet been tested. Boot using it, but he's on the wrong side of the map. This should be Paper X's round and an opportunity for them to gather quite some space. Wow. Wait a minute. Is this doable? Remember, Device low. Nightfall comes out. At least denying space, but at the same time, it doesn't get anyone. Rolling Thunder still available for Benkai. And it will definitely be used quickly. Not taking any chances. Oh! He nearly didn't get killed off there. Finds one before he falls. Even though he had 2 points of health, gets it down. The Mixwell alone against Mind Freak, and that's all that is required. Heretics make it expensive, but Paper X on top.
It's very expensive, Pavlos. Remember, that was only a couple of pistols. Avova did a very, very good job there to land that kill while concussed. We saw some true heroism from Devi here. 2 HP, gets both kills. That second one was both bullets straight to the dome, still killed instantly afterwards. If a single bullet missed, that round could have very easily gone the way of Heretics. On topic of ult management as well, Paper X, they feathered their ults very nicely, but they still have this downtime. Over on Heretics, Zeke with another showstopper, Avova with that Cosmic Divide. Something else to mention for Paper X is the damage that last round has done. Yes, they were against pistols, but look at their economy. Mind Freak, the only player with cash.
Kudos to Heretics for keeping it that close, but Paper X getting themselves out of a shaky situation now. That trick can only work just a set amount of times. Although they reveal Avova's position, so it's a trade, an important one. Again, the controller. Jing, what an angle. What an angle. Gets away from the page. Oh! Jing, are you real? And there's still more to go. Heretics have got 2 left, but the timing of Paper X is impeccable.
7-3. This is the strongest Paper X have been all tournament, Pavlos. They've just been getting better and better and better. And with Forsaken's positioning there, I love how the idea is even if he dies, the information he's able to gather by thrusting himself into the backline means that his teammates are there to trade. And as I think it was Azurai said on the desk, Paper X's ability to get that second kill so quickly in trades of aggression is really starting to show.
Wow. I mean, Heretics aren't playing bad. They're not making mistakes and Paper X are punishing. It's Paper X forcing them in positions which they can themselves punish.
Absolutely.
This is incredible Valorant by Paper X.
Absolutely. It's another round of pistols for Heretics. That showstopper on Zeke has been in his back pocket for a while now. I'm curious to see when he uses it, when he looks to deploy it. Over to Paper X. This is when the next round of ults come out as well. Devi about to get that Nightfall. Kellogg's. Oh, you need to be careful about that Headhunter.
I don't know if it was the right decision to peek again. He was feeling himself. Can Boo find one before he drops? Trying to delay, stunned up. Cussed. Finds himself the clone. Doesn't decide to shoot it. Mind Freak on the other end, taking care of Mixwell. Boo. They know he's here. Forsaken will deal with him. Yeah, this is looking rough. Avova's got a Vandal still. Will he elect to save it? It does look to be the call. Although he is getting closer to this B side.
Exits would be nice, but there is no other choice. He has to save this Vandal. There's not much cash left in his back pocket. The rest of Heretics, I think, can buy this round. I'm interested as to the thought process behind this Cosmic Divide, though.
I mean, there's 2 rounds still remaining. Well, another one after this in this half.
I'm really curious as to the utilization of this
Why?
divide.
He thinks he can do it. He thinks he can bloody do it! Avova, that's true. And he's got time. Touching it. Other side of the Cosmos. Well, there's a crossfire. That was a bold play.
That was very bold. Yeah, 2 kills is good, but Paper Rex, they have been losing players in the rounds they've been winning. So their economy certainly isn't perfect, but we're so close to the end of the half now, that may not matter. So I feel like that may have been a bit of an overextension from Avova there. And committing the Cosmic Divide as well, is certainly brave.
Definitely brave. 1 round and a half.
It's 1 round and a half, but look at the ultimate soon to come online. Tour de Force on Kellogg's, the Viper's Pit on Mixwell. Forsaken is about to get, I think, his 5th ult of the game. And with that, Mind Freak still with his own Cosmic Divide. Divide able to get his Nightfall from the last round. We're about to see a huge clash of abilities now. And for Heretics, I like the aggression on shore. They've realized they have to force out a position. Look at this push coming now. Kellogg's has to do so much.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a retake. Kellogg's has to fall back from the Zeke, taking it to B. There are actually 2 players on the TP. Boo already dies. Oh dear, this is bad. For Zeke, this is very bad.
Face your fear.
Incredibly dealt with. Paper Rex don't lose a player. Heretics falling right into the trap. And Mixwell seized in place. Can it be held though? There's a crossfire. This is where the 2 remaining players are. Forsaken flashing out, getting the kill as well. He is feeling it, but Kellogg's has to do the heavy lifting. Has to be the one to put a victory in Heretics' bag.
1 versus 3, 4 bullets to work with. He has the luxury of 1 warm-up shot, Pavlos. He has to find this first kill so damn quickly, though.
He cannot drop the ball. The only player to remain in Heretics' squad ever since the start of this year. But instantly put to the ground, put to sleep, tucked away, and said a bedtime story. 9-3 this halftime, with Paper Rex completely obliterating Heretics.
I feel like for Heretics, their ability usage, particularly, I'm going to allude back to that Cosmic Divide we saw. Like, the ornaments are pretty, but they're pulling down the tree. Like, yes, we're seeing some nice plays, we're seeing some well-thought-out pushes, but when it comes to actually fighting with Paper Rex, they're really quite struggling. And as you look over to Paper Rex, we saw him briefly on camera, Forsaken. What an opening game.
It is indeed an opening game that will remain in our heads for quite some time. But to put this into perspective here, Heretics of 3 rounds. Only one of them was
3.
a buy round.
Yeah.
Only one of them was a buy round. The rest was a pistol and an anti-eco.
And we were talking about how pistol rounds are a very good trendsetter for confidence, but Paper Rex did such a good job to just ruin that confidence.
One of the key things of Heretics yesterday was the fact that they were winning many, many eco rounds.
Yeah.
That has not been the case today.
Absolutely, and I think that eco success rate against bleeds may have given them a bit of false confidence, especially in clutches like this, like what we saw from Avova. I think he knew that players were going to try and fight him, so he wouldn't be able to hold the Vandal. He tried to bait that out with that Cosmic Divide. Yes, 2's good, but just not enough. Another bit of tech I want to talk about as well was when we saw Zeke go through the teleporter with Boo with the showstopper, and the second they went through that teleporter, instantly hit by a flash to blind them, so they're forced to hide in the teleporter. That's when we see Paper Rex just drop all of their utility into that room, with Forsaken going behind them to fight it. When he is about to be hit by the team's utility, he pulls himself back out and he jumps away. So damn strong. And we're seeing Yoru get utilized in ways that almost every other team in the world has struggled to do so.
It felt in the first couple of rounds that Heretics had a good idea of how they wanted to approach this, right? They obviously knew that Paper Rex are very fluid on this map, especially with this composition. Yoru can get quick rotates. There's a lot of faking going around. There won't be 1, there won't be 2, there may be 3 or 4 rotations in the entire map. They're very quick to make their movement. Heretics sort of knew that, right? They never were quick to budge. Were quite actually understanding of the situation, holding their places in the defensive positions.
Yep.
But even then, Paper Rex did it so many times. Heretics always felt they needed to rotate, and I mean, what can you do if you're Heretics, right? It's definitely one of the most difficult situations for you to read as a team.
Absolutely, and I think right now, Alex, the coach of Paper Rex, is sitting in that booth, rubbing his hands together and giggling mischievously because he's run a comp and it's worked beautifully.
But now is a chance to do it on attack. Now is a chance to set the pace. Paper Rex on this time have to be the ones to be the reactive.
You have to bear in mind as well that the Yoru, his impact is going to be on the attack. The defense now is where Paper Rex are going to have a harder time, but for Heretics, is the momentum there? Are they going to be able to even recover this half? Remember as well, we're in APAC, Pavlos. The 9-3 curse is a very real thing here. Whether or not Heretics being from EU care, we'll find out in just a moment.
It's an international curse, I reckon. Very quick approach from Heretics, so just move into the B site. Just W gaming. Divide. First blood of over 4s. And the plant comes in on the back of the site to make sure they can hold over on defensive spawn. And they're even pushing out Benka here. He may be in trouble. Fault line, but he's not accounting for the fast push that's coming his way. Down instantly. Kellogg's as well onto the other side against Jing. And there's 3 players now remaining on the Paper Rex side. Low in numbers, but they're starting to approach from that long side. Heretics are playing it slow. Very slow. Mind Freak eventually making his presence known. Gets one for his shovels and balancing the tempo perfectly. Forsaken getting the kill. Meanwhile, Divide is defusing. Divide is defusing! And he hasn't quite gotten it down. Boo. Can he do it? On top, up on ground. Will he be able to finish it off? Has to reload. Hiding. Has he delayed it enough? It's defused halfway. Can he get it? Can he get it? He can! Paper X on double digits. Now that was impressive.
What's around there, and what great utilization of positioning there. Once Paper Rex realized that the plant was 4 defenders spawn, and it was a plan to go through murder hole and then fight the rotations from Heretics, they just instantly threw someone onto that spike, allowing Forsaken to just take Jules and defend Divide. By the time Boo took that engagement, Divide, yes, sure, he's at point blank a Frenzy versus a Ghost, you're going to favor the Frenzy, but Divide already damaging Boo, already with time, that spike already halfway done. Boo's almost forced to panic a little bit there. Another tech pause comes out, but for Paper Rex, this could be a brutal, violent, and swift way to end our opening map of this Grand Finals.
Oh. For Heretics, this has got to be rough. This is their map pick, remember?
They wanted to be here.
Wow.
Paper Rex.
Yeah, just take a moment and take in the fact that Heretics wanted to be here.
Yeah.
In bind. It's like they've locked themselves in with a tiger. They went to the zoo and were like, hey, that tiger looks hairy, fluffy, he looks cute. I'm just going to lock myself in it.
If not friend, why friend shape? Actually, I'll tell you,
May, they locked themselves in with a dinosaur. That came in too late.
They've done worse than that. They've locked themselves in with a dinosaur, but they've then their reflex to hide from the dinosaur hasn't hit yet. So they've run up to the dinosaur, punched it, gone back and gone, oh, whoa, there's a dinosaur in here. Too little, too late.
Look, this is going to be a tough one. Heretics need to make something happen here, need to take a risk to be able to draw this back in their favor. And the risk they take is a force buy on the second round.
Absolutely, Paper Rex now. I want to mention, Forsaken's definitely slowed down. Only having garnered 2 kills over the last, I want to say, 3 or 4 rounds, but the rest of the team is doing so well, it hardly matters.
Well, Zeke is the one to open things up first, but Vova will be quickly falling after that. Far out of his depth, Zeke ends up falling. Well, Heretics really want to fight this. They really want to fight this. They're throwing everything at them, poisoning them, putting bullets to their chests, jumping upon them, and trampling over them. Forsaken might be able to do it. He spotted them out. He's low. Oh, he's baiting them. Flash comes through and he falls back. 1 minute remaining, and Heretics got the spike.
Forsaken's positioning now will be what decides this round. If he can get into a close corner, and he may have read it. Oh, no, Pavlos, he may have read it.
No way.
If he can get onto this B site in time and tuck himself into a corner, despite his HP, that judge can both be that judge, jury, and executioner, the executioner of the Heretics of Bind.
Will the read be right by Forsaken? Well, he's got the right sights, but not the right entry.
He's about to get that audio cue as well. Pavlos,
30 seconds
this is
left.
perfect.
Forsaken starting things off with a classic, realizing he's too far out. That's the first! 20 seconds. The cross to the sights, damage onto Boo. Softened, tries the cross, but Boo gets it done. Force buy for Heretics works out.
Forsaken is getting so much done with this Yoru. Yes, the Force Buy pays off, which means that Heretics do have their tickets straight back into this map, but you have to admit, Forsaken shouldn't be able to get this much mileage from that judge. There's a world here where, you know, if the gods bless him a little bit more there, and you know, even if that ability to just jump, it goes a little bit further through Murder Hole, he can just completely rotate and even catch Boo off guard in a very different world. My God, though. Luckily for Heretics, though, full buy comes out. Paper Rex down to pistols. For Heretics, it's now damage mitigation. They have to keep as many players alive as possible, build that economy as soon as possible.
Well, they definitely completely empty their pockets for this one. Got a clear idea of approach, and no fake seems to be skewed up here. Paper Rex have got the information. If you notice, Forsaken has gone for a very deep engagement and allowed the rest of the team to move into the site to try and have the right numbers for this defense, but no. The superior weaponry for Heretics will have to be enough.
Spike planted.
And the hooded men in black should be getting themselves a 5th round.
Absolutely, and this is where keeping all 5 players alive would be perfect, and that's suddenly we have a game in our hands here. Stun, going to try and buy a bit of space for Forsaken here. The low HP on Zeke could be punishable.
They're shorties, man. Always, you'll never find the distance.
It's
it's basically trying to get a kill here. Maybe an exit.
Zeke's definitely the target they're looking for.
I love that Heretics are playing it safe, though. They're not taking any chances with Paper X.
Oh, those fake shells.
Well, he's going to die to the explosion either way. So Heretics, this was the best outcome they could have had. They survive with all 5 players and close up the gap to 5 rounds.
Absolutely. Another 5 to go, Pavlos. We've seen both teams very able to get 5 rounds on the bounce, but can they do it now in the grand finals with 50,000 USD on the line?
It's quite an amount, isn't it?
Quite hefty.
And I believe second place is 20K. So it's a 30K difference.
That's not just pocket change.
No, definitely isn't. It's a nice, that's plenty of vacation.
Looking at the full buy here for Paper Rex, I would like to see something a little bit more aggressive. So far, they've tried to sort of get into close angles and put Heretics into uncomfortable positions. I want to see Heretics get given a little bit more space and see Paper Rex try and compartmentalize the map. Exactly what they're doing now with this push through long.
Paper Rex. The push through, Zeke cannot convert. And not only have they gotten a kill, they found information that no one else is nearby, at least at that distance. They draw back. Very clever from Paper Rex. You know, no reason to overstep. They've got on the advantage. Drop back, Kellogg's. Equalizers. Onto the side they go. They move even further, even past the Nebulas. They know of Benkai. They know of Jing. Oh, but over-aggressive onto him. 3 for Heretics. And Forsaken on the back line. Oh, this is pressuring together with the fault line. The combination is beautiful, and there is nothing Heretics can do apart from Mixwell's magic. Jing comes in for the backstab and deals with him kindly. Paper X on 11.
That's also going to be the showstopper coming out from Jing as well. Forsaken once again gets so much done with his ultimate. This Yoru pick, we're a bit apprehensive about it. It fell very flat against Team Secret, but in the little break between that semi-final and our grand final, whatever it is that Forsaken has thought about, changed, adapted, it's worked admirably. And now for Heretics, they don't seem to have a solution, because the second they turn to fight Forsaken, that's when Jing jumps in, that's when Benkai follows it up as well, and that's when we see the entire collapse land on this site. I want to mention as well, in terms of frag counts, Heretics are doing relatively even, sort of 2 frags separating their top and 4th fragger. They're winning and losing as a team here, but no one's matching Forsaken, no one's giving us that star performance that Forsaken is.
Kellogg's. Can he double up? Yes, he can. We've been wanting to see more of him. Well, here he is.
It looks like Kellogg's took exception to that. two quick kills. Gonna try to follow it up as well with this operator.
Thing is, we know Paper X to be able to convert at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Don't count them out.
Can they do it with a judge on Benkai, though? Usually you need these vandals around the board.
You have to think of it otherwise, Kremer.
Okay.
Because they have Benkai on a judge, they can do it.
I see.
That's the mentality you need.
I got the spike.
But for Heretics, they need this round. They know the device there. To be taken by 1. You can see how scared Paper Rex is to peek out on that long side.
Yeah.
And they don't end up with the information of Heretics falling back.
Rightfully so. Mind Freak, his aggression now may be anticipated by Kellogg's.
Oh no! He misses a shot, and Paper Rex are right back in the game.
Obscuring vision.
Oh, timing.
Oh my god. Mind Freak peeks through.
30
He
seconds
gets one
left.
before he drops. This is going to be close. Spike down. Benkai behind. Vandal in hand.
Player standing.
Zeke is accurate. Devi. All to do. Can he get Paper Rex on match points? No, he cannot. Boo from a distance picks him up, and Heretics are still in the game.
Looks like Heretics still have the power to bite, and I mean, they really are looking quite strong, Pavlos, especially when they have that man advantage. We've rarely seen them drop past the man advantage, just these entry kills that have been going so well for Paper Rex. Now that Heretics seem to have found their rhythm, I want to see how much more aggressive Kellogg's may be, purely because he's found his confidence, right? He's found his niche. He's realized that by fighting for long, he has no reason to fear Paper Rex, unless of course Forsaken's there. That may be a little bit of fear, but nonetheless. Heretics with 6. You look at the ult management as well. Cosmic Divide available for Mind Freak, that showstopper on Jing, but that's matched by Zeke, Mixwell, and Kellogg's all with those abilities ready, and that Viper Spit on Mixwell for me is definitely going to be the ability to keep an eye on in both this and the next round.
And Heretics, what I need to consider here is that they need to win round by round, but they also need to look into the future and project that they've got a gap to close. They can't waste all of it at once. The balancing is required. So for now, with the heads down, this round is a focus. Zeke with Showstopper. Trailblazer finds his opponent, dropping a bomb. Has to give out on his life. Paper Rex. Don't count them out, not even on pistol rounds. Kellogg's might be dying. He saves his life. That is a clone, or is it? Forsaken, taken down of Over, taken down of I as well. The Mind Freak will be the final survivor, Stinger in hand, Over and Lamps. Okay, the job here is done for Heretics. They must not lose a player, keep the guns in their hands. The Mind Freak with a bullet to the head, limping out of Lamps here, should be a dead man. And this is a significant...
Hit them when they're not looking. Time to jump.
Welcome to my world. Pulling them in.
Away with you.
Paper Rex make the very clever decision to save this round. Heretics, another round on the board to close up the gap.
Straight back into this map, and I tell you what, that Kellogg's, he's woken up, he is feeling it, and now he is unstoppable, Pavlos. The confidence is unrelenting, and the Paper Rex is back to the drawing board once again. They had short control, they had players on B site. That should be a guaranteed round with players in hookah and in the teleporter, but nonetheless, Heretics, it's monodirectional. Going only through long, it still works though. Luckily, the Vandals are going to be saved by the members of Paper Rex. They're going to have 2 to work with next round, but my God, Pavlos.
I want to have a look and see what type of fans we have in the arena here. All right. The people that love to see Heretics come back here. Heretics fans, let me hear you scream! Not bad, not bad. All right, I think it's time to look on the APAC side of things. Paper Rex fans, make some noise!
It's definitely a favorite, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a favorite.
Well, with only 3 rounds in it, there are certainly no favorites of this match, because I can't help but think Heretics, they've got their momentum, they've got the economy behind them. More importantly, Kellogg's has found his groove, which means that for Paper Rex, if Forsaken can't find that magic they had in that first round, what's the solution?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, definitely. You know, the first loss that Heretics get and lose their momentum, it's going to be a tough one, because that's also when Paper Rex are on that match point.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Little to no margin of error.
And it's for Paper Rex here, I think they know very well. They only need 1 or 2 rounds. Having called, I believe that was attack pause they just called, a chance to potentially rest, recuperate, figure out how do you isolate Kellogg's, and potentially how do you punish him.
How do you punish him indeed? All right, a lot of focused faces. A lot to do. A long way to go. And not many ways to get there.
Also, Paper Rex haven't really brought out operators this game. We haven't really seen it on Devi. It's mainly been rifle-oriented.
The composition hasn't really allowed that, though,
Exactly.
right?
It's a little bit. It's so fast-paced that operators don't get a chance to post on angles. But now they're on the defense. I think they need that extra stopping power.
Which makes you think that, you know, this is a very attack-focused composition from the Paper Rex side, which goes to show why they got so many rounds and were so dominant on attack. Defense is weaker, obviously, right? You don't have yourself a chamber, you don't have yourself an agent that can kind of get into high-risk positions and still come out unpunished. This is a very coordinated and very quickly rotated squad.
Which for me is a testament as to how strong Heretics' psyche is to go through that first half, keep their composure, go into the second, forced by their second having lost the pistol round, and still have the confidence to keep fighting.
I'm very much seeing the change, the sort of difference in compositions of these two teams.
Absolutely.
The difference of play. Because as well as Paper Rex has been all faking on that attack side, that's been different for Heretics. They choose a site, they engage. They starve their opponents from information early. The only way that Paper Rex can get that information is by pushing and taking risk.
Exactly.
And then they pull the trigger on an attack and overwhelm it and have a better setup for the post part.
Which is the trouble Forsaken's having right now. His way of getting info is to peek, is literally to face check an angle and then jump back. But he still has to show himself for that brief period of time. As Kellogg's has shown us, he only needs a brief period. And if once Zeke starts finding his rhythm as well, we could very well have a dominant Heretics snatch this game from Paper Rex.
It's not over.
It's absolutely not over.
And they did a comeback on this, well, not exact this map, but in the previous semi-final, they did have a comeback.
Absolutely. And actually, if we were to go back and, well, we have been praising Heretics quite a bit, we have to talk about Boo, who has been very quiet this map. Sort of trailing behind everyone else. Yes, he's the IGL, but you still need him to have a little bit of fragging power behind him. Over on Paper Rex, Forsaken said his name many times, but you also need to take into account Jing, a little bit quiet, but that's being made up for Mind Freak, who's also having quite a good match. I want to see Benkai as well get some serious impact on this breach. That being said, we're straight back into round 20. Let's see if Heretics are going to be able to continue this comeback. Already 3 on the bounce, or if it's going to be Paper Rex to try and close out this match in a very, very swift fashion.
Let's get right back into the action. Heretics versus Paper Rex, of course, with 3 rounds to differentiate. I can do maths, I swear. It's 3 rounds. 11 minus 8 is 3. But Jing here loses his life, and that is Paper Rex 5 minus 1.
Well, yeah, Heretics plus bullets equal minus jet, or minus raise even, for the members of Paper X, as already a man down. And this isn't really the Paper X playstyle. Jing pushing solo there without the support of Benkai's fault lines, without any flashes from Forsaken, and it's where potentially we start seeing their undoing when Paper X start doing things on their own.
And Jing has had a fairly quiet game.
Absolutely.
This one, right? Didn't need to have the impact when Forsaken was doing everything on the attack side, but on defense, you want to see him show up. Viper Wall on the A side. enabled, starting to waltz in. Devi holding the angle and even closer is Benkai with the judge. And clever enough for Heretics to not try and peek that. Cosmic Divide, that's a fake. This is the first time we're seeing it, and for that reason, they've sold it.
The flank though from Mindfreak is so quick, but unfortunately, it's not able to access, well, not in terms of the rotations.
They might be getting themselves on the B side, but Calyx has fallen, Divide with 2, and all of a sudden this flip has switched. And, you know, this is doable. Oh, so doable. The Rolling Thunder available from the Paper Rex side can do so much. Going for Mixwell, but he's able to avoid it. No one is stunned. No one is up into the air. And Mixwell's got a really nice corner. Cosmic Divide, though, blockading the rest. They know that Mixwell is hiding that position, but over going for the flank, and misses the first shot. Doubles up and over! It's there! And Zeke joins in! Heretics don't want to stop this comeback!
For just a moment there, it looked like Paper Rex had finally found their rhythm. 2 very quick, very clean kills from Devi, but there's just no conversion. And for a moment, they looked hesitant to go out of hookah. I really want to see Paper Rex with controlled aggression, compartmentalizing the map as they were attempting to do in the first sort of 4 or 5 rounds of this half, and it worked for them. Sure, it was in the afterplants that they struggled, but the fact they were able to force it to those afterplants is really where things get interesting. And with both Zeke and Kellogg's really waking up now, Forsaken, even more pressure falls to his shoulders. Once again, it's aggressive from Jing. This time, though, with a teammate. This time, though, it gets that mileage. Out comes the operator on Paper Rex at long last, and we see the impact it has, Pavlos.
The instant they bring out the operator, they get the entry. The first double kill. That's what you needed. That could
have been the missing piece. Benkai responding with delay into Xiao, setting up Mindfreak's aggression, but it's not needed. Jing's the one to find that next kill.
And even though Heretics have gone for quite a comeback, it just takes 1 round to put that all in the bin. Benkai, blinded, unable to stay alive. Forsaken, he's got his teammates back. He will avenge him. Avova, tough spot, still picks it up, stays alive, has to do it another 3, has to be a quadra. Can he do it? Nebula, given space. Prowler cannot be avoided. And can't take care of Jing. Paper Rex on map points on Heretics' home ground.
It's labored, sure, but the fact they're able to get that kill is perfect. And as we mentioned, we needed to see that operator. Once it came out, Forsaken, so much damage with it. And even getting the entry forces Mixwell to be the one to push first on that Viper. Certainly an uncomfortable position, and he just can't, well, let's be honest, Forsaken hitting some lovely shots makes it a bit easier. But so hard to entry with the Viper. Heretics now ground to a halt. Now, they don't have the luxury of rounds. They need to have the adaptation here and now. They have to be able to fix any underlying problems with how do they now take into consideration with all of their strategies. The fact that Forsaken may be there with an operator who once again draws blood.
Zeke, though, this time punishes, and that's the important part. Paper Rex was able to sustain that advantage and keep it going last time.
This alongside the tour de force that's come out from Kellogg's as well.
Benkai loves being so close to the action. He loves breathing his opponents to sweat. Heretics tiptoeing their way towards this B site. Making no sound, but Paper X can feel the aura of presence. Polarized positioning, Cooper's side, Mixwell starts things off strong, Benkai falls, there's still one on the side, gonna show to find it, Divide, repositions, it's a trade, Heretics are on top, Mixwell is low, Jing comes in, all of a sudden, it's a 2-on-2, Showstopper trying to do damage, but that's all it's gonna get, no kill, Jing on top, Jing trying to make it happen for his team, but Zeke gets it, Zeke! 1 HP, and Heretics keeps Heretics in the game!
Oh my god! It comes down to a nice edge, Pavlos, but Heretics are just able to hold on. This showstopper as well. The one
this is the grand final we wanted.
Right.
And to be fair, this is the grand final Hyderabad deserved.
Absolutely, and Zeke has to turn 180 for that second kill as well. Absolutely perfect. And now with 2 rounds in it, Paper Rex, they don't have money. It's down to pistols. Sure, it's a stack though, it's on the right side, but is that enough?
Forsaken trying to enter the Shadow Realm, but Jing takes him there. Still, 4v4 Mindfreak, there's even more here hiding. Heretics have bred this and are still dealing with them. Damaged up though, this is not impossible. Jing, he's low, and he's done so much. Oh my goodness me! Avova, he's got the read in, and he's able to shut down Benkai. Jing 2 HP.
Remember, Zeke can do it with 1 on the same agent. Does he anticipate the flank coming from Kellogg's, though?
And Heretics don't have the spike.
Oh, I think he does.
Oh, Kellogg's. He's got a knife in hand. And Heretics, that's the spray down to put them 1 away from their opponents. It's either a 13-11 score for Paper Rex, or it's overtime.
And we've seen overtime already in this tournament. We've seen how intense it can get. This is our first map, Tabstos. There could potentially be 4 more iterations of this. And what I want to mention actually when it comes to this is when you do have these longer series, especially with longer maps in longer series, stamina becomes such a key component as to how effective your team can be.
Try here. Here.
Wow.
My, oh my, oh my. Forsaken still has his ult. Luckily, it wasn't fully cancelled last
Time
round.
to jump.
Ready to potentially jump onto a Vova here, but look how passive Heretics are being in their default. They know Paper Rex is going to push.
So what Heretics have done is kind of fake towards this A shower side, but it's kind of a double fake because the rest of them are moving into short.
Look how aggressive Mixwell's been able to get as
Time
well.
to jump.
But
Almost
Heretics
snap
kind of
control.
know of this, right? Evova's been left back to try and deal with him. He's so smart about this,
Oh!
but he can't get the kill.
Here.
And now the ult comes out, now the information's there. Benkai also chimes in, this could be it.
It took them a long time, but maybe this is where Paper Rex shut this down and take us to a second map. Bing, shutting down Zeke, nothing they can do. It's Boo and Mixwell, baby. They've got to do so freaking much. Mixwell is 1 orb away from the Viper's pit, but are they away from it? Are they close to a kill? Are they close to an orb? Mixwell doubles up! Oh! Maybe they've got a chance. And in 40 seconds, Boo can get the spike down safely. They can get the ball. Oh, it's cancelled! Forsaken, bring it back into the game. Boo gets 1, and now he's up against the 2. Can he avoid the rolling thunder? Divine! Paper Rex will get the defuse and close out map number 1 in the grand finals.
My God, it took them a while to get there. They certainly were given a hard challenge, but eventually, at long last, even in the final round, with that Viper's Pit being deployed, with that Rolling Thunder missing, it looked for a moment like Heretics had done enough to get them to overtime, but it was Paper Rex who emerged victorious.
What a performance. Heretics nearly had that comeback. So many in the crowd believed it, and so did we. This game was begging overtime, but it wasn't meant to be, as Paper Rex was able to deal with this. We've got Asherai back on the desk to help us break this one down. Man, you were watching on the slides. What are your thoughts?
Wow. Hello? Okay.
Mike.
Yes. Hello.
All right, Krimmer.
Yes.
Back to you until that gets sorted out.
Yes, well, telepathically, Asarai was talking to me there, and he was going to say that was an incredible match, and for such a long time it looked like Paper Rex were going to close it out in such a one-sided fashion. Credit where credit's due to Heretics for making that close. That was an immortal game from both Kellogg's and Zeke, who really had such a strong recovery going into that second half, despite how elated their first half was. And the opposite could be said for Forsaken, who, after such a strong first half, really slowed down going into the second, but then once he got that operator out, it was like he got a second wind.
Hello. Oh,
there we go.
There you go. Speaking of second wins and everything, I was, again, just really amazed at how well Heretics was able to adjust so quickly to this aggression that we saw from Paper Rex. Again, I was mentioning how when it's going to be the Yoru, there's a lot of that, as you mentioned, controlled confusion that they're going to throw the distance of Heretics, and Heretics didn't seem afraid. Right? They were always just right in front of the dimensional drift. Forsaken was trying to maybe coax them into respecting it or being afraid of it and allow his teammates, as you saw with the ping plays and everything, to kind of follow up. But Heretics just would not flinch, which was really amazing. And I feel like that's what also allowed them to at least survive somewhat in the first half. And second half, you guys were just frantically talking about Zeke and Kellogg's, and especially with that operator, which is so fantastic to see.
I mean, it was good to see Forsaken come back to that operator, but let's look at the performance of all of these players in this match and how they fed up against each other. Straight away, what shouts out to you, Kramer?
Oh, Forsaken. Yeah, 26 and 21, the player below him, only 16 kills. Forsaken had such a star performance on a Yoru, which failed yesterday. Fundamentally failed yesterday. That is such a U-turn in performance, it can't go understated.
I will say, though, it wasn't just a star performance, it was more as well as just Forsaken not really wavering from trying to do anything with the Yoru. Because even though he got amazing set of plays, right? Even with the operator, that was something I don't really see too often. One of the things that you saw him going away from the highlights was, I guess, the punish that Heretics has done when he was trying to just flash himself out, everything of that kind of interaction, but still Forsaken kept going and really didn't stop. And I think that was one of the biggest things as well that really elevated Paper Rex into at least finishing that game one and not allowing overtime to happen.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, you look over to the Heretics side. I mean, Pavlos, you were saying quite a lot. You know, Zeke and Kellogg's, both of them. You know, 23-22. They lose as a team, they win as a team.
Look, it was a close game in the end, but I think the biggest difference in performance was that first half. So I want to kind of dive into that first a little bit, right? Because Paper Rex got a 9-3 score. It was, I mean, the only buy round Heretics got was the ones right after the pistols.
Yep.
So, you know, it was very difficult for them to actually gain a grasp on that defense. It had to all be done on the attack later on.
Yeah.
What do you think didn't allow them to kind of get a grasp of what Heretics were doing?
I think it was just more the ability of Paper Rex to challenge Heretics there, because you saw, I think there was that one instance where Kellogg's was just basically running through slowly on B long, and he was just getting jiggle peek fight by Forsaken, always winning those little bits of bouts. I think really hampered the ability of Heretics to get into the site. And I guess if you kind of look at it from the the minimap standpoint, was just how well the reposition of Paper Rex was. I think there was also an example where the Vi was just holding at the back of the site, or rather at B long, and then at one interval he just went at the back of the site, already expecting the push from Heretics, which Heretics weren't really expecting him to be at the back of that. They were probably expecting him to be more, near for them to clear out. But no, Paper Rex just completely controlled that first half.
And as you were mentioning as well in our pre-game, Azurai, when it comes to Paper Rex's ability to get that second kill, that ability to trade so quickly, that's sort of shown in our statistics here. Heretics with quite a clear lead when it comes to those first kills, but Paper Rex able to recover them so well in those post plants, which we've been able to see, alongside the fact 2 clutches certainly helped.
They definitely did. They definitely did. And the first kills, man, it just gets me every time how strong Kellogg's was. But at the end of the day, Paper Rex were really good on those conversions, right? At the end of the day, those clutches were always there. Benkai the first half, everybody got out of their seats, and it wasn't the only play we saw. It really wasn't. All right, that was Bind. Coming into Fraction next, do we have any expectations on how this changes the standings of this grand final?
I feel like, again, coming into that second map, it feels like there's a huge momentum boost right now from Paper Rex. Also, the standing fact that is one of their best maps, excuse me. Sorry, I just wanted to also add that maybe Heretics obviously knows about this, so I wonder what their kind of counter strat will be.
Maybe we see another harbor.
Maybe.
That would be great. I'd love another harbor.
Let's first look at the heat map of this map in particular and see how Bind was traversed. And, it falls very similarly to how we saw it at the first. Their play style was very deep.
The one thing I would take note on is Paper Rex's long and, in general, B-site aggression definitely mitigated. You see much fewer kills over to defender spawn, much fewer kills into sort of that deep position towards Fountain. Instead, the aggression was on the other side of the map. Huge wave of kills in showers particularly, as well as in that short position.
I just also wanted to mention that not only just looking at the sites, but how there's a lot more consistent bouts actually wrapping around the entirety of the map. Even on the attacking spawn, there's already, as you can see, Heretics and Paper Rex just kind of butting heads, and you really do see, again, the mentality that I was mentioning, I think in one of our previous casts, where Heretics is a team, I think that was against God Squad or something, that they would just love to always fight teams, right? They will always like to stretch out what kind of team you are, even if you're on attack on offense or defense, excuse me. They will still try to, again, just keep the pressure rolling, and you see that with the map control that we saw from both, I think that was Avova and Zeke.
Yeah, definitely. And we definitely saw that in this matchup, right? Paper Rex always constantly taking fights, always constantly putting Heretics under pressure and making them uncertain and finding disbalance, like you just said, us, right? Really great points made, guys, on this match in particular. All right, any final remarks when it comes to this map in particular? Before we move onwards to the second one, before we turn it to a break, what do you have to say, Colin?
Heretics afterplants were very good. And so going into Fracture, I've actually got quite high hopes for Heretics. That being said, it is Paper Rex's map pick, so they're definitely going to be going into this second map with a lot of confidence.
I can't believe that clutch plays can make me squeal like that. But you know what? This is the grand finals, and wow.
We were squeaking, we were shouting, and hopefully there's a ton more of that to come as we commence into the next map of the grand final. Fracture up next, and we'll be here to treat you with more Valorant action.
you know yet. I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you. time, and I'm dying to tell you, you blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet, I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you, you blow my mind.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Indian Invitational here in Hyderabad. We do apologize for the delay we had. We had a small tech issue that is now fixed, but it gave us a grand opportunity for all of us to go and have a little break and have some lunch. So everybody's well rested, ready to get back onto the server, ready for some games. And now it's our time to break down what just happened in that previous map.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we saw just how incredibly, I guess, resilient Paper Rex was. There was so much adversity that was thrown in the direction by Heretics. The adaptability that Heretics showcased, and before we went on that break, we just mentioned how, again, Heretics were just not afraid of that dimensional drift for Forsaken. When he threatens the aggression, they just countered with their own aggression.
No, absolutely, and it feels to me like once Paper Rex sort of hit their defense, they hit a bit of a rough spot. They hit this big rut, and that was only sort of pulled out of once Forsaken, even though it was unorthodox, brought out that operator on the Yoru.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit back and forth. I mean, given that Heretics nearly had a chance to bring it back and maybe close it out, but the end score was 13-11. And Paper Rex are on top, which means Heretics are on that hot seat. Now, we're entering a new frontier. We're entering Fracture. Now, Fracture is a place that we've seen action before from Paper Rex, especially in this tournament. What exactly did we see? It kind of took Twitter by storm, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, of course, we saw a very weird composition come out from Paper X, didn't we, Pavlos?
We indeed did, but before we jump into that, I'd love to jump into sort of a comparison between Zach and Jing. If I remember correctly, there is a head-to-head that we can take a look at. Zeke and Jing. Zeke. Sorry, why did I say Zach? Bad handwriting.
Pretty close.
Bad handwriting. But yeah, Zeke and Jing.
Yeah, just looking at this real quick, the reason why I wanted to compare these two particular players from that bind map was both of them were playing on the Rays. As you can see on the damage, they were actually pretty impactful for most of the rounds that they've played, but I gotta say that Zeke has really shown, if you can see here on the utility kills, has really shown that his ability to create space with the Rays, not only from his fragging capability, but also on the utility end of that, is much more, much grander at least at that first game compared to Jing, which could really ultimately help them, in the next maps where big utilities just are able to help you clear out corners much more efficiently.
And of course, utility is always more consistent than aim. Utility is always going to do X amount of damage from X distance from X player. And I think that for Zeke, even though, 5% isn't too much bigger than Jing's 1.8, you really can't understate it. And what it also means as well is that even if Zeke dies, the utility is still around, it still does the damage, and it sets up the rest of your team really nicely.
Well, of course, with the map results, let's have a look at where this leads us in the grand scheme of things. This is a best of 5 after all, so there are 5 in total maps that could be played out. Of course, with Bind being Heretics' pick, it is their loss. Now, they've got another map that they wanted to go into, which is the interesting part, and that is Fracture, which puts caution to the wind, given what we've seen already.
Yeah, again, whenever you hear Paper Rex, Fracture is always just a name that comes up, right? It is one of their, if not the strongest map. But here's another thing that people might not know. Looking quickly into the match history that Heretics has gotten, as Heretics, they only have but they have 0% win rate on this map. And then going past that, going before that, when they were G2 Esports, they have 14% win rate, so their outlook on this Fracture map not looking too high compared to Paper Rex that have an absolutely monstrous 88% win rate with matches that have gone against teams such as Optic or Guild.
So it goes to show that maybe they've got something prepared, right? Because in G2, like the core didn't quite play this map. In Heretics, they didn't have the best results either on it, so maybe they've got something ready.
Absolutely, and they have to. Otherwise, Paper Rex are going to run circles around them. We saw Paper Rex come out with a fairly unique composition, of course, bringing out the Harbor yesterday. That was, of course, on Mindfreak. This is an accompaniment with a double duelist setup with the Phoenix and the Reyna. And what we saw very effectively from that Harbor, Mindfreak wasn't using Harbor for as a standalone agent. He was using the Harbor to set up the rest of his team. A good example is when he's putting down that Cove. Behind it, you would have the Haunt from the Fade. So once that Cove goes down, you're instantly pinged by the Haunts. Or furthermore, when the High Tide comes up, you have the Phoenix and Reyna both flash through it so that they can aggress very easily. If I'm on Heretics, if I'm watching Heretics, I would love to see a potentially Harbor comp come out from them, or better still, I would love to see how they anti-strat this Harbor, which was oh so effective in that match yesterday.
if I could just add something to that, one of the things that I really liked about the composition is Harbor's not really an agent that is self-sufficient.
Exactly.
So being able to build with that Phoenix and the Reyna, how efficiently they were able to, as you mentioned, like, throw out the Cove, use, or rather the Cascade, throw out the Flash through that was really strong between these two. So one of the biggest things was the counter strategy for Heretics would probably revolve around how Kellogg's plays on a Chamber perhaps, because we saw how bullying that Paper Rex iteration is to Chamber players, because you can't see anything through the wall, you're gonna get flash if you try to stay there, you're gonna get force on the TP, and then even after you reposition, there's still so many flashes to deal with.
Look, I mean, it's obvious that Heretics are in a difficult spot. They're already 1-0, and the fact that they have been together for a very limited amount of time to prep up for this tournament is worrying for them if they want to end up on top, right? They do not have as much to lose as Paper Rex in regards to bragging rights, obviously, because it's who goes to show. They've already shown the power that they needed to. They've already kind of closely contested against Paper Rex. They've got the future to do so. I'm just curious, with a limited amount of times, what's the likelihood they have 5 maps properly prepared for a best-of-5 grand final like this?
It's unlikely, but what I would hesitate to ask is, bearing in mind that we've only seen, they've been able to go through their bans, so they've removed one of the maps they don't play. Assuming they know 3 or 4, it means that at some point in this veto, they've got their 2 that they want to play. There's a very high chance they may have even practiced Icebox, or they've practiced a lot of Ascent. So Paper Rex, just because they were able to win Heretics as a map pick, doesn't necessarily mean they're safe.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it just feels like at least they're taking out the maps that they know Paper Rex are the strongest at the first portion of this best of 5. So at least if there is any chance, if they're playing this, not really afraid, but more respectful of how Paper Rex really plays on those particular maps, as you saw the efficacy of Bind and now possibly Fracture here. At least take that away. We have a chance to maybe get games 3, 4, and 5, the reverse sweep, as it were. So that's possibly the game plan for Heretics. We can never know, but we can only just analyze and maybe just anticipate.
And all across the history of Valorant and competitive Valorant and VCT, all across the world, there have been different ways of approaching this game, right? There have been different ways of how a team wants to play Valorant, how they strategize for the next game. There are teams like Fnatic that have a very rigid way of playing that want to be creative with their plays, but the agent composition that they bring out is different. You've got teams like FPX that every single time that they appear on the stage, they've got something different, which is impossible to prep against, right? So will Paper Rex bring something different, do you think, this time around for Fracture?
I don't think they need to. They were so strong with Harbor yesterday, there's not much needs to change. It's on Heretics. What will they bring? And more importantly, will they try a different composition? Furthermore, Paper Rex looks like they'll try something different as well.
Ooh, this is just hover overs, but okay.
It looks like it's going to be the same thing for Paper Rex.
Was Jing the one that played the Phoenix yesterday, or was that Forsaken? Okay, so it's just the same thing. It is going to be. I was maybe anticipating how we could possibly see the throwback to the Neon Breach, but this one has really shown a lot of success value for Paper Rex. And again, a lot of teams, or at least the size that we have, the one team that they played against here, Boom, was definitely not able to anticipate this. And again, there's the question that I want to ask. How does Kellogg's deal with all of this pressure from Paper Rex?
It's like a crossing between the new and the old, isn't it? Heretics, they're going to a bit of an OG agent roster. Over to Paper Rex, they're younger players. They're a little more aggressive than their European counterparts. We know them as WK Gaming. We know them for these flashy clips. So they're trying something new. They're innovating right now. And I think that for Heretics, this is going to be such a strong yardstick to see how this Harbor composition weighs up against what is some of the best in Europe.
So I just wanted to add one thing to this. Boo was was before with OG Unlimited, right? And that was one of the teams that actually got past G2 Esports on Fracture map. So them bringing him to the mix here on a Fracture map, maybe he's got something that could help out Heretics. That's going to be also something that they sorely need, because we know that they are struggling without shadow of a doubt.
That is a very good key point to make, because OG London United, unlike other teams such as G2 Esports over in EMEA last season, they were pretty good on Fracture. So yeah, maybe he's bringing back a new understanding of how to play this map. A fundamental play, right? We're not seeing anything too diverse, too different. It's standard, it's what we can expect. But I think it's time to jump into the game. It's time. Heretics, they are down a map. Can they take this victory off of Paper Rex?
Before we get into this pistol round, Pavlos, I do have one question to ask you, and potentially Azarai, if your mic's still live, is who do you think is going to be winning this? Do you see the comeback from Paper Rex? Do you see them continue this strength, or do you think Heretics are going to be able to strike back on Paper Rex's map pick?
I feel like it's going to be Paper Rex, man. They're just too solid on Fracture.
So, you're thinking of a 2-0 start. How about you, Krema? Are you under the same boat here?
We're in India, Pavlos. I can't go against Harbour.
Sounds
Can't do
right
it.
to
Can't
me.
do it.
Let's get this show on the road. Thank you, Asherai, for the analysis, but it's time to see what these teams have got on this new realm that is Fracture. Defense for Heretics, attack for Paper Rex, but it's Savai to Q with first blood.
Instantly 2 quick kills, and it's a absolute slaughter. The area outside of me, it's transformed into a blighted bog of bodies, and with that, it's all on Mixwell, 1 versus 5.
And he's got heat thrown at his feet already, man. Burnt to a crisp, but he wants to go in for more. Mixwell doubles up, actually, but he's low. And they know where he is. Paper Rex have already done what was necessary, and 1-0 in the bag goes to them.
Very, very solid start. Very aggressive start as well from Paper Rex, constantly taking the fights. And with that, I'm interested to see, going into our second round, how they're going to adapt, how Heretics are going to find a way to stop this aggression of Paper Rex. Yes, Heretics tried to push into them, didn't work. Going into what will be an eco, we have seen a bit of partial to the Force Buy in the past. I wouldn't like to see one so early into the map, but what I would want to see is when the rifles come out, when Paper Rex moves to their bonus, assuming everything goes as planned, I want to see Heretics be a little bit more passive and try and find a way to start shutting down Paper Rex when they're in their push, much rather than when they're in their setup.
And remember, Paper Rex, last time they played this map, 13-1 against Booming Sports. The match that qualified them to playoffs. Now, Heretics have their faith on Kelos here with Headhunter. Only good for one.
Down B.
As Paper Rex cover their way onto the site. Should be a simple endeavor from them here on our Forsaken. On distance Jing as well. Heretics are really going to struggle trying to get anything out of this. Potential damage will be something that they may be looking for. Other than that, the odds are slim.
I found that the benchmark for an
Last
eco
player
is 2 kills.
standing.
That's sort of what you're aiming for here. Only able to get 1, it's not the end of the world, it's our second round, it's a full eco. It's this round, it's the rifles that come out from Heretics against the bonus of Paper Rex, where everything matters. This is how Heretics make sure that PRX don't gain their momentum, they don't establish themselves as they were able to do against Boom.
And look, Paper Rex already have like weaponry that can work for a buy round, right? They've got
Yeah.
a Bulldog and especially that Vandal onto Benkai. That could be very different. Forsaken as well. You know, so 2 Vandals here that could do quite a bit. You can expect Forsaken to be entering, already having the Empress available. So we may be expecting some very hyper-aggressive plays as we see Paper X stacked up on the 2 sides of this map.
Right, only with the Headhunter. Quite like the idea of only going for the Headhunter. It means that you can pick up one of those Vandals if they end up falling, but Kelos is the man to be tested.
It's all an information game so far. Paper X easing up towards Arcade Forsaken. Like we said, first entry. Boom. Denied the opportunity to peek. Step out and throw it to his face. Heretics start things off strong. Can they continue? Yes, this fortress of this B site cannot be taken easily. Especially with Paper X with so many players. Well, Mindfree can't do a thing. A clean-looking round by the European representatives.
Absolutely, very clean from the EU team. Both Avova and Kelos there just bouncing off of one another, both exchanging blows and both just really keeping each other's position there. Boo does a great job at both jamming and perturbing any push coming his way. When she does get picked off, what he's able to fragment the push. It means Forsaken, when he is can sort of pass screens as that Reyna, there's no one to help him. Once he dies, there's no follow-up. Going into our 4th round even, Jing also with the run it back. With both of your duelists available with these ults, I want to see them get used early on. Forsaken, of course, last map he was able to get, I think it was 5 or 6 ultimates from that Yoro out in what was really the space of about 20 rounds.
A round which could determine the outcome.
The hunt begins.
Let's have a look at this one, Forsaken.
Joke's over.
Together with Jing, hand in hand looking to push through. Run it back enabled. He's got another chance at this. Instantly taken back. They kind of got on the information that they needed. And they continue the onslaught. They come out on top with kills. Very strong. Mixwell, the only one for Heretics to find a kill so far this round. Forsaken seeking cover. Spike down, but the pressure is still on. Forsaken, fairly low, has a sidestep. They've got the numbers. They've got the guarantee of Jing to come over from drop if he needs to.
Absolutely. With this Empress running now, they need to try and find a way to force out this duel before the Empress wears off, because Forsaken, he is relatively damaged here.
We're going to be able to duplicate one of the entries. Mix was able to isolate one, but other than that, it's a little bit more difficult. Boo gets one before it falls. Paper X, their first buy round is a success.
It's a textbook Paper Rex round as well. It's a round where they're able to just instantly trade off one another. It's the abilities that work so well for them, the ability to constantly have another player there. I really, really like seeing that playstyle. And more importantly, I want to see Heretics now with, yes, there's a Resurrection available for Mixwell, but what they've struggled to do is get these openings. And if we do see an overextension and that first kill, if they end up falling, they'll be in such a forwarded position that the Resurrection available on Mixwell may not be able to get much mileage. Once again, my eyes on Kellogg's and Zeke.
Yeah, my eyes on this one are potentially on Mind Freak, right? Because he's one ult orb away from Reckoning, which can be such an instrumental aspect of picking up a site. Very high impact ult.
Especially on that A-site where you have nowhere to run. They become very, very hard to just move around in general. And you see a sort of forward position over from Mixwell on Sands. Backs off as he hears the rotation of Paper Rex. All of them looking to either delve through Arcade or back around through Dish. Fortunately for them, Heretics.
Yeah.
They've got aggressive on Dish, actually, with Zeke getting so much control. Back through main now, Paper Rex. A minute to toy with. They do have a bit of time here. I want to see if that Reckoning comes out from Mind Freak, especially now that Zeke is going to be able to guarantee that it's an A-hit.
The thing is, Heretics are kind of thinking that maybe this is an arcade push, but they only just realized that the efforts are condensed towards this ace site. Yes, Mixmill gets one, but the entry should be guaranteed. Cascade allowing the crossover, and the ace site is under Paper X control.
I want to mention as well, that high tide's just the tip of it, not quite getting to Satellite either.
Heretics might not let them breathe though, they're actually very close to the action here. Aftershock forcing Mind Freak into the corner. Now they can push through. Benkai, very sneaky. Over gets one before he falls, but it's still a 3v4. Paper Rex are on the back foot. Benkai doing so darn much, and is keeping the team contesting. Mind Freak doubles up, doing so good on that harbor. What a play by Mind Freak to put Paper X on top.
Absolutely, this is off the back of the Reckoning as well, so any form of movement to try and get onto that site becomes so damn difficult. I want to mention, sort of go back to that high tide. He loops it around, arcs it around, so anyone sort of above Sand can't quite hit it. You see Mixwell here, he's got a tiny gap to work with, and he does so to shut down Forsaken. They've gone a little bit further. That round could have been even more one-sided. Great stuff from Paper Rex, great stuff from Mind Freak. And we say Jing, we say Forsaken so often, it's nice to be able to really show Paper Rex that actually they have many, many layers to their skill as well as their strategy.
It's a little bit hurting here for Heretics. Down a map, and right now unable to win buy rounds. Tactical timeout for them, trying to pick themselves up.
I was about to say I wouldn't mind seeing a tactical timeout come through from Heretics, but they seem to be one step ahead of us. And I quite like the early timeout, to be honest, Pavlos. I think that bearing in mind for what has been a fairly one-sided couple of rounds, they need a way to stop that Paper X momentum. It's the same story with Boom, where Boom, they were going blow for a little bit, at least in the rounds, but Paper X, once they got that ball rolling, once they had that economic advantage, they just looked unstoppable. And it got to the point where rounds were ending in sort of 20, 30 seconds because of how on form the rest of Paper X were able to follow through with the comfort of a kind of 6-7 round lead.
Talking about the lead is starting to build up. Something we didn't quite, well, we actually did see on the first game, right? 9-3 was the score, the first half of Paper X, then Heretics lost some comfort. But they're on the defense, man. They should be doing a lot better.
On the topic of defense, we haven't seen Paper X's defense on Fracture at all because they won that last round so quickly. Paper X may be looking to show the same story here.
They're up against the pistol, therefore not much of a fight in regards to the hot lead thrown right back at them. Basically shooting his targets right now out of the practice range. Damage. Mixwell looking to get a little bit closer.
Player standing.
Clean, very clean. Paper X, good anti-eco here, only dropping one.
Absolutely, and there are many, many worlds where that goes completely on its head. With players going through that smoke, they're able to work with the timing, they're able to finish off those big players. Avova, twice now, he's been able to swing from Sands and guarantee a kill. This time they stop him. The advantage Heretics now have, though, is they've got the Tour de Force, they've got the Resurrection. The fact they have everything, Pavlos, every weapon and ability they could possibly ask for. Over on Paper X, the Operator comes out on Divide, and I really like the early investment of this Operator because you know you're up against this Tour de Force. Jing one away from another run it back. We are seeing, in fact, all of the ults slowly come online for Paper X now, but from the get-go, they don't have anything to work with. Into the default, looking for dish control, and of course with the changes for Dish. It suddenly means pushing through Dish as your full team becomes much, much more viable. And of course, with Divine now taking the lurker role, he's going to see if he can catch out any aggression from keloqz, something we've noticed has been impartial to in the past.
Mixwell seeking info. Yet to find it. Oh.
Joke's
Around here from Heretics. Sage moving in, up to the upper ground, rolling thunder to delay. Heretics mustn't lose this, they've got so much. So many ultimates, this should be their round, Jing. Hot hands, find nothing. keloqz
That's
winning the fight against Divine. And might get a second. Oh, misses a shot. Actually hits it, but it's on the legs. Goes into wall. Oh!
Face your
May have
fear.
taken a bite way more than he could shoot. The site for Paper Rex here seems to be the B site. Forsaken doubles up very aggro. Boo puts him right back up to his place.
30 seconds
Well,
left.
they need to be careful. Jing is so close. Careful thrown. They know he's close by. Zeke delivers. Starting to move up quickly onto the site. He's concussed. Perfectly done. Can they get onto the spike though? Benkai, 23 points of health. Can't get the head. Boo puts him right back down to the ground. And it's Heretics on the second
It's
round.
that exchange of ults that are just so strong, Pavlos. I love how we were able to see that that Rolling Thunder hits every single player. Then furthermore, that fault line also placed to perfection. Right now, we're seeing Boo have a big recovery. He really struggled in that first map, moving into the second. Now he's back on that breach instead of the sky, and we're really seeing some momentum now.
And I believe we only saw 2 ultimates come out of... Oh, never mind. We saw 4 ultimates come out
That's
of
a
that one.
lot of abilities committed,
That
though,
is a lot.
which is the silver lining for Paper Rex. They did push into the... They did use the run it back and the Nightfall. However, with Devi about to get a tour de force behind his operator, they've already got that reckoning once again available for Mindfreak here. So this Harbor is really getting his mileage.
Paper Rex switching up their approach once again. This time, all players. This B-site. Bazink, he's a sneaky one. He's a little ninja.
The perfect agents take down as well. The high tide's already been used, so getting onto the site is going to be difficult. Furthermore, you've no longer got the Reckoning, you've no longer got that Cove as well to defend your planter. And for Heretics, I don't think they're going to be complaining about this at all, especially knowing that Devi is so low on HP.
Paper Rex instantly double back from that B site, realize there's no reason the opponent to continue moving, and quickly traverse onto this A site. Heretics though, quick to respond. They've got players on each of the openings. They have to get smoked up, but Mindfreak obviously no longer being alive. Their abilities to do that are limited to the Phoenix Wall. Forsaken trying to spray across. They get the cross, they get the spike plant, and Heretics don't get a kill out of it.
This could be doable for Paper Rex, but they need this first kill quickly, Pavlos.
This is all starting to make sense. So Paper Rex having a team plan in place, and it works like a charm. Heretics move in. They need a kill. They need it quick. Forsaken, waiting, clear out. keloqz, Zeke, both connecting, but it's 2 for Paper Rex. Forsaken, shut down. Benkai again on the hot seat, but he gets burnt alive. Heretics get a third.
Quick shutdown and a very strong performance from Zeke there, who was able to not only get that opening pick, get back to that site, shut down the Reyna, who for a moment there was in the sort of clutch position. If we did see that Reyna catch out the first, it would have just been a landslide from then on out. In being able to get that trade, it's very damn strong. And Razors on Fracture have been very hit and miss, Pavlos, but Zeke seems to really be hitting his mark and finding his rhythm here.
And it's up to him to continue that rhythm.
He's mentioned as well, Forsaken, once again, with such a strong map. There's such a strong opening to this map, Pavlos. First he was doing it over on the Yoru, now 14-4 in hardly any rounds on this Reyna. Only a Bulldog to work with though. The Tour de Force comes out to try and challenge the operator of keloqz. Unfortunately, that challenge will have to come in the afterplant or the retake because Paper Rex are getting ready to hit this B site.
This is actually a very similar approach to the last one, but this time they're really paying attention to the tunnel position. They don't want to get caught off again.
Where are you?
So they move. Inwards they go. In the face, Mixwell delivers. All wrapped around, somehow still alive. Finally taken back, but buys enough time for Avova to get the kill instead. Now, Paper Rex continues. This time, Mindfreak is alive. Cascade to the base, Avova shoots through the wall and still gets the kill. Avova, yet again, triples up. Avova with a quadra.
Vova, where did that come from? Pavlos just lines them up one at a time, and that is the big drawback of that cascade. Even though it can be a bit daunting to potentially fight through, you can still send your bullets straight through it as well. And Vova, not only did he win that round via aim, he also won that round in separating Paper Rex. He drops that molly so quickly after the initial high tide went down, it meant that for Paper Rex, getting onto that site had to be done in 2 parts. First the duelists, then the rest of the team.
And this is going to put Paper Rex in trouble now, because for the past 3 buy rounds, Heretics have been coming out on top.
I love the placement of this timeout as well. It's when you still have money, you still have an ult economy, but over to Heretics, they still haven't established their full momentum yet. It's that sort of, it's that part of the map where everything's hanging in equilibrium, and so timeout, well placed.
That's the wrong score, though.
That is the wrong score. How before? Maybe later. Hopefully this map will be just as close.
Yeah, we'd love that. We'd love that. We'd love more maps to be played as well, you know?
Absolutely.
3-0 would be a bit anticlimactic, but you know, Paper Rex maybe are just that good.
I've been praying very hard for a 5-map series, Pavlos.
Man, you've made the prediction earlier on that Heretics would win. I know that was off of the basis, you know, we're coming in from EMEA, so obviously there's some bias to that. Was there any reason extra to that you would have picked them?
Absolutely.
And does that still exist?
Yes, so it was off the back of Heretics' utility responses are so good. For Paper Rex, that's proven to be their downfall. That's why Secret were able to do so well against them. And for Heretics, what I think is working for them now is separating the attacks from Paper Rex.
Heretics are actually going to play very aggressive here. Hello. Gets one and gets out. Rendezvous. Zeke wants more. Zeke really wants more, and he achieves it. Keep in mind, Paper X didn't really invest too much into this. Giving away 2 ultimates, well, 1 ultimate, isn't too bad, but they want more kills. They want to put pressure on the Europeans.
Absolutely, and I think they also want to keep their economy as healthy as possible because they know that they're going to be going round for round with this team.
Maybe buy up. Ultimate points. Oh, Kellogg's overstepping. That's the operator, by the way. That could very much be picked up. And it could very much do a lot of damage. Forsaken drops.
Spike down.
Operator in the hands of Benkai, though. As he stays in place, Heretics patiently awaits for the movement that Paper Rex may take. Oh! Zeke opts to push forwards. If Benkai gets another kill, this is overly expensive for Heretics.
Absolutely. Bear in mind, their investment was pistols, and that was about it. Yes, there are ults available for Heretics, but I know they really don't want to be using these. I wouldn't mind seeing the economic resurrection of potentially Zeke or Kellogg's, just to make sure you have your weapons, you have your players sort of surviving a little bit longer going into these next rounds. But I don't want to see a commitment of anything else. And for Benkai, saving the operator here, good shout. Drop it straight to Devi. He's proven to be very damn good with it, especially on this map. And the duel between Devi and Kellogg's has proven to be quite a thrilling one.
Yeah, for Paper Rex, actually, this has been an upgrade, right? They come into this round with Sheriffs and a Vandal. They come out of it with an Operator.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really strong round from Heretics. And yes, they do lose a few players, but against an Eco, losing 2, it's not the end of the world.
But you lose the Operator, though. That's an expensive gun.
That is true, but you keep an eye on sort of Kellogg's position here. He's going to be able to reinvest that operator. Furthermore, we've seen he doesn't mind glass cannon operators, and he's about to get another force. So as much as it would sting on paper, it can be mitigated a little bit here. Out comes that aforementioned reinvestment of the operator from Kellogg's here. 5-5 now. We're approaching the latter stages of this first half, the penultimate round. And we still have no clue who's going to be in the lead.
Now, Forsaken did weave in and out here to get information, but he didn't realize that Zeke was holding a deeper angle, and that definitely cost his life. Now, Heretics, it's very important they create a lead on the defense, because when Paper Rex get it, their retakes are deadly. And Heretics know it. Already, it's a way better result than we saw up against Boom. But they need to hold down the line. So far, the outcome's been fruitful. Forsaken is out. No more duelists apart from Jink for Paper X. And a split effort as well. Take notice, two people sort of looking to see if there's going to be an overextension from Heretics to see if they can punish, while the rest of them over to A main.
Runner back comes through. Flashes from Jink to try and garner a bit of space here, but Zeke wants to be part of it. Beautifully placed to blast back there.
Yeah, the satchel just isn't allowing his opponent to shoot him back. least not accurately. 30 seconds. Paper Rex are in trouble.
30
Heretics need the
seconds
right
left.
rotation here because this is going to be an explosive one.
It absolutely is now. Divide operator in hand that saved operator. He's got to get some mileage from it though, Pavlos.
Orbital Strike is definitely going to deliver. High tide as well, Cascade enabling to get into the site, but still Mind Freak falls, which that means no more smokes for them. Kellogg's looking to fall back. He's got 30 points of health. Draws out again. Misses the mark. 12 seconds.
10
And
seconds
Boo
left.
not wants to deny. Aftershock onto the box. Will it stop it? Repositioning. They might get the spike down, but Heretics now have friends. Boo ends up falling. Zeke trades it right back up. This is so close, but now Heretics need to move in, and Paper Rex have got defensive. Avova's behind them! And he's the only one surviving. And he's low. But Devi, no matter the HP, he's got one bullet to do it. Misses his shots! And Avova comes out on top, leaving Heretics on top.
A mere 10, 20 HP left on him. But Pavlos, that does not matter. Great round from Avova there. And Avova, we'll say it again now, has really, really stepped up. Beautiful recovery going into map 2. And even though he is on that Brimstone, he is getting the impact as if he was on a duel list. I also want to mention as well from Mixwell, even though with that Sage going through that wall, he is almost suiciding to Divide, the fact he was able to take someone with him buys even more time and means that for the members of Paper Rex, they have to plant in an uncomfortable position with no time left at all.
We're seeing excellent responses here from Heretics.
Absolutely, and it was Paper Rex able to go 5-1 up. Heretics have just something clicked. They figured it out. Now Paper Rex need to adapt.
As I said, it's important they create the lead, so getting this round is absolutely vital for Heretics. Kellogg's forced out of this position.
Face your fear!
Hot hands placed. Oh, he peeks through it. He takes damage. Jing gets the final blow through the flames. This is bad for Heretics. Very bad. Losing your Kellogg's like that without a trade. And Paper Rex approaching from both directions. Walled out of the site. Avova gonna go for something sneaky. Zeke trading his. Mind Freak doubles up. Jing as well. Paper Rex will equalize at half time. What a result.
Blow for blow in the midst of the reckoning, we're able to see both Heretics and Paper Rex land their Jubilee games, their Jubilee rounds. And for Paper Rex, I love it's a recovery, right? It's a complete recovery. They were losing 5 rounds on the bounce. For a lot of teams, that's what breaks your confidence. But the fact that Paper Rex are able to win the final round of that first half means that they're able to savor that momentum a little bit, and especially for Forsaken, who started the map well, fell off quite a bit towards the latter stages of that first half, now gets to go into the second in some big attempts potentially to find that momentum once again. On the topic of Forsaken, let's have a quick look at the head-to-head, Pavlos. We've got Zeke and Forsaken.
Two very influential players, of course, for this team. Forsaken on that 15th kill. Zeke also doing quite a bit, but not quite matching the delivery of a Forsaken.
For Forsaken, it feels like he's taking that entry role to push in, get kills, make space. Zeke, on the other hand, he's using a lot of his abilities to zone Paper Rex, to force Paper Rex into taking entry pathways, which are favorable for Heretics, which makes sense as to why he has a few less kills and a few less assists, but nonetheless, the ACS is still very high for Zeke.
I'd love to get back at what has to do with this composition that Paper Rex is the second time they're bringing it out, but I think there's a lot to be discussed still. The strengths of this team. It's been incredible, right? Because even though you lose your harbor, they still have the Phoenix. You have a wall to cross over sites. It's looking impressive, Asura. It's looking really impressive. So, Asura, what do you think of this whole game as a whole so far?
Honestly, hello, testing. Okay, I think I'm being heard. But there is a lot of support, as you can just hear, for Paper Rex. But at least my thoughts on this particular game, I really, really like the ability of, again, firstly, Paper Rex to encapsulate and isolate these kind of angles. They're creating what I like to call these pocket zones, where they're just able to, again, force individual fights against Heretics. But there was this one point where I think Heretics just said, you know what, we're just going to give you that one. We're just going to go into playing retakes more often, and I think that's where we see, this matchup between Zeke and Forsaken come up. This is where Zeke started to push in, because now he's kind of leading the team into these retakes, and because of that, it seems like it's refreshed the vigor of the other players who were kind of struggling a lot more. You saw Mixwell just doing a lot more better. You just see Avoba playing a lot more better. So yeah, that's about it.
I've got another question for you, Asurai. We're looking at a 6-6 scoreline. On the defense of Fracture, Team Heretics have gotten only 6 rounds. Do you think that's going to be enough to shut down Heretics here? To shut down Paper Rex?
Now I'm not sure, because again, Heretics are honestly just making it so that it feels like they can make Paper Rex, who are technically gods in Fracture, bleed. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just think the retakes are just so strong with the composition that they have.
No, absolutely, and I wonder how effective the retake's going to be for Paper Rex, actually. They've got the retake ult in the form of the Nightfall. But bear in mind, because Paper Rex won their first map, so their first Fracture so quickly against Boom, we don't know how effective this Harbor is going to be in retake scenarios, particularly against some of the best teams from both their region, and potentially give them a bit more time, arguably the world.
And this leaves us at a very difficult state here for Heretics.
Absolutely.
Them adjusting. What would we like to see from them, right? Now that they can set the pace, now that they're on the attack, they can bring their own game. What do we want to see from them in order to succeed?
I think it's just doing what they've already done. Because here's the thing that I've also been putting out yesterday when Harbor was utilized by Paper Rex when they were playing on Icebox, is that it feels like it's really strong, but there are some key weaknesses to it. As again, you can still shoot through the smoke, so that's going to be something. You can also punish opponents to the cove, because it not only isolates Harbor if he's inside up, it also isolates everybody else from his own team. So there is those punish plays that is going to be possible here for Heretics that it was not possible for them when they were on the defending end or defending side first.
Well, I think it's time to get everybody excited, right? I think it's time to get everybody excited about what is to come. It's the grand final, after all, of the Valorant Indian Invitational. It's a rarity to have such strong teams in India, and it's the first time we've had an event of such caliber.
It's also going to be one of the first, and maybe even one of the only times we're able to see Harbor played in India.
Ladies and gents, show me your excitement for this matchup. Show me how hyped up you are. Make some noise! Excellent, excellent.
I love this crowd.
You know what, man? It's due to the fact that also Paper Rex is such a well-tiered team. Team Heretics, a lot of experience internationally as well in regards to the individuals of the roster. It's an exciting day of Valorant here in Hyderabad.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, you do have all of these star players butting heads against each other, so there definitely is that element of excitement. And honestly, again, as a big fan of Paper Rex, and even as a big fan of EMEA, they're just going to go at it.
Thank you, Asteroid, for that. Knife round? Knife round? Knife round!
What? Bring it back!
Bring it back!
I believe that was alluding to Attack Force.
Yeah, no, probably.
We may be
round testing.
Round testing. No, that was a real round right there. This is what determines the grand finalists, a knife round.
I like it.
It's like our rock, paper, scissors game the other day,
Absolutely.
It's as just as that.
Yeah, you're right. So tell you what, though, that'd be great if we started having knife rounds in Valorant. That'd make me very happy.
Love to see everybody excited over in the arena.
Have you ever had a knife kill in Valorant?
Have I ever had a knife kill? Of course I had.
I've had one accidentally.
Only one?
Yeah, well, I don't usually go for them. I accidentally get them.
Fair enough. All right.
Quick rollback.
Quick rollback, going right back into the action.
Believe it or not, the knife round wasn't live.
No.
So.
It would have been nice if it was, to be honest.
It would have been.
At least there's that element of having fun in its competition, but I definitely agree. It makes sense. Every single round is important, even this one, so.
Absolutely.
I mean, pistol rounds are often, sort of 50-50. Not as 50-50 as they used to be, obviously. You see a lot of teams that actually can be quite strong in them and consistent in them. But, a knife round can be as 50-50, I guess.
On the topic of strength and consistency, look at Heretics.
Yeah. Very much so.
We've got very good strength when it comes to both eco rounds and pistol rounds.
And they're good at keeping close to their opposing side, even if they're trailing behind. Even if they don't feel in control of the game, even if the plays that they bring aren't always the smart choices and it's clutches or pistol round wins, they always find ways to get right back into the action. But I think it's time to get back into the game. Unfortunately, not a knife round this time. Let's get into the proper pistol round of the second half of the second game of the grand finals of the Valorant Indian Invitational.
That's a lot of obs. I'll tell you what, though, we'll have to see if Paper X going to be able to stop what is meant to be the best RVU. So, it's going into this defense. Looks like it's going to be very aggressive, though, looking to push out Kellogg's here.
Kellogg's.
Oh, that's quick. That's very quick.
He wanted to surprise them by swinging there and not allow them to cross through, but that didn't work out. Paper Rex on the defense here, Benkai hiding out. Oh, Zeke free fires it. The big brain on this man.
Oh, the BM as well!
Don't you love it? And Heretics have got the numbers. They've got the spike clowns and they've got site control.
Absolutely, and we're going to see a, well, Paper Rex thrust into a retake here. Very, very limited utility. Nothing left on the Phoenix means that it has to be aim and only aim.
There.
Forsaken, looking to enter, aftershock, making sure it delays at least one of the entries of over. Finding a better angle, as now he sets on the pinch. Boo as well chiming in. It's a difficult entry for Divide. Heretics with a very much needed pistol round.
Absolutely, and that is their ticket to potentially take this lead. Remember, they lost their map pick to Paper Rex, who were able to take map 1 13-11 over on Paper Rex's map pick with the unorthodox composition potentially soon to be their norm. We're now finally going to see how it fares on the defense, and if the pistol round was anything to go by, it could very well mean that Heretics still have life in them yet.
And that's what you want to see, right? A close competition here in the grand final.
Absolutely.
Definitely a lot of fans.
You can hear the crowd support. You truly can.
When in Asia.
Exactly. Exactly. Felico comes out from Paper Rex here. Pistols around the board for Heretics. Only a Bulldog and Guardian, at least in premium rifles to work with, but that may be all they need. Or look how passive they're being from the start of this round. They know Paper Rex are going to try something, so they're just going to try and anticipate it, backing off, and being in positions where they're able to trade one another so quickly.
They're only occupying the bottom end of this map, right? And the trademark over to the upper side sort of is there to make sure Paper Rex aren't using that space to traverse. Curveball coming through, attempting to kill off Zeke, but he's able to blast pack himself out of harm's way, and they move over to the B side.
The lack of blast packs means that trying to entry into this B side may be much more difficult, especially with that high tide to go through.
Divide, waiting though, find it, paint shot, thrown at him. This is difficult, but he still gets it.
Oh!
Doubles up with the paint. Now that is some expensive paint, wouldn't it be? Forsaken and Jink. Two left, but obviously with pistols, there's not much you can ask from them. They're very quick to approach and quickly dealt with. That is 2 rounds in a row for Heretics.
Pavlos, that paint packs a punch. And well, I tell you what, if we see Heretics able to continue their success with Zeke on that raise, bear in mind his defensive side was a bit hit and miss. It's the attack where we see him come alive. It's where Kellogg's can slowly take a step back and allow Zeke to come into the limelight. Will we see Forsaken match it with the Rainer on defense? And as we've said, you know, Raiders on defenses are very, very hit and miss. Worked before, it needs to work now.
It really does. And we're entering the 3rd round where we'll be seeing weapons coming out from Paper Rex and maybe an opportunity for them to start nailing rounds in their favor. Obviously being a map above can't be that pressuring, but escape coming their way will be damaging. Mindfreak, first of all, Zeke. Started things off strong, and that's exactly what Heretics want, to gain a lead and maybe get a map in their favor. Benkai onto the upper side here. Sky Smoke. Revealing him. Well, concealing him. Wall not used from Mixwell. He doesn't want to use it early, but at least they get on site and can get the spike down.
They've also got a showstopper available to Zeke now. This is really how they're going to try and zone off Paper Rex and scare them into pushing.
But look where Zeke is playing. He's going to be playing very slowly and maybe playing for the off plant of Vova. Ending up falling early, Kellogg's needs to stay alive. He really does, because that really determines whether Zeke is strong with his ult, and he does. He's accurate. And goodness me, what an upset with this B. If Heretics win the bonus round of Paper Rex. In they go. Mixwell holding down the line. Showstopper. It's enabled very early. Benkai dies. And this is clean. Heretics close up this round. 9 on the board and 3 players alive by the end of it.
Suddenly, Heretics, they've found their footing, Pavlos. More importantly, they've caught Paper Rex flat-footed. This is where Paper Rex need to pivot. Early timeouts in the second half, what I would love to see now, because as we've seen, both of these teams are so momentum-based. Paper Rex demonstrating in their game against Boom, Heretics demonstrating in every map they've played this tournament. You need to gain your momentum, and timeouts are your main guarantee of stopping it.
This grand final is really shaping up to be quite a spectacle. And the Heretics coming back on the attack and doing something unspeakable. It's exactly what we want to see. But look at Heretics, how fast they're going to be approaching here. They might be coming in direct contention of Mindfreak. Mind you, he's only got a Sheriff. But that doesn't seem to bother Divide so much. Pulls out the Headhunter and does quite a bit. They follow up with more damage. B-side is clear for the taking.
We saw in our pre-game the utility damage that Zeke is able to get on his duelist. That's being embodied in this match, but Where utility fails, bullets do just as well. Avova good for 2. It's all on Benkai. 1 versus 4. Sheriff in hand. And hey, that's a hell of a way to start your clutch, Pavlos.
It is. And it's Benkai, right? Never count him out.
Where are you?
And now he's got a gun. Low HP. They know where he is. This is a tough one. This is a rough puzzle that he needs to put together. Front line, sunning him up. And boom, will put the coup de grace into his head. 10 rounds for Heretics.
10 rounds, and I want to mention as well, Heretics, they're not getting shaken, they're not getting scared. What we're seeing, and furthermore, they're not getting overconfident. They found that Goldilocks zone where they're still using utility to set up their kills. They're still playing off of one another. Avova, yes, it was a beautiful 2-game spray down. He still had players, though, who are ready to swing to support him if he did end up falling. And actually, on the topic of players doing well, yes, we mentioned Forsaken in the first half, but in the second half, right now, it's looking sleek from Zeke.
That's a good spot.
Yes, it is. Good job on making that right.
Thanks, man. I was up all night thinking of that.
He'll make a poem or a rap right after this. Here to put some lines together himself. He's got something to say. Well, it's a very short sentence, as it ends with him falling back. But again, Heretics, they've gone for this approach before, holding down this line, this bottom end of this map, waiting for Paper Rex to run into them. That's exactly what Jing is doing here, but he sort of realizes the situation, not taking that risk. And now the pivot towards this B site holds true for Heretics.
This close angle from Divide, this is going to be the make or break for Paper Rex. So actually, Heretics giving a bit of respect, backing off now, making this big rotation. There are ults available for them. This orbital strike almost guarantees success in these afterplant scenarios.
And Heretics have lingered so much, Paper Rex have no clue where the approach may come from. They've got no deep positioning. But Jing and Divide now trying to push forward. Jing! Oh! Gets one for his trouble, still alive. They expect him to be so close. Pre-fire from Mixwell. It's strong. Mindfreak onto the site, looking at keeping himself and his team alive. Only good for one before he drops, but the site looks to be taken over by Heretics.
They've bought so much time now. Resurrection comes in, but the remaining 2 players, they're on this site, and there's no time to head back to this B site.
Heretics with double the amount of players that Paper Rex do right now. But yes, down to the side. Benkai moving up forwards, only damage to be inflicted. Mixwell so quick on the trigger, quick to find ahead. Divide can't nestle in that shot. 11 for Heretics. They've got quite the distance between themselves and their opponents.
Absolutely, Pavlos, an oblique picture to paint for you as well. Look at the economy on Paper Rex. It is not on a pretty spot. Heretics in a position now, having reset their APAC counterparts, now looking to hit this map point and bring themselves to equal footing in this series. It feels like for Paper Rex, the effectiveness of this Harbor is only on attack. We've not seen his abilities get used to the same degree on this defense.
Heretics are being patient, they're being resilient, and they're getting the trades. Yes, they might not be getting the first shots in the fight, but as long as they have the follow-up and get the space that they were looking for initially, that's all they need. Now, there is a tactical timeout coming on for Paper Rex, and knowing the previous game, there are capabilities of coming back. That distance isn't too far, isn't out of reach, but it soon can get to that.
I actually feel like this timeout is a little bit too little too late. I think I would have much rather seen it kind of 2-3 rounds ago, back when it was sort of 9-6 in scoreline. Heretics hadn't found their proper footing yet, their economy hadn't been established. There was still time to bring yourselves back. Now, comebacks like this, I mean, hey, Heretics almost did a comeback similar to this on our last map, but for Paper Rex, they need the turnabout and they need it now. Heretics, once again, looking to fan out into what has been a very passive default from them. They seem to really like these last kind of 30, 40-second executions.
Look, Paper Rex are only trying to find a counter to what Heretics have been doing so far, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, Heretics have had the time to maybe switch up their own play.
Absolutely.
So this could be a big mind game, right?
Yeah, and we are seeing this huge aggression from Paper Rex going straight through A main. But the issue is, yes, that cascade buys so much space, but Heretics, they're on the other side of the map. They're ready to push straight into this chamber.
They've cleared space. That's what they needed to do. They find info, and that puts Heretics on the hot seat. They need to be the ones to act. By flash, against one, nearly two. Boom. And making sure that doesn't happen for any longer. Paper Rex have got weapons that can do damage. Don't cap them out for Kellogg's. Holding down the line. He's alone. He's in trouble. He's in big trouble. Ends up falling as he's completely blinded by the flash of the Phoenix. And Boo needs to hold down the line for his team to get the spike right back down. 3 per side. but Heretics with the better weapons.
Absolutely, but Jing, operator in hand, what good can you do with an operator in a retake, almost at point blank here? We'll exchange it with Benkai, but this rolling thunder on Boo, Pavlos, that rolling thunder, we've seen Benkai got so much mileage from it in the last map.
Keep your eyes on Forsaken, wrapping around, but Zeke says you can look at him no more. The Rolling Thunder wasn't even necessary by Heretics. They can use that now that they're on match point.
Yeah, and for Benkai, it's this sallow, lame latibulation as he hides, he cowers, he holds on to this operator, and he attempts to at least give something to the rest of his team going into this next round, going up against map point for Team Heretics. 12-6 the scoreline, but the hunt is coming. I think they kill him. I think they killed him. We'll see in just a moment.
How much will it matter though, right?
No operator. I mean, it removes that early pick potential, which they were really trying to go for. And so, Gary, the content man, one of the members of God Squad. Help you a lot behind the scenes. That man has some lungs on him, by the way. He can outshout both of us combined.
Sure we can.
As once those chants starts, we're screwed.
Is he any good at rapping?
Well, I think we'll probably find out. Depends how well whichever team he's here for plays. But for Paper Rex, this is where things get interesting. Operator goes to Devi. Tour de Force comes out and counteraction on Kellogg's here. Yes, there are ultimates ready. The Nightfall on Benkai particularly. But up against that Rolling Thunder, what good can it do? Aggression from Heretics, speed from Heretics, and a push to the safe site.
They've already gotten it. Scott's free. They haven't used an ultimate for it either. Kellogg's now posting up. The interesting part is that Paper Rex are moving in quickly over from drop. They've already used the Nightfall, and they're not going to regress any longer. Into the site. It's a shorty from Zeke to get the kill. Quickly trailing, and Kellogg's is there on the back end to do the rest. Rolling Thunder comes out, the wall comes through as well. Make sure you delete them, either more Heretics. Oh, I've got most of the players. This is tough by Paper Rex, but they need to get it. If they want to make sure they're in and ahead, but Heretics, they will make sure they get the second map of this series. They will remain in contention. They will remain in equilibrium where their opponents in this grand final.
Pavlos, we may have a 5-map grand final, and I am loving every second. What a map from Heretics, and what a test for the Harbor composition from Paper Rex. It worked so well against Boom. I'm sure that the members of Heretics definitely looked back at it. They looked to see what beats it, what counters it, and we've just found out. A hell of a map from Zeke as well, consistently just being there to trade, to follow up any form of momentum that Paper Rex are trying to garner. And we were looking at Forsaken, who had such a strong opening in that first half, fell off a little bit, but Zeke, he just kept getting better and better and better.
And look, man, that was clean.
That's very clean.
Paper Rex didn't win a single round on their defense.
Yep.
Not a single one.
Yep.
And that really has to beg the question, you know, what is their mental like?
It feels like it's been battered a little bit there.
Yeah.
One of the things I just did not expect was how, I don't know what the word to kind of call it, exploitable the Harbor was against Paper Rex come that second half. You really do see that they kind of miss having maybe something a little bit more solid on being able as a controller, because again, the utilities of Harbor just not able to blot out the vision here of Heretics. And there was this thing where you saw Paper Rex were still being so proactive on the defense, which is not really a bad thing, but because they don't really have anything else that they could try to do to play things slow, it seems like Heretics got a good grasp of that offense on defense that Paper Rex were doing. And as you mentioned, it just did not work, and it just spiraled out of control for Heretics.
Yeah, absolutely, and we were questioning sort of how good will that Harbor be on the defense. Unfortunately, not great is the answer. That being said, it felt like a lot of that success from Heretics was off their own doing, much rather than the mistakes of Paper Rex. We saw their entries were so consistent. We saw that their ability to trade one another so consistent, and their decision-making was at the best it's been all tournament, whether that be buying time, whether that be ult commitment, whether that be taking fights that, yes, would mean almost suicide for whoever it is fighting, but in the information you garner and the rotation it's going to force out of Paper Rex, made it well worthwhile.
Well, let's have a look. Which players had the most impact in this game so far, in this match in particular on Fracture, a map that we thought Paper Rex would completely obliterate on due to the 13-1 they had against Boom. But here we had some other starts.
It was such a not it was such an unreal, surreal moment for me to see Paper Rex struggle
Yeah.
on Fracture. And you were talking about stars. Zeke definitely was the absolute MVP of this game, not just from either team, but the map itself. He was just so confident with everything. Like, again, he was blinded. They were throwing basically everything at him, but he was just able to catch all of it and turn it all the way around to Paper Rex. One of the plays, one of the near-end game plays for Zeke there was the shorty threw a flash and still gets a kill on Forsaken. That is just unreal.
I want to follow that up actually through the flash that's provided by Boo. Both Boo and Avova had great recoveries going into this game. A little bit shaky map one, both of them seriously stepped it up going into this map, and particularly Avova, who on that Brimstone was able to garner so much control, even just out-aiming the duelists at some points.
I want to give it a lot of props to Boo as well, right? Being in the IGL up against a Paper X, that is
hard. That's
making
very
mid-range
hard.
calls and those quick adaptations is so difficult to actually do, and making them correctly throughout the entirety of the attack, now that is on a different level.
Yeah, to be honest, I think he understood as well that, again, once we get that one pick onto Paper Rex, they actually don't really fall back on that second half. As you can saw with Jing, he was just holding aiming by himself, even though there wasn't really any big information for Paper Rex. I think you mentioned it, that there was no info gathered for Paper Rex, so they had to really push themselves. I think maybe they were afraid of post plants. That's why they weren't really going into that style of play, more on to just trying to stem the pushes of Heretics, but it never really happened. Again, Zeke was always there, and the operator on attack, man, from Kellogg's was just absolute brilliance.
So I want to roll it back and turn it right back to you. I mean, given what you've just said, did it feel like maybe Paper X had the wrong idea into this? Did it get into their heads and maybe didn't play as much to the post plants that they should have done and kind of gone for too many aggressive picks?
I think maybe they also were afraid of the utility that they had. I think they had to respect one player that we kind of didn't mention on, all who was doing so well for Heretics was Mixwell, the Sage Walls, dude. Those were really hampering things for Paper X to go over. And because they have to break all of that and push through it, you saw Heretics was just so ready for the swing at each and every single time. And again, that's what I mentioned when I fall back to Paper X when they were using this comp on Icebox. It feels like they wanted something a little bit more solid with that Sage that you saw Heretics really utilize well.
It feels like such a swift counter to the Cascade as well.
Sounds like we lost you there, Kramer.
I think I have lost me.
All right, well, either way, let's break down the what we can see on our screens right now.
It's my turn now.
Yeah, it's my turn now to be the analyst, you can't only host. But yeah, there's been a lot of, good moments here for Heretics, and one of them, as you mentioned, were those first kills, right? They were able to get those picks, especially on the attacking side, and Paper X wanting to sustain that, they were able to keep that going.
Yeah.
And, the good thing about Heretics is that they were able as well on the defense, when Paper X was stronger, when they were when they had the freedom of, doing their own thing and, wrapping around and being as fluid as they are, Heretics still kept close to them, kept close to that score and had a 6-6 score.
Yeah, I think it was because of the fact that, again, just going back to the two specific players, Zeke and Kellogg's were just unflinching, I think, of the pressure. Yes, they would get taken down every single once in a while, but you really did see how that didn't faze them. And once they were able to just traverse the roughness that was the first half, that second half, it was so much more different. Here's one thing as well, the mini interactions that you saw with both, let's say Kellogg's or Jing, or Kellogg's or Forsaken, they would always try to maybe pop shot some angles. Kellogg's was just perfectly baiting them into positions where his operator was almost always at advantage. And if you saw it in that particular perspective, he was such a master at just, again, lulling them into a false sense of security and just beating down both Forsaken and Jing.
So the mic of Chroma doesn't work, but I believe in the last few minutes he's learned sign language? See, you all
Sign
understand what
language.
he meant. You all understand what he's meant, and that's the important part. Yes, the game is epic. Yes. We'll see you right after the break, everybody. Have a good one, get some food, get some drinks, get replenished. We'll be back for more Valorant action. Hyderabad, India for the grand finals of the Valorant Indian Invitational with Paper Rex and Heretics. Only 1-1 so far in this best of 5 score. Now that has been a banger so far, but we've got ourselves another guest on the Desk Universe to help us break down the action. And of course, I'd love instantly to hear your thoughts of what has happened so far.
Well, it's been a pretty interesting game, right? I really thought Fracture was not going to go the way that it did. The composition was really strong from the side of Paper X, but what they underestimated is the fact that, you know, we're going to have Heretics come into the game, not expect how to play against that Harbor, which Boom did not realize because it was the game that they absolutely came into blindsided, right? But Heretics had a chance to study that game. They saw it yesterday. They were able to maybe understand a little bit. Of course, they've got one of the best coaches as well, really experienced Nilzinho, and I'm pretty sure he's helped them create a lot of the pressure that they did, right? They had the double Sentinel with the Chamber and the Sage, which actually helped them a lot because they were able to stop Forsaken, and Jing on their tracks so many times with the utility, which is a really great thing to see.
But let's have a look at the map results first in regards of what we have as in hand right now. Of course, Paper Rex did win off the first pick, which was on Bind, which we thought Heretics might have had a chance on. It was very, very close. Fracture completely exceeded expectations with a 13-6 victory, handing no defensive rounds to the Paper Rex boys.
Absolutely, and now as we go on to Breeze, yes, it's Heretics' pick, but this time it's a map we know that Paper Rex have played in the past. We know it's one that they're actually pretty good on. Furthermore, we know that it's one that Phoenix has slowly made his way back into the norm.
Yeah, he most certainly is, and this is another map where Paper Rex actually have used Phoenix a little bit more in the past than recently. And talking about the map of Breeze, we all remember the infamous Masters 2 performance of Paper Rex where they finished second, and the final map against FPX was where they utilized the Neon Yoru Astra Breach, and I believe it was Fade. They had a double Initiator, double Duelist comp, which everybody loved, right? I could remember watching that match. I'm looking at chat and everybody's like, what the hell is going on?
You're right. Always good to have some of these surprises. It's really cool to always have adaptations, new things brought to the table, and it's really fun to watch. And that's why we love Valorant, because with patches, with new agents, with new maps, there's always something constantly to analyze. But we've got a head-to-head of Forsaken versus Mixwell, I do believe, so let's break that one down a little. I think we can also dive into the fact that historically, or at least in these games so far, they've had quite a lot of impact, or maybe if they had performed better, they would have maybe changed the tide of the game.
Yeah, I would further it by saying that Forsaken, when he is playing at his peak, he is incredible. That Yoro map 1, definitely something to go by. Even on map 2, first half was very good on Fracture, but once he ended up in that second half, he just fell off a little bit. For Mixwell, opposite side, hasn't hit that kind of max skill ceiling, hasn't hit that sort of one-man carry potential that Forsaken has had, but he's been a lot more consistent, in my opinion.
Yeah, I personally actually wanted to see the contrasting playstyles between these two players because Mixwell's playing the Sage, right? And we've not seen him on the Sage in this entire tournament. This is the first time that he's picked it up. He's been on the controller, for most times, and he's been able to and play the secondary, agent of any role for that matter. He's picked up the Initiator as well. But I believe that Mixwell really had a great game in this map of Fracture just because of the fact that his wall was so influential. How many post plans did we see? Because they knew that Paper Rex are going to do something weird. They're going to push up from B main. They're going to come in from the dish side, right? So they instantly were ready for that flank to come in because they almost every time necessarily knew that there's going to be a flank, so they always walled off the flank instead of actually taking control of side.
And that's the kind of things that we love to see as well, right? It's not only the fragging power that gives the difference in the game, it's also placing the abilities correctly and getting the advantage. Very well pointed out here, Universe. That smoke, that wall, obviously, of course, coming out from Mixwell has been very, very influential in blockading those retakes. Now, jumping into this next game, obviously, we're looking at Breeze. Obviously, this is also a map that Heretics haven't played. Now, maybe one of those influential players that could come into this game could be Avova.
Absolutely, and I think that Avova, for me, has got better and better as the series has gone on. A bit of a shaky bind, went on a Fracture, and he was instrumental to Heretics' success. Now we go on to Breeze. I'm not sure sort of how comfortable he's going to be within the role of Smoker on Breeze, and I think that may be a bit of a test for him. But if he's able to rise to the occasion, Avova actually could be one of the unsung heroes of Heretics in this series.
Yeah, I believe so because, the map of Breeze is not really controller friendly per se.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've only got one agent who can practically make things happen. That's the Viper, right?
Yeah.
Now, Harbor is a pseudo controller who doesn't really have the the powers of a Viper. She can give damage. She's got post plant. She's got a Viper's Pit. Harbor's got none of those. Even his Cove can be broken down pretty easily, right? So I believe the Harbor, if Paper Rex go for it, I really think it's going to be a mistake. Heretics will punish them. But I believe Avova has, like you said, he's been the evolving statement for the side of Heretics. In the previous game, he did a really good job. I think enabling his team was really good in terms of the Brimstone. He's able to push them quickly with the Brimstone, Brimmy with the Stimmy, of course. And his smokes were really good as well, right? He knows exactly where to cover up, especially on the A side, I believe, where they were smoking off drop, and they were smoking off right in front of A main, but they didn't really cover the left side because they want to take the fights. They want to swing behind the pillar. And I believe a similar playstyle could come in from Heretics this time because of the fact that these guys play controlled utility, peaks. Whereas Paper Rex, they kind of, go for a little bit more aim-based game. Whereas Heretics are more like, okay, I'm going to throw my nade first, and I'm making sure that nobody's swinging out, then I'm going to peek.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Paper Rex will just, boom, I'm in your face.
Talking about style, we're entering Breeze, which from the contrast of these previous two maps, we'll be definitely experiencing a different style of play because it's required. You've got more open-sided, areas of the map, maybe more influence with sniper rifles.
Absolutely, and I feel like double operator setups have become quite commonplace on Breeze, something which Heretics are going to be able to do quite easily, of course, with almost all of their players having experience at some point with that operator. I also want to mention as well, in terms of confidence of both these teams, winning this map puts you on map and series point.
Absolutely. I believe, I'm going to make a really, just sliding in kind of prediction. I think this is going to go to 5 maps. Heretics will pick up this. I think Breeze is something that Paper Rex might not be as ready for. I think it's still a little bit a gray area for them because the last 6 times they've played this map, they've had 6 different comps, right? So they're not exactly seated with one particular pool of agents. They've always been on the forefront of, innovation, whereas the side of Heretics are finding a good base. So I think it's basics against innovation, and it's only about who does it better. Because Paper Rex have got basics, yeah, for sure. But the question is, as good as every other team in the world can play their basic comps, can Paper Rex actually come to that and do it? Do you think that? Can they play a no duelist comp, or can they play a single duelist comp on a map where you actually might need a double duelist? Can Paper Rex do that?
I would also want to further it by saying you've mentioned how confidence comes into this and how this is going to be you think it's going to be a 5-map series. Remember, for Paper Rex, they've got Icebox as their last map. They've got a lot of film to anti-strat Heretics on from their game against Bleed yesterday. It's a map they know they're confident on. Going to a 5th map, actually, I think would be an ideal scenario for Paper Rex. It would be an ideal scenario for us because we love seeing some Valorant. We love seeing it at this level. We love seeing it in this arena.
Now, something that we haven't really talked about so far this tournament is that we've got some trophies to hand out, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Though, the moment I speak about it, it's no longer on screen. Apparently, they're pieces of Radianite.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
It is
Imagine
really
taking
beautiful.
home a piece of Radianite.
Imagine, so do you know how the spike explosion works in Valorant?
How?
So you know how when it goes off, the only things that get destroyed are the agents. The guns actually don't get destroyed. Do you know why that is?
Why?
It's because the agents, the lore behind Valorant is that the agents are infused with Radianite. That's what gives them their abilities. And so the spike going off is like in Radianite EMP. So I would go. Imagine winning this trophy. You're flying back home. Your plane goes through a Radianite EMP. No one notices it because it's just for Radianite. Little spike explosion somewhere. You lose the trophy.
A bit morbid.
Interesting. All right. Okay.
Well, it's not morbid. The only thing getting destroyed is the Radianite.
That is true. That is true.
Okay.
That's actually really, really cool. Yeah. But then again, you want to explode a site. It doesn't. Anyway, it doesn't really make sense. Either way,
you're trying to destroy the Radianite boxes on those.
That is
very
true.
That's what those.
It's resources, right?
Exactly.
Sure
it's a big resource war.
I really need to get into more Valorant lore, man.
Probably.
I'm really being very impressed by all the information you're handing out here.
If you get into Valorant lore, and if you, what player are you? What do you play most often? What agent do you play?
Breach and Omen.
All right, so you're
Omen's got
safe away from having your. There's a lot of people who love Cypher, and he is the most killed agent in trailers released by Valorant. No.
Yeah. Poor Cypher, man.
He's been killed. I think I read a number somewhere.
I think Cypher's a chat. I remember that.
He's getting a buff.
Short that he was playing chess, and then all of a sudden there's a bot behind him. It's like, it's pretty cool. But leaving lore aside, let's get back in focus into this game and what is required. Right, we're talking about Breeze and New Frontier. Something we may expect something different. Now, what agents do you expect to be picked up from these teams?
I believe that Heretics are going to go for it. Their normal pickup of having a Chamber Jet combo, as the forefront of the attack. Have a Viper and a double Initiator, if at all. If they want to, pick up the Sova and Sky, which they've done before, but with this roster in particular, they've only played Breeze once, which is actually just a couple of days ago. It was about 8 days ago, I believe, in their previous competition where they won 13-8, but it wasn't really a test of skill per se.
May I add, it wasn't exactly the same roster. There were players of this team playing in it, but they were also playing with a core of the previous roster.
Forgive me. I think
But that's fine, that's fine. It's still under the same coaching staff, right? It's still under the same idea. So may pay relevance, but looking at specific players, their confidence may lay elsewhere.
Absolutely, and of course with the coaching stuff of Weber and Neil Zinio, I guarantee you they've had a field today being able to anti-strat Paper Rex, and this is when being such a core established roster kind of worked against you, because there's so much there to anti-strat. Yes, there's different agent compositions, but there's still footage of those agent compositions.
Well, there's no need to wonder and ponder what agents will be picked up for this match. We can dive in straight into the agent select as it will appear on our screens. Let's see what these guys have in hand.
Well, these boys on screen are definitely going to be surprising us, as we've got Paper X going in the third map, fighting for their lives. We've got a Sova coming in, Kellogg's on the Jet, Mixwell on the Chamber. Okay, I like this. We've got a Harbor back again.
Oh, baby.
And a Jet for Forsaken. And Jing on the Reyna. Okay,
this is looking fast-paced from Paper X.
This is going to be a very fast map for Paper X, win or lose. And Forsaken and Jing, the Jet and Reyna combo, that's what they were known for, that's what they're loved for. And notice how I'm delaying talking about Harbor, because Paper X, they are making this agent work. They're forcing it into their strategies.
Guys, I made a tweet post the other day posting about Paper X's composition, right? Yeah. And I mistakenly, instead of saying Fracture, I said Breeze.
You were right, though.
I guess I was right in regards to that. They're bringing a Harbor to Breeze. And yes, a lot of the time you think, yes, Viper is a must-pick on Breeze, right? Must-pick, but Harbor's new, man. And he's also got so much ground control that he can provide. All right, Universe, any final words before we can jump into the game?
I am really going to be a little concerned for Paper X, because that Viper on the Vova is probably going to be the most important agent, because of the ultimate, because of everything that she can provide. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get up and get off as our beautiful casters are going to take you through this matchup.
Let's get the show on the road. Breeze, our third map of this series, of this grand final. Paper X on the defense, Heretics on the attack. Let's get the show on the road.
Oh my, you hear from the fans, they are ready for this matchup. I can't wait to see the utilization Harbor has now, as Heretics going for what looks like fairly under control over to Halls, also listing over towards this ace site. It's a long recon dart, but it's going to garner a lot of info here, especially onto Divide.
Perfect little shot coming from...
Oh! Oh my God!
Now that is one way to start off this map.
One enemy remaining.
That is incredible. He's got one bullet left. One player remaining. He's going to try and get it. Oh, okay, boo.
Oh, Pavlos, you wanted to know how to start. How do you start Breeze on the back of a loss? That's how you do it. Paper X, they show that no matter how bad the scoreline was in the map beforehand, they are more than happy to rest, reset, and go in with renewed vigor.
Let that sit for a second, everyone.
Let us simmer.
We're talking about Harbor. We were talking about how Paper X is going to approach this, surprise everyone. It doesn't matter when you've got someone like Divide just pressing ahead.
Absolutely.
Just tapping them.
And on a map like Breeze, where the sniper rifle is going to have such huge range, being able to get your chamber ultimate up so early is really going to have some huge effects down the line. For now, though, Heretics once again going for a fast round. This time, though, over to B.
And it's a force. We rarely see Heretics go for something like this, but this time around they're comfortable because they've done some damage. Onto the side they go. Mindfreak doing damage with a Bulldog, making sure their player is down. Zeke is no more, and therefore no flashes can be available for them. Not just a shot by Mixwell here on the Marshall, looking for more. Boom. Heretics finally finding the way onto the scoreboard. Mixwell as well, getting the better positioning. But Jing is very, very aggressive. Low HP in the Heretics players, which could mean it could be quick cleanup by Paper X, but Mindfreak is scared to cross the wall. Toxins down. An opportunity perhaps to close up this gap. Heretics playing the slow game. Staying back, no reason to peek. Benkai though is desperate for one. He's peeked but misses a mark. Recon, they know where Mindfreak is, they're going to simultaneously. Avova coming true with a kill. 3 against 1. Benkai with a Marshall. Everybody's one shot with that Marshall. Oh my God! 1 bullet. Yasurio. Oh! He's got a chance! He's got the classic and he's chasing Boo. Boo's trying to run, ring around the rosy, round the roundabout. He goes. Oh my
God!
Boo gets the victory, and the Heretics get the second round.
Oh my God! What? We're 2 rounds in, Pavlos. We're 2 rounds in, and already we are seeing absolute masterful plays from these teams on every agent. I want to highlight as well, we also saw through the smoke Divide tagged 3 of those 4 players without seeing any of them. Low HP on every single member, but it did not matter. Boo, 1 away from being able to bring out that Hunter's Fury, and we're about to enter just our 3rd round.
I think we're in for a show, guys.
I think we're in for a good
quite
one.
a show.
And Paper Rex aren't going to respond with a force buy of their own. Instead, it's Pistols. Heretics looking to set up towards this A site. A bit of info garnered from Boo, but only for the first. Divide once again answers the call of duty.
Divide. Bring it straight back up. Paper Rex have actually got the numbers advantage in this. They got the pistols. No way this is another topsy-turvy.
And with that second kill as well, Divide brings out the tour de force. This suddenly becomes so doable.
This could be doable, you're right. This could go to the hands of Paper Rex. But they've got the wrong idea in regards to what site will be breached. The B site is what they've entered over. Lurking in mid. Nestling himself into a corner. Getting comfy, getting snug. And as soon as Benkai falls, make sure there's a coffin and a wall 6 feet deep to shove him into. Heretics now have equalizing numbers, but with a better weaponry should be able to deal with it. Still a trade. Mixwell comes through and doubles up with Mind Freak now on the hot seat. Looks to wrap. Heretics though are smart, they reposition and there's no way Mind Freak will find them. All they have to do is just hide. So smart by Heretics. And you know, it is a damaging round. Was that a dink? That was actually a dink and he doubles up. Wait a second, Mind Freak is sealing it. Wait a freaking second. He's running out of time though. He doesn't have the time. But you know, that round was a statement. Fear our pistols.
Absolutely, Pavlos. This is neck and neck with hyper-aggression and some of the best aiming we've seen for the whole tournament. Absolutely incredible from both of these teams. And now as we enter the full buys, Heretics, they took so much damage that round. How are they going to match the Vandals that are about to come out from Paper Rex?
That is a very good question. It's troubling. But you know, when you've got pistols, you feel like you've got less to lose. You know, you go for some aggressive points.
They've also got that Hunter's Fury to work with.
Now, at what point will it be used? Will it be used preemptively to help initiate an attack? Kellogg's actually fairly deep already. Divide force stout damage. They're really trying to push. Oh, Jane, hello. The Vova's been left behind, and he wins the trade. Mixwell on the site falls. Paper Rex have got multiple angles to work with here, but the fact that the Vova's still alive is causing a lot of pressure. Forsaken finds a shot, and Paper Rex are winning on all edges apart from the one with a fight on Boo. Boo ends up falling. Forsaken moving in from main. Kellogg steals with him, and he's up against a 1-on-2. Slowly switches position, but he won't be able to deal with that one. Heretics get some guns in the board and are able to get a win.
Absolutely, and they strike back against Paper Rex. Once again, the talent is oozing out of these players on the breeze. I think we may have found our we may have found our coup de grace, our absolute masterpiece of this series with what has been such a flashy map so far. I wish I could only dream I was that smooth, Pavlos.
Any rioter in the house, give this guy a gun, buddy. He deserves it.
Oh, that's a bold statement to throw. That's a very bold statement to throw.
Yeah, tweet Kremer, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Message him. He could give you one.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
That's all right. I guess we own it at this point. Thanks, Pavlos.
All right.
Rip in box.
Forsaken. And open up to Paper Rex. Onto Fury, used. Okay. All right, we can see you. We can hear you. That is a lot of damage. Heretics had guns this round, and they just got dealt with as if they had mere pistols.
Absolutely. Granted, they didn't have too many guns. It is a hero vandal sort of in the mix. It's not a full buy from Heretics.
What is interesting about this is if they're able to get the cross through towards the B site, there is a chance, but no. Benkai is just there, holding down the line, the gatekeeper. And Boo is on a solo journey. He's going to opt to save it, that's for sure. But he may as well try and take some down with him. Yeah, wherever he goes. If he crosses towards the doors, he'll be seen. If he... There's a player in Nest as well, with like some Mind Freak. Oh, Mind Freak maybe timing. Could he get a spike plant? No, he's going towards the A side. Never mind. Never mind. He's going to keep... He's not going to check his right-hand side. And that will be the round for Paper Rex. They are now in the lead.
Clean round there from Paper Rex and from Benkai, but now it gets interesting. Now the full investment comes out from Heretics, and this is where you really get to see them sort of flex their muscles a bit. Hopefully, I believe we will be seeing a operator come out from Kellogg's, and once again, Kellogg's, he is impartial to bringing out these glass cannon operators for circumstances exactly like this, where they need that extra oomph. Luckily for Heretics, with 4 ults on the board, that oomph may be coming very quickly. Mind Freak and Forsaken both push their ultimates as well. Zeke about to get a stealth command as the full execution comes out off the back of a very fast push to this B site.
It is very fast. Jing gets out of trouble though. Heavily occupied B sites. 2 very strong duelists can do quite a bit. Looking to avoid the Hunter's Fury, they get another in their efforts. Heretics can't do a thing! They're being toyed with. They're being danced around. And there's nothing they can do. Mixwell might have given Heretics some fresh air to breathe, but Devi is there to suffocate them. There's a chokehold with a name on it, and that is where Devi will seal the deal. Spike now dropped with Mixwell, with subpar ultimate, well, knife. Oh, he missed it! But he gets the kill either way. No knife. But the round for Paper X.
For a moment there, Pavlov, for just a moment, it looked like it was possible, but no. If you're going to whiff, at least you do it with a knife, right? You're going to be seeing a very, very strong position now from Paper X, who have not only just found their momentum, while everyone desperately finds the camera, Heretics, they try and find their momentum, because with little money, they need these kills as quick as possible.
They really do. Aww. Timing was unfortunate there for Benkai. But he's always a showman. He loves to be in front of an audience.
There's the hero operator we're talking about. This time on Mixwell, though, instead of Kellogg's, who brings out the Blade Storm.
Paper X really need to hold this on because Heretics are completely upped up the pressure, but it doesn't even matter. They get dealt with in a matter of seconds. Completely quashed. And two at the back of the site, struggling for space. Sheriffs feeling a little bit more comfortable to get a little bit closer, but Benkai is having none of it. Zeke up into the site, but they're in trouble. Cascade coming their way, closing up the gap against them, and Paper Rex are actually lost a couple of players here. This is not that easy, but Mixwell is a final standing player for the team. That's one, but will be dealt with. It's damaging, but Heretics still cannot get a win.
Damaging, but not damning, as we see a 5-2 scoreline now. Paper Rex really garnering this momentum, and we were sort of asking the question on Fracture, how good can Harbor be on the defense? Well, I think Paper Rex may have figured out how to make it work, and that is with unrelenting aggression and constant, crisp, clean aim, and we're seeing it especially on Forsaken, who has constantly now found himself with this fast-paced, very explosive start to all our maps.
And they've realized it doesn't work. Heretics, at least their aggression.
Yeah.
And they've called for a timeout.
Yeah.
Time to switch up their play.
Absolutely. The question now is, if we see Heretics slow their pace, if we see Heretics slow down and instead decide to potentially hold a default, see where the pushes are going to come from, Paper Rex may just abuse that and just start taking map control. And we've seen they are able to make that split-second decision-making so quickly, it could very much come back and harm Heretics. I think their best solution right now is to get these operators out, to challenge the long-range duels against Forsaken, and however, instead of exploding onto a site once their position has been revealed, to keep it slow and work with these sniper rifles.
It's hard though, man. I feel like there's a fear, there's an inkling that they may get caught out by all these snipers, you know? If they go slow, if they don't amp up the pressure. Hey, give Hell Ranger a go. All right.
Hell Ranger.
Hey, Hell Ranger, you look pretty good in those. Nice shades.
Hell Ranger, of course, certifiably one of the coolest people on the planet.
Yeah, can vouch for that.
Yeah. It's a non-negotiable as well. It's confirmed. Statistics back it up.
You know what? No, you have to give credit to God Squad playing early in this tournament. You know,
Absolutely.
Giving India some hopes in regards to what they can bring. 2 wins in their group. Only it was a round differential that didn't allow them to get to play.
So looking at how good Paper Rex are now, credit's due to God Squad for getting the 7 rounds against them.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
big time.
Going into the States, though, there is that Viper Spit available for Avova, and that may be what mitigates the effectiveness of these snipers on Forsaken. He just needs to be able to get in position to use it. Heretics, they continue the fast pace, hitting straight onto the B site. This time, though, Paper Rex aren't in position to try and get this early trade.
And finally, Heretics get a pick without being punished. Zeke. Oh my goodness. Using the null command and executed on the spot, everything thrown at him. Viper Spit, Heretics need to win this, man. They can't lose anymore.
Absolutely, and with that Aldrone already being deployed, trying to ping that Viper within the pit may become very difficult.
Mind Freak, Cascade. Trying to gain space and slow down his opponents. Limit them to an area of the map. Mixwell finds Mind Freak. He's on the hot seat again. Forsaken, make sure he's burnt. Jing carries on, and he can make himself out of there. Jing on the Empress is unstoppable. And Boo, he's got the right positioning. He can delay it, but Jing is holding the position. And Jing shoots him down. Paper X wants to make Breeze their own.
You said Jing can do a lot with that Empress. I think we've seen exactly why. What a performance.
Remember what we said about the timeout, where we said Heretics would play it slow?
Yeah.
They didn't, did they?
No, they absolutely didn't. And we saw some serious punishment go their way. Really, really strong stuff.
And it sort of worked at the start, didn't it?
Well, but that's off the back of the null command, the Viper's Pit, these heavy, heavy commitments. Yeah. Oh my lord. You can definitely hear the fan favorites earning every single one of those chants.
Oh, we're hearing some Heretics in there as well.
Oh,
the
we
venue
are.
is
We are.
split.
Straight down the middle.
And also middle being spoken of. You cannot be serious. Being so comfortable to push up that quickly. I mean, yes, Heretics are in pistols, but this is just brutal. This is murder.
There's only so much Avova can do here as well. Now he's deployed that poison orb, everyone knows where he is, and with Mixwell sort of his position suspected, that's going to be his tour de force though. Suddenly this becomes very doable, Pavlos.
Jing, who's got a whiff of where they're heading, where they're trying to go. Needs to get the spike and head in a direction of the site. 50 seconds. Do they group up or split? Still, subpar weaponry. But Mixwell 1 orb away from guaranteeing getting the tour de force.
Teleport's ready.
Look at this plant as well. That tour de force comes out, and on that A site, there's such huge angles to work with. This could be the perfect scenario for an eco victory.
Mixwell saying, let's play. Now, who will win this game? Who will win this little mini game in this round of over? Even with a sheriff, he's deadly.
There's 2 state bites available for Avova as well. Even if the tour de force doesn't work, they have the afterplant utility. And look, Avova instantly sets up.
He's got a lineup. And Mixwell isn't forced to peek out, which puts the Vi in a pressuring situation. It's a bullet to the heart to give Heretics a victory.
Great round from Mixwell. This is off the back of both Benkai and Forsaken getting that 3 kills in what was the first 5 seconds of the round. Absolutely perfect.
And it was a pistol round that did it again. So freaking strong Heretics are on this eco.
Absolutely.
Time and time again. Not only the semis, but they're bringing it to the finals as well.
Headhunters, sheriffs, they're able to get so much done with what is such a small investment. And this is still in a 2 versus 5 path loss. For Paper Rex, I actually wouldn't mind seeing them time out straight off the back of that, purely to rest reset. Benkai, Hunter's Fury already available, Forsaken close to another Blade Storm, but over onto Heretics is Boo, also ready for a Hunter's Fury of his own. A few engagements, a few whispers of bullets exchanged over to Corridor, but it's Benkai once again with that Hunter's Fury to garner a kill, and onto Zeke. Especially means that Forsaken and Jing are going to be able to play at point blank without the risk of being suppressed.
Without the risk of being suppressed, without the flashes to allow the entry. It's quite a hindrance. This pick. Rex must feel a little bit more comfortable about it. Over. Playing with the feeling of the players in B. But of Heretics, the game plan is to assault that mid side. Benkai drops. which keeps things equal. Not for long, though. I've overkilled.
And there's instant trade, though, as well. Mixwell also low on HP. They've been able to do these 2 versus falls before. Can they do so now with an extra player? And can they do so with Devi on such a close angle on this B site?
They try to bait them towards the B site, and it's worked. Only one to defend, but Devi can hit his shots. The first one to die is Mixwell. It was low.
30 seconds left.
Therefore, a cleanup was swift. Boo. Looking to enter, but 20 seconds. The rotation already coming in. They need to be quick. Mixwell doing damage onto Devi. It's Boo, actually. Still, they cannot deal with the rotates. They really cannot. Boo will get shut down by Forsaken to the side. Paper Rex on the defense of Breeze seem like a different beast.
Absolutely, 7-3. Paper Rex really putting some distance between them and Heretics now. The worry, the fear, it's got to set in. Remember, Paper Rex, even if they lose the map after this, they get to go to Icebox if everything works out in their favor. And if Breeze is how if the Reina on Jing and the Jet of Forsaken is looking this strong now, what is Icebox going to look like?
There's a big question on our minds, provided that whoever wins this series will be on tournament match. And one more match will be required, one more map will be needed to close this out. Again, how have Paper Rex got on all the entries? Shouldn't it be Heretics that are super strong with that? Well, I guess not. Mixwell leveling up, but Jing hasn't had enough of this. Mixwell a little bit delirious about it. 180 turn, and Jing is no more. But Paper Rex is still challenging him in. They really want to go for it, and Mixwell cannot survive it. In the meantime, Heretics haven't really moved.
What I like about this challenge is it means that the players aren't going to be able to retrieve the Vandals in mid. They're having to use Marshals and the Classics to get onto this B site, up against what is going to be Operators and Vandals. And even the 1,000-folded seal on Forsaken.
And Heretics can't really get to the B site in time. Boo, what? With a Classic to do with the Blaze. Paper Rex making a few mistakes here, but will it matter? Still, looking to rotate quicker, but you know, having the mid control is much more beneficial for the Paper Rex side.
Absolutely. Now, Benkai, wary of the flank coming.
He's going to see it. He's going
to
see it.
Information.
And he gets a kill as well.
Oh! Boo does have an Operator, which means this is by all means doable. 2 Shock Dart to work with and a Hunter's Fury for the Afterplant. Once this spike goes down, it's possible.
Yeah, but there's a high tide in front of him. He cannot cross the waves to get into Breeze. 8th round for Paper Rex.
Absolutely, yeah. You see the banners being held. This is truly becoming a masterful performance from Paper Rex. The question on my mind now becomes Heretics. They've already used their timeout. Clearly hasn't worked. What do they do from here on out?
To be fair, Heretics went in with a shaky buy. And
Yep.
Paper Rex's play isn't perfect, but it's unorthodox, and it's something that Heretics can't account for.
Absolutely. And it takes like this extreme prescience to be able to like, extrapolate how aggressive Heretics are going to be, counteract it, then continue pushing yourself. And Odin comes out on Jing.
Oh dear, Forsaken felt the pain of missing the shot. The second swing will do it. Aggression to the site though. Kellogg's needs to open these up for his team. Boo assists with Hunter's Fury to create some more space. And if you look at the wall creator, the toxins are very far wide. Heretics won full and it's paying off.
Low HP on Zeke and Kellogg's though means that they need these kills fast. Over his flank, Pavlos.
It's perfect, and it catches the entirety of Paper Rex off guard. Now it retreats, the net get picked off again, so he can have the opportunity to do that a second time around.
Absolutely, there's a few angles to work with here. It's flank on flank on flank. Pavlos, Kellogg's falls down to the 3v3.
It's flankception up in here. Zeke dies. Heretics, can they hold on? It's over, but he's so far away. They know where he is, and they can get on the spike.
They've got Snake Bite to work with though. Instantly, the boy though doesn't land in time.
It will not. There's no way. It will be diffused.
Oh, it does! And he takes that Forsaken!
Wait a second. Ovova could do it. 24 points of health. He needs to peek it. He needs to peek it. Oh, he gets it! And he's got the time!
Oh my God, Pavlos! Oh, my heart cannot take this. I simply cannot. What a map we have on our hands right now. And what a series. Talent after talent after talent. Play after play after play. And 9-3 for half time. It would only be apt if it were to end in the curse.
What a half have this been. And Universe, thankfully, we've got you here to help us break it down. Well, Yeah, I don't think Universe can be heard. He might be coming out for some sign language a little bit later, but still. Kremer, this has been absolutely insane.
It's maps like these why I love Valorant, Pavlos. I absolutely love it. We are seeing some of the best plays of maybe even their careers, and it's all done on a stage in front of one of the best crowds we could have ever hoped for. I think we're here.
I think you're here. I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about Breeze first half so far. It has been pretty amazing for Paper Rex, clearly. 9-3 half. And I think the most important part of this entire first half has been the two players, Forsaken and Jing. Right? That operator work has been so good for the side of Paper Rex. He's been getting picks back and forth, A, B, mid. He's going everywhere. But Paper Rex are really controlled this time. They only pushed when there was an eco, which they did lose, right? But how good is Forsaken on that operator? And do you think that Mixwell or Kellogg's can replicate that on their defense?
Absolutely. I would actually like to argue that we saw a bit of a diff between Forsaken and Kellogg's in that first half, and it wasn't even just with the operator, it came with the Blade Storm as well.
Yeah.
We saw Forsaken get a lot more mileage from it. Yes, in that final round, we did see Kellogg's attempt to redeem himself. Going to the defense now, it may be a bit easier. The other difference I also want to draw your attention to is the difference in Sovas. We saw from Hunter's Fury frags, Benkai, I think he had about 4 or 5 in that first half, Blue with only 1.
I think what was really impressive about Paper Rex was also the fact that they had 2 players on the site that got overwhelmed by 4, but always came out on top on trades. Always went on a retake, were on a numbers disadvantage. And that was when Heretics were allowed to get the plants.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really starting to get a bit worrying for Heretics if the after plants still don't work out for them.
So now we're switching sides. Second half approaching. What can we expect to see from Heretics? Can they do something better on the defense?
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of contrast, right? Paper X have been unpredictable so far, right? But going to the second half, I think they're going to turn up the pace, and the speed is going to be a lot more than what we saw on the defense. But you guys will take it all as you live cast the action. I'll be waiting to join you back after the game.
Thank you very much, Universe. It's time to get back into the action here for the second half of this game. As both teams are 1-1 on the score for the map. Simply, Kellogg's wants to open things up strong. They've come for a comeback before. They want to do it again. Zeke is feeling it, and they want to put pressure onto Paper X from the get-go.
Mixwell leading, Zeke leading from the front now. Mixwell backs off 2 versus 5. Heretics can do it. Now can Divide.
He's only got 1. Barely enough health to work with. They will be shut down. And Heretics will be closing out the score with 4.
Very, very strong round from Heretics. A very, very strong round from Zeke there. And now the Heretics fans, they found their voice, the support, overwhelming potentially. And now I'm really looking forward to, Pavlos, really looking forward to seeing if Heretics can convert this, keep it going, and bring this to a much closer map.
I've got a fun fact for everybody, for all of you guys at home. The person leading the charge in the crowd right now has done the exact same thing in Istanbul. So if you guys have watched Istanbul and have heard someone shout, you know, about Optic or whoever was playing and trying to rile up the crowd, he's here today.
And that same works in management over at Global Esports. So God Squad, that was his team, still supporting the other teams in the tournament. I like that. It's very good sportsmanship. For Heretics, though, up against the Eco Paper Rex, not looking to go into the Force Spy, the trap that Heretics fell into in this first half. They find themselves trapped with Kellogg's aggression.
We've already taken some damage, and Forsaken will be finished off. Now, Heretics are feeling a lot more comfortable to traverse here in mid, right? They've shown it from the second they entered the second half. Now, with a couple of players low, softened up, should be fairly simple, but one has been left and crossed, which could be dangerous, but no, it's clean for Heretics. A flawless round, barely taking damage, giving them a 5th.
Absolutely, and this 5th has come off of what has been taking hardly any casualties, if any casualties, taking if any damage, which means that economy is going to start thriving. Yes, you're up against a full buy of Paper Rex with just your bonus, but the important part of this is that you now get that luxury of having an economy, something which Heretics weren't able to achieve for the whole of their first half. Spectres, Marshall, that Guardian on Zeke, you've really got to keep an eye on now, up against the Vandals available for Paper Rex.
Revealing area.
I'm wondering if Heretics can win this round because they've done that in the past. That was one of the big reasons why they were able to close up the gaps against Paper Rex the first map, right? The score ended up being extremely close, 13-11. We could have seen overtime. And again, the halftime then was 9-3. Nothing is impossible, at least with a team of this caliber. Zeke is the first to fall early. Forsaken might be walking to the side of Mixwell, which equalizes the playing field. That is the spike. And Mixwell doubles up. Jing wants to punish, and he's able to get one. Able to get himself out of there, but Mind Freak also wants a piece of the pie. In from mid, but they need to be careful. Heretics locked onto the other side. Heretics are far away from the action. Paper Rex at least can guarantee some safety.
That's great to see the cascade as well. Divide chimes in. It's all on keloqz. With only a Marshall to work with, that Harbor completely perturbing any vision keloqz may hope or wish for.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, we expected them not to have too much of a chance in this, but you know, there's always the hope. There's always a chance, and it definitely needs to be respected, and that it was from Paper Rex.
Silence now on this A site. keloqz exits would be nice here. Jing relatively tagged. This shot punished from Divide. Paper Rex with 10. They hit those double digits, and now they start setting themselves up and start preparing and crafting how they're going to be able to close out this map. And I tell you what, all of these strats that we've seen from them, authored by the masterminds at Paper Rex, really for me shows that they've got some very strong plans, not just on Breeze, but in the remaining maps of this series.
How much of an advantage do you think for these teams is to pick up Breeze? Obviously, you're going to be closer to ending the score. Who needs this map most?
Absolutely Heretics, bearing in mind that with the last map of Icebox, I think Heretics need to try and avoid it as much as possible.
Try and close it out at least in 4 maps if it's doable. Divide 3-1. But they're not going to make this easy. Avova staying alive, switching the position, but he needs to be careful because Forsaken is on hot pursuit of him, and he won't expect it. Clearing out the site just like that. Paper Rex have got control. Mind you, Boo is still around and still wants to do damage. Still wants to avoid getting that spike planted. But Divide and Forsaken cannot stop shooting. And keloqz is left alone. He's wondering, where are my teammates? Gets one. And may be able to find a Vandal to work with, but he sticks with the operator for now. And he's looking in the wrong direction. Forsaken on a higher ground and able to close out this round.
An even scarier prospect to have lost is that Forsaken's been able to retrieve this operator. Now all of a sudden that sniping prowess that was so clearly there for the first half is now going to be present in the second. And for Heretics, it took so long to stop Forsaken with that operator. The fact they've got to do it all over again has got to weigh on the psyche.
It really has.
I'd also like to mention as well, actually, is the defensive ult usage from from Heretics hasn't been great. They have still trying to farm them up now. That null command about to come online from Zeke. We're going to see the Blade Storm come out from keloqz here. This has to do some damage here. Forsaken bringing out one of his own, though. Knives versus knives, an anime battle to fear here.
And you can see Paper Rex a little bit leery of that mid side. Heretics have shown that they find advantages within it. The main focus is towards this A site, but you know, you've got Forsaken towards B that can do so much all on his own. They don't check Zeke's corner, and they don't check Mixwell. Are we really going to see a twisty win from Heretics again? Are we really going to be seeing just that? Zeke close by, flash strike, throw, damaged up, and there you go. Pinch me, man, I think I'm dreaming.
Oh, Pavlos. Knives in hand, keloqz delivers the killing blow. Heretics, another thrifty win, another round of pistols and cutlery to bring them even closer to that equalizer.
That is insane. How can they do it over and over again? How can they be consistently good at it?
They
and not
get
only
away
against
with it.
one team, right? You can't make the statement that it's one team that is very weak against it and, you know, are overstepping. It's Paper Rex, man. They've done it against Bleed as well.
Absolutely. And look, rank 1 and rank 2 in Singapore.
Look, it all started from a mistake. You don't lose these without making mistakes.
Absolutely.
And, you know, They're small mistakes,
I
but
like-
when they
I like
happen,
the tack
Heretics
pause.
will
I
capitalize.
really like the tack pause from Paper Rex here. Instantly cool to make sure that Heretics don't garner too much momentum from it. And it also gives them a chance to plan what will be their next buy round and all their reinvestments going into this. Sort of figure out how they're going to at least hit map point for the kind of clarity of mind. Furthermore, Paper Rex in the sort of opening segments of this half, they put a real emphasis on gaining mid control. That's sort of fizzled out now going into the sort of the mid stages of this second half. I'd like to see the emphasis return.
Yeah, and there's quite a gap created now between the two teams. Even though it got closed out just a little bit, Heretics need to do a lot more. Their economy is upon the brinks of collapse. Yes, there are two players with money, but you need to secure weapons for all your team.
On top of economy as well, Paper Rex isn't in a great shape. Devi about to bring up this tour de force, but up until that point, he's only working with the Headhunter.
Paper Rex, after that timeout, take a step back. Pick up some orbs. Devi can now play with a tour de force.
Well, I like how he's delaying bringing it out as well, so he
want
doesn't give
to
any
play,
audio.
let's
There you
play.
go. Brings it out when he's in the safety of the back line, and then looks to send his attention back to mid, where Heretics have forgone the position to emphasize the defense on this wanted position on B.
Heretics with nothing to check mid. Oh, Forsaken.
2 HP, Pavlos. 2 HP on Zeke. It's so hard to take a fight at that altitude and at that range.
Super risky.
Absolutely.
Super risky. And it just doesn't pay off. And Zeke now will have to hold it. He's got his teammate as well to help out with a crossfire. But Paper Rex are hoping they get pushed instead.
Absolutely. They're trying to bait Heretics into potentially trying to retake mid here, but Heretics aren't budging. You see the experience, the discipline on them. Zeke getting a little bit closer, but he still has to push through these doors.
If he throws a flash, he's going to get pushed and he's going to die.
Yeah, absolutely.
To think they can smell each other right now. But they don't check it, and Zeke doubles up before he even falls. It's a big advantage for Heretics. Can they keep it going? With the tidal wave allowing them to cross forwards onto the sides, they use the Empress as well as Cascade to gain even more space. Jing, can he get himself anything out of this? They're running out of time, and they lose too many players. Heretics, they're going to allow the spike to go down, but they've got a massive advantage to get themselves this retake. Kellogg's just patiently waiting to finish off his opponent. And Devi, with the tour de force at hand, with 3 bullets remaining in it, it will only be able to get one to survive for Heretics as they get another win.
Oh, Pavlos, the comeback may very well be on here. Heretics, they found their rhythm now. And I'll tell you what, for Zeke as well, to be able to get that kill, those kills at range, then to be able to get another kill, just 2 HP on players who should, let's be honest, should very much be clearing that position. It feels like a bit of a blunder there from Paper Rex, which Heretics are so swift to punish.
Looks like Heretics have got the fans of their own hoping for this comeback. And to be fair, last time around, they got close. But it's a matter of closing it out in the end, you know?
Yeah.
Finishing it.
Absolutely.
Paper Rex's lead is a substantial one.
Ready.
Absolutely. You see Tour de Force comes out on Mixwell. Oh, never mind. Was undenied by Mixwell. Decided against. The Reckoning available for Mind Freak here. Only a Bulldog to work with, though. Mixwell on a pixel angle with the Tour de Force.
As soon as he sees the cloud burst, he does end up shooting, but does miss the mark. Zeke, that's the opener. Jing is no more, but Zeke is actually pushing very aggressively, and he shuts down Zeke. And he takes him out of his normal form. Down to the ground he goes, but an opportunity for him to be brought back to life. Let's see if they are able to do that. Rez comes through. Zeke will die out. Mind Freak looking to move in. Mixwell killing off Forsaken. Now with 2 left on Paper Rex, they're actually dwindled substantially in numbers. Avova. That is a very important snake bite. Devi forced to the left-hand side of the pyramid, and now wants to move up even closer. But they deal with Devi, at least with damage, and now Benkai also, together with his teammate, will have to group upon Heretics, trying to get the defusal. It's right in front of him. Viper's Pit will be utilized. Benkai's down. Devi, with only 5 points of health, will try and deny it, but he won't be able to do so. 1 bullet does the job, and 8 rounds for Heretics.
It feels like a bit of an overcommitment, actually, from Heretics there, to put in your Tour de Force, your Viper's Pit, especially that Viper's Pit there. It felt like a little bit risky of a commitment. Now that they go into what we, now the true latter stage, the late game of this second half, that Viper's Pit may end up being crucial in the future, or the lack of.
But it goes to show at the same time that Heretics know they can't risk to lose a round.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Especially when there's a tour de force in play that can snipe you from a distance. You want to make sure you're not visible when defusing that spike.
Yeah, on topic of tour de forces as well, both Mixwell and Devi having Jubilee games right now. Both of them really starting to show their skill. Benkai, Hunter's Fury available, but it's only pistols on the remaining members of Paper Rex. Kellogg's finds the head of Jing.
Kellogg's has been needing to stand up this game. And he definitely has on the second half. Now, can he double up? Must have got back off shot to try and get away from anything. He does just tap Forsaken. Looking to push, looking to spray, and able to finish the job. Now, mid-control, fully under control of the Paper Rex. They're trying to get over aggressive here, and Benkai is the first one to find a kill for them. But looking at their weaponry with Bulldogs, trying to close up the gap, they've pushed very far up that mid-side. But with Heretics leaving the A site, they leave it open for the taking themselves.
There's a gap in defense that's been spotted. Forsaken, clean as anything.
Dirty pistol throw to try and catch their attention. It works.
Remember, there's 2 shock darts and a Hunter's Fury for this afterplan here. If Benkai's able to get away, this could be a very, very strong afterplan for the members of Paper Rex.
And here it's very important Heretics play the numbers game.
Yep.
Don't get caught off. Benkai spotted. Now what Mixwell needs to do is wait for his team to arrive. Taking some time, man. They were on the other side of the map. This is not over just yet. Paper Rex with a great opportunity here to close it up. Benkai repositions. Will they expect it? Spotted. Damage through the box of over. Shutting down Micro. Can go down to Benkai, but he cannot connect the shots. And it's Heretics that come out on top. They don't want to give up this comeback streak.
Is this grand final going to be a matter of trading maps, trading rounds, trading halves? Because really, Paper Rex, they're starting to get a little bit overwhelmed. They're starting to get a little bit shaken. And credit where credit is due to Heretics. They are playing this masterfully. Mixwell, being spotted from the flank, realizes that he doesn't have to fight. The threat of him being there is scarier than him actually fighting. And so Benkai is forced into the remaining attackers coming through that mid-rotation, and so he just joins the rest of them to keep that fight, to keep that pressure up. Paper Rex, timeout to worry about here.
Yeah, I mean, look, last time around they came out with a timeout. They did actually get an advantage off of it, right? But this time, I don't know. Heretics can also discuss, see how they can switch up their play. They've been a little bit more mind-gamey when it comes to these, right? Because often when you see a timeout, you often expect a difference in approach. Now, Heretics haven't really done that so much. They've actually kind of used it to be like, psych? No, we're going to do the exact same thing. Maybe there's some minute differences, you know, to account for mistakes they've made. But there's a lot of discussion going on within the ranks of Paper Rex right now. A lot of things being talked about. And seeing how they approach this round is something we'll have to wait and see. But if you, Kremer, were the coach at Paper Rex, what would you say?
I would like to see something a little bit more confident from them. I think when we saw Forsaken with that operator taking duels, taking fights sort of with Jing as a wombo combo hit squad, they were able to get the ball rolling. They were snowballing very nicely in these rounds. I would like to see Forsaken kind of find that previous confidence that seems to have been lost going into this second half. Furthermore, I'd like to see Benkai's Hunter's Fury. I would like to see it used a little bit earlier just to force that man advantage. We saw even in our, I think it was on Fracture, Heretics were able to find more entries. It was just Paper Rex's ability to instantly refrag that was bringing them back into these rounds. So far.
Very important rounds.
Paper Rex listing over to this B site.
Economically, they cannot lose this.
Absolutely, it's a must-win. Operator on Divide this time.
If Heretics win this round, there's a potential for them to come up against the pistol of Paper Rex and get themselves a victory. A lot of cheers for a recon bolt that misses the map.
That's our North American fans.
An A recon bolt.
As we see Kellogg's close angle to work with. Nice shot so far, Divide not wanting to take the duel just yet, and this close angle from Avova is going to be crucial for Heretics. Paper Rex, they've slowed down, but this spike is still trapped on this site.
It is. Oh, it's difficult for Avova to quickly get Princeton in. He tries to turn his attention towards the other side, but Forsaken is low. Maybe Avova's done his due diligence after the shock dart. Maybe the recon misses, but the shock dart doesn't. And that makes up for it. Heretics on the upper hand, but they still have provided a lot of space to their opponents. Kellogg's. Uh-oh. He's point blank with his opponents. Boo with the first sneak through. The flash is on point, but Boo will have to also get flash. Shorty, close distance. Kellogg, up drop, repositions, hits the shot as well. Kellogg's is feeling it, and Benkai is alone with no time to spare.
He's got to save.
10
He's got to
seconds
save.
left.
That's now going to become the hero Vandal. And with that, Heretics off of some acrobatics from Kellogg's. We're going to be seeing them make it 10. We've spoke about 9-3 curses before, Pavlos. This time, it may very well be converted.
Remember what we said about Heretics winning this round?
Yeah.
It cripples Paper Rex economically.
Absolutely. Luckily for Paper Rex, they've got two things going in their favor. Forsaken's going to have the Blade Storm, and Benkai, I think, with this Vandal, is going to form a two-man squad which can be able to get these early entries. But, as you said, Pavlos, the running on the rest of the team is not pretty. And for Heretics,
Crema, they're forcing.
Oh, Pavlos.
They're forcing,
This
Crema.
is risky. This is very risky. Blaze Storm is going to come out, but what good will it do now? Vova, Snakebite deployed instantly. He knows this is going to be fast, but how fast?
Forsaken getting the first kill here. Drop on Vova. And as they try to push forwards, Jane continues this onslaught. Actually, Heretics are in trouble. No way, the Force. So well thought out. Heretics thought maybe they have a breathing space here. Maybe they're playing up as an easy but no. Definitely not the case. Oh, hello. That Ultron was really important. Spotting out two of the players, but still a lot to do. Zeke taking down Jing. Heretics pretty healthy. Don't have anything else for them though.
Look how far back Paper Rex are playing. They just want to play the upper part here.
way.
They've got two Shock Darts and a Hunter Straight to worry about. Let's buy time.
So can they build the time? Aggressive play Zeke, but this leaves that Boo and Mix will have to fend for themselves. Shock Dart misses.
Oh, misses!
Benkai misses the Shock Dart. Boo!
Oh my God!
Boo is insane. Stops defusing. 6 bullets. Benkai wins it! And Benkai puts Paper Rex on match point.
Benkai blasts Boo into what is going to be now the precipice of losing this map. And the confidence on Benkai. He still had the Hunter's Fury, but just didn't use it, just didn't need it. This time was on his side. And, well, even though the Shock Dart failed, the aim is what makes up for it.
Enemy.
Keep in mind, Heretics have won quite a few rounds in a row now, so their pockets are full.
Absolutely, but the ult pockets are the ones you've got to keep an eye on here, and they are very much not full. They're on the precipice of getting everything, but it's not there. Yeah, Hunter's Fury comes out, and oh, it finds Boo!
Sova gets over there. Boo is out. Now needs to IGL by watching his teammates die. Avova falls again. Heretics. This may be another comeback here because Forsaken is chasing after you. A statement kill. Zeke leveling it up a little bit. And no commands available. Not entirely impossible given that the spike isn't yet planted. But this was all because they were waiting for Divide to rotate around. Forsaken with a final blow. Paper Rex is up ahead in this grand final, being ahead 2-1 in the maps.
Pavlos, it comes after a long, hard-fought slog of a battle. Even for a very long time that we were expecting Heretics to be able to mount that comeback. But as mentioned, once Forsaken found that confidence again, once he found that courage to go for these faster rounds, to bring death from above in many cases, Paper Rex, they were able to find that victory, 13-10, and a hell of a way to continue our grand final.
It really was quite a game. Heretics for a second time. The first time was the first map. This time, again, falling short off the mark. And it's got to hurt, right? It's got to hurt when that happens.
Absolutely, that's got to hurt because, you know, the way the Paper Rex were playing was slipping off a bit, right? They were being predictable towards the end. And Benkai, you saw, he was getting a little flustered with that Sova. Missing, I think he missed a recon. He missed a Shock Dart in the end as well. He did make up for it, but it came really close for Boo to clutch that out.
Yep.
Eventually, Paper Rex found the one round that they needed to gain the confidence back because they were 11-5, 11-6 up, I believe.
Yep.
And from there to come to 11-10 was a big, big task for Heretics. So I really got to commend them for their performance, but Paper Rex, all they needed was one moment.
Absolutely. Another thing to mention as well is Benkai's confidence in that 1v1.
Yeah.
For Zeke there, almost kills all 3 of them. Benkai, he had that Hunter's Fury. Even after his Shock Dart misses, he doesn't use that to almost tilt him into using that ultimate. He relies on his aim because he was able to get that ping with the Aldrome during that final kerfuffle. And so with that Hunter's Fury taken into the round afterwards, he used it then to get that man advantage, something which we've seen Paper Rex struggle to do for almost this whole series.
I kind of feel like Forsaken, whenever he enables the Blade Storm, that's when he feels alive.
Absolutely.
You know? And that's how they were able to just come back in. But let's see what the results were in this game and who was able to pop off most.
Well, we've got, of course, Davai, who started off in a pretty great note. The 4K in the first pistol, you know, everybody was fired up the minute we saw that. And the first half itself was a control-minded effort from the side of Forsaken, Jing, and Davai to keep things intact. They went for the aggressive peaks when required, when they saw the opponents were on weaker weapons. So they wanted to push, make the pressure a little bit more, you know, I want to say extra. And on the other side, whilst we did see Kellogg's have moments of brilliance, in the first half he did struggle. He made up for it eventually. Second half, the operator did really well, to be honest. On the back of B side, no matter how much pressure, he got rounds secured. But overall, I think for me, the biggest advantage went for the side of Paper Rex just because of Forsaken's individual performance.
Absolutely, and on topic of performances, you were sort of alluding to how effective Avova can be, being unable to play that controller role he's so good at. He's sort of forced onto the Viper when you play Breeze, and we were sort of umming and ahhing about how consistent he's going to be able to find it. We found our answer. It's a rough map from him. There were good and very strong moments from him, but particularly on the attack with the timings on those snake bites, but unfortunately it felt like it was just too little too late.
And it feels like a big part of this was the lead that Paper Rex gained at the start, right?
True.
9-3, again, the scoreline, just like map number 1,
Yep.
right? Even Heretics finding momentum, eventually they will drop around. And Paper Rex, due to the fact that they had such a substantial lead, they were able to, you know, finish it off in the end.
True, that is actually true. You know, if they had even taken one round lesser in the previous half, I believe this would have caught up to them pretty quickly because instantly, the minute the sides were switched, Heretics went on the front foot. The pistol, they went towards mid, quickly getting on the, you know, aggression, and they made sure that, you know, Paper Rex felt it. Eventually, when Paper Rex reached 11, they were like, okay, you know what? We're going to hold on. We're going to let Killox and Mixwell do a little bit of lurking, go on the flanks, and that's when they started, you know, picking up Paper Rex's mid pushes. There was this one round in particular, I believe it was 11-9, when Paper Rex went towards B, and we saw Forsaken and Jing on the back of B side. They're just sitting there. Everything's come to a standstill, and they're just waiting. I don't even know for what, because three members, B main, they're holding, the spike is in sight, and they lose it, which was kind of a questionable decision for me, because sometimes Paper Rex look like, oh, you know what, this is 300 IQ, aggressive push, completely controlled. And the next minute, I saw this one, and I'm like, okay.
I sense our next map.
Yeah.
And having seen how effective, well, actually, to be honest, I see how close this match was and how many flary rounds we've seen. Going to Ascent, I cannot wait to get into that 4th map.
Absolutely. We've talked about individual performance, but let's look at the performances as the team as a whole and see how the tactics fared up against each other. Now, obviously, Paper Rex have been insane, and something notable that we had to make out of this one is that where they were insanely good out of getting those entry kills.
I also want to mention both teams really struggled in their post plants. We had some very, very convincing retakes from both teams. And as you mentioned, those first kills, it eventually did go in favor of Paper Rex. But I think that will be off the back of such success in their first half. I think out of those 8 first kills for Team Heretics, I think most, if not all of them, were in that second half.
True, that is true, actually. I believe that Killox and Mixwell had the most, you know, first contact play, and they were able to put up a couple of first kills. And of course, you know, they had the operators, both of them operator players. They were switching it up between each other. And whenever Mixwell had the tour de force, he had a bit of an impact. And there were times where they were letting him come on the back end from the A main side, right? He was going to be able to lurk away. Overall, I believe the one thing we talked about was the controller aspect of Avova and Mind Freak. I think that there's a big difference in Mind Freak's performance because he's picked up the Harbor. It's a new agent, right? So he's got more duties to learn and do better on that agent than compared to Avova, because Avova is really already intact and knows how to play the Viper, right?
Absolutely.
So he's got more responsibility in terms of utility. allowing his teammates to go up further. And of course, with the Viper, you just need to put the wall once and you can lurk anytime, pick it up. But with the Harbor, you're going to have to aim from wherever you are on the map, and it kind of gives you away even the positional cue as to where this controller could be hiding.
Talking about positions, let's have a look at how Paper Rex were positioning in this game, particularly having a look at the heat map in on Breeze.
It's pretty chaotic, let's be honest. You can tell they had a preference. Yeah, they had a preference to that B side purely because that was where Forsaken was so strong at getting these entries on both sides. But outside of that B side, it looked like just a big skirmish around that map.
Yeah, you know, the B side clearly was their point of attraction for both defense and attack, right? We saw the number of times that Heretics were trying to push in towards B as quickly as possible, but Paper Rex were faster, better, and even more supportive of each other, especially you know, the Forsaken Jing combo that we saw on the defense. Eventually, on the second half, the B side became a bit of a, I want to say, nightmare for them because Killox was so good at defending it, right? And they did try a little bit on A, but even then, it was, you know, those couple of rounds where we saw towards mid, they took a plan, but even instantly, Killox comes from B, he gets on top of the ledge, and he just has the slightest amount of vision to get the planner down, you know, forgive me, the shoot down the planner, and they were able to find a couple of good frags. But the end game is where it all mattered. One round, one moment, one kill from Forsaken to get into the B site, where it all ended again.
I think this is a map that can definitely show that there is a limited map variety for Heretics, right? Because when they were attacked, I felt like maybe they were missing their options, right? It felt like they struggled to deal with certain tactics that Paper Rex were bringing, you know? Do you think that also?
I think it also shows, I agree, but it also shows how strong, if you have good fundamentals, can be. So Heretics, their fundamentals are perfect. And so what it means is going onto a map like Breeze, where the practice wasn't there, at least not significantly as maps like Fracture or Bind, they were still able to make Paper Rex really have to work for that map, despite the lack of strategy.
Fair enough. Well, that is it for this map, Breeze, but we'll be back for Ascent to see whether Paper Rex can close it out. Remember, they only need one map to close out this grand final and this tournament. I guess we'll wait and see right after this. We are back here for the Valorant Invitational of India, brought to you by Galaxy Racer, as we are heading into our our fourth map of this series. We are 2-1 in favor of Paper Rex. And, you know, it's time for Ascent.
Yeah.
And things are about to get hot in here.
Absolutely are. And so preparing for the heat, preparing for the burns that are about to come out. And honestly, if we are going to Ascent, there's a world where the Phoenix comes out. Not only is it going to be burns, there's going to be a lot of fire as well to go with it.
What do you reckon?
Well, I would say the heat is coming in, you know, and unfortunately,
I've got no glasses.
That's all right.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to get burnt.
This definitely wasn't planned.
No, definitely not. No, you just literally approached me. I've got these. Do you have glasses with you? I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
well, I believe that, you know, the glasses right now, yeah, these are sort of binoculars that Heretics might need going into this game because they're going to have to fight for their lives, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be quite a battle because if Paper X are going to be taking this one home, it's over, it's done, it's dusted, $50,000 US. But I do want to bring about Ascent being played for the second and only time in this entire tournament. And Paper X have got the most recent experience out of it. They beat Team Secret yesterday, right here in that best of 3, taking the victory against them. And I believe with the way that Paper X have had, you know, Ascent, statistically and historically, it's actually been their worst map. They've got a 63% win rate on that, which is really good, but at the same time, it's the worst. So you can imagine.
And we can touch upon that a little bit further along the line as well, given that we have a look at our maps. We've seen 3 played so far. A little bit of a back and forth. Paper Rex won the first and the third, while Heretics gained the one with the most significant lead over on Fracture. A very big surprise. Now, I think the question is now, on Ascent, will there also be a surprise here?
I would love for there to be a 5th map. I would love for this to go to 5. But this is, of the confidence we saw from Forsaken and Jing, especially the latter stages and in sort of the prelude to this 3rd map, I worry about how Kellogg's and Zeke are going to be able to match them going on to this 4th.
I have to agree. I believe that PRX have got a really good, you know, mojo going about them. They're really confident. While in the end of Breeze, they might have faltered a little bit. Benkai was on the edge. He was a little bit going to be, you know, nervous. I think he's going to be better now that his team has won and they've taken the lead. They're one step away. And I believe that Paper X are going to be sticking to their roots. And they've been stuck to, Ascent is the only map where they've played the same comp for the last 11 games straight. So they're pretty confident with their, you know, routine with the Raze, Chamber, Astra, KO, Fade. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, it could go either way. But I first want to talk about something that, you know, we've noticed. You know, Heretics losing this match, that would be it. They'd be out.
That would be it.
And to be fair, we saw some very unfortunate faces from Heretics moving out of the stage, sort of getting back. They look troubled. They look disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, there's another team here. There's a 3rd team that are looking pretty well rested and honestly pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, it's Bleed. They're having a meet and greet right now, so everybody, of course, in the arena can have themselves a little bit of a hello, a picture with the boys from Bleed. So it's really nice seeing all of that happen. A lot of the players, you know, giving attention to all of the fans that, you know, India has a lot of passionate fans.
Absolutely.
And it's great that now they get to meet the stars that they've been looking up to for quite some time.
Very accepting fans as well. They've accepted us with open arms.
Very much so. They've been great. They really have been great.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the crowd here, and whilst I am also a part of it, let's get the group hugs in. But I believe who needs a little bit of an extra group hug, a little bit of extra love right now is Heretics, who are going into this game with their backs against the wall. They're going to have to try and do something different, maybe, you know, surprise Paper X themselves. Let's talk about Forsaken, though, right? He has been the star of the show today, and with his average game performance across all 3, he's been pretty goddamn amazing. 20 kills in the previous one, 15 in the second, 26 in the first. This is absolute stardom level performance.
Absolutely, and I think, of course, the highlight would be that Yoru in game 1, and a lot of those kills came in the first half. That's how explosive Forsaken can be. The drawback, and this is something that we've seen happen very successfully for Heretics in Game 2, was for Paper Rex, when they don't have Forsaken's confidence, the whole team doesn't have their confidence. And that gets reflected. It makes them slightly inconsistent, something that we can see from the just average kills of Forsaken.
We definitely can see that he's had quite a lot of impact, but at the same time, it feels like Paper Rex have had a lot of, fallback options to their plans, right?
Absolutely.
And even if, their first plans don't work out, they've got players like Forsaken that can get them out of that trouble.
Something else to mention as well, actually, is even though the kill disparity is quite significant, his average damage per round is almost the same. He is still able to get the impact. It's just finishing off those kills that he's been struggling with a little bit.
Yeah, that is true. It's mostly been the second halves of all 3 games. In the beginning, he pops off really well, right? But then by the time he settles in, I feel like a little bit fatigue comes in through because the team's starting to exhaust their options of strategies, right? Paper Rex are a team that, if you look at them, they don't really care about how the opponent plays. They play on their style. They've got set executes. They've got set strategies. And they don't care about what the opponent team does. They adapt with their utility on the go. Whereas Heretics, they're more of a response, control team. They see what Paper Rex are doing. They study them. That is exactly why we've seen so many counter utility coming from them on the map of both Breeze and Bind, which has been pretty darn good. And I believe that with the way that Heretics need to approach this is maybe take a little more initiative themselves, go on the front foot, maybe take the fight to the fighters.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think that Heretics' aggression has proven to be a double-edged sword for them.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of times where they've been going very aggressive, especially on Breeze, that B site. First kind of 5-6 rounds, they were gutting it onto that side to try and challenge Paper Rex. And it was either instant win, instant loss, with no in between whatsoever. And I think when you roll the dice like that, usually it comes off fairly well if you are on a team like Heretics. But Paper Rex, that's where they thrive. That's where they excel, Pavlos.
Yeah, and I think one of the influential parts of that roster is Mind Freak, and we can see that influence come when it comes to the controllers in general, right? Because over to the other side, if we can look at this head-to-head, they've got a lot of similarities in the fact that they can really hit the ground running, and both are very much staples of their team.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nobody else who plays controllers quite like Mind Freak and Avova in their respective teams. Mixwell is one person who might pick it up, but I believe Mind Freak is a player who's had to adapt a little bit more to the meta, right? Now, Paper Rex are a team that forms the meta. They've picked up the Harbor, and they've made it work across 2 maps, right? Fracture was yesterday, but today, Heretics were ready for it, but Breeze was something completely unexpected. And he's growing slowly into that role. He might not be getting the frags that we, have seen him do before. The lurks have been a little bit lesser with Harbor, and that's kind of, maybe reduced his potential as a, that knife edge, you want when the team is fighting on site. You want somebody to come in from middle, come in from spawn, and completely take them off guard. He's not been able to do that with Harbor, but on Scent, he doesn't play the Harbor. So this is going to be probably him stepping up a little bit more compared to Avova.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. The one thing that I think is going to sort of be a bit of a question mark for me is who Forsaken and Jing are going to be playing. Will we be seeing the return of the Reyna and the Jet? We've seen in the past they haven't minded the Jet and the Rays, of course. And with all these new strats they're bringing out, it's very much up in the air as to what this Asian composition is going to be. If you're on Heretics, how do you anti-strat that?
Yeah, but what you can also take out of this is that Heretics have already anti-stratted Paper X on that Fracture.
It's very true.
Right? Because, yes, there was a very new strategy, and they only probably had like a day to prep against it. So a lot of kudos to the analyst team and the coach team of Neil Zinho and Weber to actually get a good outcome out of the match on Fracture. Because, to be honest, if it wasn't for that match, even though, if it wasn't for that match scoreline, they would be out. It would be 3-0 already for Paper X. So they're still in the fight because of their ability to be able to anti-strat so quickly. So now on Ascent, they've got an opportunity to do so again. But obviously Ascent is one of those maps that, again, is a bit of an unknown. But what is giving me hope, at least for Heretics, is that it's one of those staple maps that's more likely than it isn't, they've got it prepped.
Absolutely, and with that preparation, I want to see Kellogg's really step it up. I really want to see him have that presence with that operator, something which he was definitely able to do in kind of some of our maps, but he's not been able to do it for our whole series so far. So Kellogg's, for me, is a player I've got my eyes on.
Yeah, I think Kelox has been the, I want to say he's a little bit shadowed by the power of Jing and Forsaken. He did do a good job of getting impactful frags, but I think now it's his time to step out into the light and find himself a couple of stardom performances. Right? He needs to get on top. He needs to find the first kills and survive and help his team do a little bit better. You guys are right. I think I'm going to be, siding with Kelox to perform. I think he's going to step up. He's looked a little bit more, I want to say aggravated. He's ready. It seems like he's itching to take a fight because Forsaken has been so good on the Jet. Kelox did have quite a challenge against him. But I think now we are going to be heading into agent selection as we will see if those Jets are going to be picked again.
So looking from the hover so far, it's the, again, Kelox, who I really want to see you try and match up against Devi, more than likely both of them being on these chambers. But it's going to be the Jet for Kelox.
Okay.
I love this. I really like this because it gives him that freedom with that operator, something which we haven't really seen over the course of this series.
Exactly. It's where he really shines. Zeke, though, on the other hand, that's where we wanted him previously to be seen on that duelist role, but now he's falling back, to that initiator, going for that for the KO, and we're looking at a very, very similar composition. The only difference we're seeing is that Jing is on Raze, and they don't have the extra sentinel power that Mixwell does with Heretics.
Absolutely, and of course with Devi being able to go onto that KO, something he's not, and with Mindfreak on the Astra, something these two players have been able to do for quite a while now.
Yeah, I believe that the Killjoy is going to be a strong point for Heretics. I think that Mixwell surviving for as long as possible is going to be really important because his utility is damn near perfect in terms of defensive power, right? Chamber is more of an aim-based defender, and Killjoy is more of a utility-based defender. So Mixwell's ultimate might be a key, but if he's watched the games of Paper Rex, they've got lineups to kill that lockdown with the KO, with the Sova, and with the Raze. So it based on utility that Paper Rex are too good on using in terms of allowing themselves to stay on site, not be flushed away. They're good at that.
And it really helps with their style as well, right? Being able to manipulate their way through the map, be able to fluidly and constantly put pressure on their opponents. They've got more tools to do that now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And on the topic of players who need to sort of step it up a little bit, Jing now only on the single duelist means that he's the one who really has to make these inroads onto these sites. So he's been able to do so fairly consistently, but it's now he really has to step up.
And those Radiant trophies maybe just be a map away for Paper Rex here. Universe, you'll be leaving us for us to get into this game. Any final words before we head into it?
Well, I am just going to say that if Heretics are going to be keeping Mixwell alive and Kelox popping, they're going to be able to take us to map number 5, or else there's going to be another Jing Forsaken showdown for me. And if I'm going to look at it from my perspective, Paper X take this right here, right now.
Thank you very much, Universe, for that. A heavy belief that Paper X can close it out here, but it's up to Heretics to show us that will not happen and take it all the way to a 5th. Will we be seeing Icebox, or will it be Paper X as champions of the Indian Valorant Invitational? We will find out right away as we head into Ascent.
Heretics set up outside of this B site, getting ready for what would potentially be this hit through to mid. Already lineups being established now for the members for Zeke mainly. Paper Rex, a relatively passive start, judging by their play style, but we see this collapse sort of landing in the general area of Market. It's heard a bit damage done to Kelox, but it's nothing too influential just yet. Boost pressed down in a fight.
The fight, very aggressive. That's a spike already. Imagine. No, Avova drives past him. Make sure slapped in the face and no longer relevant. He's fully taken over by Heretics, and Paper X are looking to go for the retake, although Forsaken is very damaged up.
Absolutely, paint shells go off, they're going to try and get a bit of early control, but Zeke to double down.
In the Logs position, he's so darn deadly, and he's still alive. Didn't actually take any damage throughout that because they were so looking at his teammates rather than him. Great obfuscation technique shown from the Heretics side. Knife! Oh! You know what? Forget what I said about Heretics feeling down. They're feeling in, but Forsaken wants to put them at a calming point for now, you know? Don't get them too excited.
Restore us to equilibrium as Heretics. They open well. Remember, Pavlos, they are but a map away from a defeat in this grand finals. They need to win both this and our final map of Icebox if they want to be able to lift those trophies. This is a hell of a way to start. This is a hell of a way to announce your comeback story. The question now becomes, can you complete it? A redemption arc is needed. And for Paper Rex, it's going to be an eco going into this next round. A Force Buy has been commonplace in this whole tournament, actually. But this time, Paper Rex, they opt for the more disciplined option.
Yeah, I'm actually glad to see that. See a bit of normality.
Yeah.
In this whole grand final, we've seen absolute carnage and chaos. Bit of an attempt there for the sake of grab out a pick. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Kellogg's picks off Mind Freak in mid, so no more controlling capabilities. On this APAC side, Forsaken aggressive. Second time's a charm, though it's traded. And Heretics have got a choice to make. They've dwindled the defenses, therefore, if they want to head to the safe side, they need to be a little bit more careful. Shorty, close distance is something they need to fear. Kellogg's may be in trouble. Cloudburst coming through, and he instantly do it lies. Spectre coming out, but the two players defending are taken aback. And the only player left here for Paper Rex is Benkai.
The other side of the map as well. 2 kills on your eco, that's sort of the happy place for a lot of teams here. So anything more from Benkai would be bonus. And unfortunately for him, judging by the position of the kills, being able to retrieve these weapons is going to be fairly difficult. As there is, unfortunately, one very unhappy Avova looking to take his anger out on Benkai here. As Heretics are going to go 2-0 up, Pavlos.
That's indeed something that is going to happen. Yeah, you know what? Heretics have actually increasingly gotten better at pistols. We saw them struggle a little bit in the group stage with those. You know, it hasn't always been a consistent factor for them. But against Paper Rex, it seems like they've been getting, if not an equal amount, even more.
Yeah.
Which has allowed them to stay contested even in unfavorable maps, and that's exactly what you need to increase your chances. So 2-0 in the board now for Heretics.
On the fadeaway of Over, able to get that extra damage in. And now for Paper Rex, this is where things get interesting. Vandals come out, now the real game begins, Pavlos. Bonus to be played for Heretics, keeping 3 players alive, but even in those 3 players they kept alive, there's still a Vandal available for Over, so you still have that extra firepower. Zeke one away from his null command, which is going to be an ability you really need to keep an eye on here, especially when it comes into these retake scenarios. We saw in our stats from our previous map, I believe, it was something along the lines of a 40% win rate on retakes of both these teams.
Angel Stone early, so damage maybe let them fall back a little bit. Kellogg's very aggressive, but Jing also fancies going for a very unorthodox peek, and he's actually going in for more. He wants to push further. Zeke, the only one with a rifle in his team, is able to find one, but Mixwell falling, and Jing going super aggro will be able to deal with him all by himself. Runs out of bullets in his last effort there, but my oh my, was that clean.
That is very clean, that's very quick as well, Pavlos. And that's the aggression of Paper Rex that we know and love. Of course, it's time for Cali. Oh, look at him. Super Cali goes ballistic.
Yeah, the snake has come out of its hole, if you will.
It's been charmed.
It's been charmed by the flutes. Brilliant, brilliant. You know, those glasses are being spread across this audience, isn't it?
They're being shared around.
It's being shared around.
Those glasses are making a pilgrimage right now. We are going to see, once again, aggression from Paper Rex. They are going to get a lot of info as to the presence of this A main position. However, for Heretics, it's fairly quiet off the back of this initial control they've garnered.
To be fair, Zeke has got an ult command, right? You can definitely use that to gain some early advantages, though won't be finding out Devi early on. Bit of a wraparound from Heretics back to mid, but no real ground control coming through apart from that shot from Mixwell.
Forsaken falls now, market control to be established, and little do Heretics know, this B site is completely unguarded.
Yeah.
Benkai, the only one who can try and stop this. The rotations, yes, they're coming from short, but they're not quick enough, Pavlos.
Yes, smoke Benkai out from the site is yours. That's exactly what is going to happen. Nebula out, and the cross has been permitted. Gonna drop the door down on them, but the B site is under the control of Heretics. Got themselves full access to the entirety of the site.
This is going to be a really hard-fought retake for Paper Rex, especially with the huge variety of weapons available for Heretics as well. Moments away from both the Cosmic Divide, the Nightfall, all abilities to aid them in this defense. It all comes down to who gets his first kill.
Zeke uses no command early on, so won't have access to it now. There's going to have to be raw firepower. Zeke gets pre-fired up against the wall. Now that is one hell of a way to start off this retake. Kellogg able to anticipate it right back up. Jing only good for one, but it's still a 2-on-2, and they want to get into the back of the site. Mixwell holding a very interesting angle. And Mixwell triples up. with Heretics gaining themselves the first buy round.
That is very clean from Mixwell, and it really pays off. That guy in the front row, I understand his pain, looks to take a mouthful of food just as the camera goes to him. That is a caster problem right there.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you, sir. Look at the shot though from Jing. Absolutely destroyed Zeke, and fair play to Paper Rex, even going into this retake a man down. Their ability to trade is so damn strong, but Mixwell, lightning fast. Showstopper available for Jing. Kellogg's with that Blade Fury, or Blade Storm.
It's actually very aggressive here from Kellogg's, but it's Zeke to open things up over in short. Paper Rex don't seem to be playing together as well as we've seen them in the past time, trying to find advantages left and right on this map. But really not gaining too much pressure. Instead, it's Heretics that have won every single one of these trades. And mind you, this is another force buy from Paper Rex. This is another buy round. So losing this will put them very far back in regards to the score, allowing Heretics perhaps to get to that 5th round. Flash up from the buy to equal things up just a little bit.
A lot of damage being done here, and I'll tell you what, if Mindfreak actually clears this position, clears the market as he leaves through mid, Mixwell's going to fall, and suddenly this becomes very, very doable.
Oh, the timing.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh, Mixwell just misses it. Imagine if missing Mindfreak crossing will cost you this round.
Oh, I think he's got it figured out though.
He's got a second chance to come out. That's exactly what happened. Bit of a lack in communication there, and Mixwell is able to pick up both.
I will admit that was a bit shaky from Paper Rex to be in positions where they can't trade one another, fairly slow on the refrags, and then fairly slow to react to the information that they were able to ascertain. Heretics, they punish it beautifully though.
You know what? Remember when I said Heretics looked a little bit saddened?
Yeah.
Disheartened?
Yeah.
That was the determinism I saw, and I just couldn't understand it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
they are determined as hell to get right back into this game.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a very early tactical pause from Paper Rex. They need to figure out what needs to change, what's happened, and what to figure out going into the future of this first half, because as we've seen, both these teams so momentum-based. If they don't stop Heretics soon, they're going to be in serious, serious trouble.
Can we get a thumbs up from the crowd? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Hey, come on. How many can give you thumbs up? Hey, we got quite a few. Nice, nice. All right, 4-1 for Heretics. Paper Rex under pressure. Look, this could have been the map for Paper Rex to close out this game, close out this series, close out the tournament. $50,000 would have been theirs together with that Radianite in the center of the stage. Still not over. But this round may not be the one that can get this conversion.
So we're going to see the tour de force come out from Forsaken this round, sort of going for the hero armor buy. This is followed up by Jing has that showstopper divide with the null command. Mindfreak and Benkai are going to have their ults next round regardless. So with that ability advantage, they have to at least pray that'll give them some ground against Heretics here, who are about to get that Cosmic Divide alongside their own Nightfall, and of course that lockdown on Mixwell, which is going to be so important, especially against these defensive setups of Paper Rex.
Not Forsaken, physically falling back due to being disabled from the dagger. Has to make it back to safety. So Heretics are playing this slow, meticulous.
Yep.
Making sure Paper Rex aren't going for anything sneaky themselves.
Absolutely, and you see Paper Rex is slowly probing around the map. There was a bit of a fray through B main there from Mindfreak just to get that information and to figure out how Heretics are going to be setting up going forward. Suppression onto Kellogg's is going to alert Paper Rex to at least the potential of a default. They don't know the quantity of players, though, outside of the safe sites.
I think they also caught out with Over, which is a very instrumental part of the retake.
I would follow that by saying Forsaken's also been called off that position on A. 30 seconds left now, and he's over in mid.
Oh dear, Forsaken's actually making it work. Tour de Force is the only weapon they actually can work with, but the Cosmic Divide will allow them to cross onto the side. Divide, he's definitely going to peek this. I feel it. I feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes. Divide wants to peek it, but Prowler on his nose. 3 left for Heretics are actually taking up a lot of damage for Paper Rex. They actually have a chance on this, but there's 10 seconds remaining. The spike needs to go down. Can it be denied? I don't think so. We're looking at a retake here.
Absolutely. Boost, swift to shut down Jing. But where are the other players? They need to start their fighting. They need to start their engagements, Pavlos.
Oh, well, opportunity missed there. Heretics have the perfect crossfires to deal with the pushing Paper Rex side and get themselves a 5th.
Beautiful round from Boo there as well. Really, really strong stuff. And now for Paper Rex, next investment's going to come in. This is where everything matters. This is where they need to turn it around. Otherwise, Heretics are going to give us potentially not just a quick half, potentially a quick map.
Out of charges.
Ults were committed as well from both teams. Paper Rex still with the advantage though. And surprisingly, we still haven't seen operators get revealed yet from either side. We have seen tour de forces, but nothing in the form of full-on purchases here. So they can get the turrets, backs off. Clearly has a problem with Timmy, but that's all right. So for in mid, it's going to be Jing on the high ground, potentially hunting to catch out a rotation.
We actually haven't seen too much mid-rush from Heretics so far, so this is a change of pace. Trying to test out the defenses of Paper Rex. Last time they tried it, they were able to pick out Jing, but no, this time he will not give away that position that easily.
That's really damn strong now, over in mid as well. Yeah, one more player caught in mid-air. Jing is perfect, it's all on of over. 1 versus 5. Low HP on Jing means that the potential for a kill here is certainly there, but it would be silver linings if anything.
This looked at least like a very straightforward round for Paper Rex.
Yeah.
What went wrong for Heretics?
It feels to me like Heretics were expecting another slow round from Paper Rex, but they just changed their pace once again. It's suddenly a lot more aggressive. They're suddenly fighting for mid control. They're suddenly pushing B quite aggressively. And once that turret goes, there's no longer that sort of early warning system of a flanker. So it means Heretics are forced into a position in which Paper Rex are already fighting for. And then once the Angels come through, Paper Rex just win them. Another investment from Heretics. They still have money on them, and I would argue they still have, I think, one more buy left in them. That null command is going to be so important now, especially when it comes to mitigating the effectiveness of both Forsaken and Divide.
Very true, but it's a matter of being enabled first. Divide himself can do quite a denial. Forsaken holding it, he's accurate, but can't quite get the second traded. They fell flat in mid last time. Can they hold their ground this time? Not overextending, making sure short is cleared out first. Gravity well, Jing in the corner, has to shoot it. Kellogg's reads it, and now Heretics are on top. Now, they need to pick up the spike. They've left it behind, but the decision seems to be their direction into this A site.
And Divide, he was caught in the rotation now. It's all on. It's all on Mindfreak to hold this position.
Being very sneaky with it. Paper Rex have rotated quickly, all onto the Heaven side. They're going to be peeking it simultaneously. Cosmic Divide shown, trying to give them cover, trying to limit the players that can seek upon them. Benkai, though, is the only one remaining, though he can clean some players up given the health points. And we have seen him in clutch positions before, and sometimes they have been victorious. He's going to throw everything he's got to get the adequate information. Timmy the turret will be spotting him out first. Gravity well, forcing him in the middle, sprayed upon, 60 points of health. And he's in trouble, he can feel it. He's figured out there's not a chance that he's able to scramble this one out. He's going to drop back, concede the round, and save the Vandal.
Very smart call to back up and save here. Heretics, I think if they'd lost a player in that initial fight before the Gravity Well landed, suddenly that's very doable. But instead, unable to get the kill, backs off, polar opposite side of the map. There's no operator to save, so it is all both saving ego, saving the weapon on him. No utility either, so it's still going to be a very heavy reinvestment for Paper Rex next round. Luckily, though, it's a reinvestment that they can afford. For Heretics, their economy was on the precipice of collapse. It's recovered, though. 6 rounds on their attacking half, I mean, guaranteeing at least only a draw. Let's see if there's any bonus to it, though.
They definitely want the bonus to it. Last time they got a victory, it kind of came off of them, you know, having a really good resurgence at the second half. You know, it was 6-6 at halftime and not really allowing, you know, Paper Rex to do anything on that fracture side, on the defense. Now, Paper Rex this time are on the defense. So Heretics, if you want to go with the rule of thumb, if you want to go with history and see if it repeats itself, you want to see Heretics gaining a mega advantage here on attack.
We have our first operator, and it's Glass Cannon from Forsaken. Hoping for a timing. Oh, doesn't
so
land
close.
it, but Jing's there to recover it. The crunch landing outside this B site.
He's really putting the pressure on the attackers here, not allowing them to set up. Mixoff finally shoots them down. But that's after 2 of his teammates are dead. Forsaken, Gravity Well. So smart from Avova to deny this extension from the Paper X side.
It's damage control, isn't it, from Heretics. A man down, but they do have their spike. They've slowly restored balance to the round. It's suddenly a lot more quieter, and it's from here they can pitch their executions. But for Mixwell, already half HP, he needs both Zeke and Avova to do some heavy lifting.
55 seconds. Heretics spread across the map. Mid to be the point to be contested. Oh, but mid is where Mixwell falls. Paper X look confident. There were pace setters in this round, and they shall be the ones to come out on top, and Zeke can bring out his magic. If he can bring that rabbit out of his hat. Let's see if he's got a bit of flair in him. Obviously, hard task, but he shall fall. Paper X come out on top and pick themselves up the 3rd round.
Absolutely, and this is the Paper X that need to find their footing, need to find their consistency. Luckily for them, in finding this round, in finding this ability to break Heretics, they now know where the weaknesses are. They know that Heretics responding to aggression, particularly when backed up by an operator, is something that they've been struggling with. They're starting to do so on Ascent. If I'm on Heretics, I would like to see something a bit quicker going into next round. Bear in mind, I think they do have the abilities to make it work, especially with that lockdown. Kellogg's is about to get that Blade Storm, as well as that Nightfall on Boo. Forsaken once again pushing.
And Paper X open up that quickly. Jing, excuse me? He single-handedly just pushed A main and picked up 2 kills and realized where the spike is.
Absolutely, and actually, I think for Heretics, this is really going to frighten them because they don't know that Jing has moved. For all they know, Paper X now have complete control of the spike.
There.
I don't know how Jing is allowed to do all this. And he keeps it going. He wants the ace, man. I feel it.
I got the spike.
Will he get the ace, though? Fans seem to want it.
Absolutely.
But now he's a bit more composed, though.
He's got the information on Boo's position.
Oh, that's for... And he can feel the ace! Kellogg's denies it. But the round will be going to Paper X nonetheless. Benkai with the final shots and the final kill. And Paper X seem to be right back into this fight.
Absolutely, they found their footing. It took them a good while to find it, though. The question I now ask is, has the damage already been done? Have we seen enough from Heretics to get that 6? Is 6 rounds enough? Because now as we sort of lead up to this half-time mark, Paper Rex, if they can end at 6-6 going into the pistol round, bear in mind, if you win the final round of your first half, there's a huge increase in percent win rate when going into your second half pistol round.
There really is. There really is. Of course, having a bit of a timeout here, trying to figure out how they're going to get back in. Heretics feel they've lost the grasp of this game. They've also felt that Paper Rex have switched up their tempo, right? They switched up their style. And now it's a matter of figuring out how they want to get back into it, how they're able to find their rhythm.
Absolutely. And in this tactical pause, if I'm on Team Heretics, my call would be to be a little bit quicker, purely because Paper X, what they're doing at the moment is they're forcing out the 1v1s, they're forcing out brief skirmishes around the map with Heretics, but their effectiveness comes in their response utility and in their utility following up executions. With that no longer being the case, with that no longer being an option, that being torn away from them, that's where Paper Rex are exploiting Heretics. And now you look at the money, the butterfly effect slowly coming through. That cumulative harm from winning these rounds is starting to show itself.
And here's a reminder, if Paper Rex close up this map, they get themselves the victory in the tournament as a whole. Heretics need it to hold on and take us to a 5th in this best-of-5 grand final. Heretics upping up the pressure, and looks like it's going to be a quick A-site hit. In as they go, Kellogg opens up with a Sheriff. Devi quickly trading, and he's finding himself some cover into the site. Oh my goodness, Devi! And it wasn't only Devi, it was Mind Freak. And Mixor has only got a judge, and he's got everything thrown at him. Jing on top of him, steps on top of him, and puts him in the ground.
What a round there from Benkai, and also from Devi even. Being able to garner so much space, and you see from Devi here, that null command is timed to perfection. It means there's no follow-up utility, even though Heretics are already committed to that push. We hit the final round of the half. We have not seen a lockdown from Mixwell yet. He's had this since round 4 or 5 and just has not used it at all. For Paper Rex, you know, same to be said for Jing's showstopper. I think wary of the fact that Zeke is almost asking him to use it so he can try and suppress it.
Oh, for sure. Heretics starting to lose their grip. And they definitely need the advantage here on the attacking side. Increase their chances as much as possible to close this out. Kellogg's creepy crawling himself into mid, but look at the aggression coming out from Jing. Doesn't find anything from the showstopper. And has to draw back. Kellogg's, oh, the timing. It might be rough. Mindfreak is lurking within the shadows, within his own nebula. And a drop back comes through and Heretics actually pivot towards A.
Oh, Forsaken. He's laying, he's lurking, he's waiting. Judge in hand, Pavlos.
Oh, no.
Get ready for the highlight channels.
I so do not want to be Heretics in this instance. He's going to push through. He's going to... Oh! He doesn't even see him, and he ends up with 2. Kellogg's also gets 2 of his own, but Paper Rex are quickly rotated. They're quickly into the fight, and they collapse upon them. Jing, the last man standing in the last round of the half.
Perfect from Paper Rex. A recovery that, if I'd taken you 5 rounds back, you wouldn't have thought was possible. Perfect stuff from them. And now at 6-6, neck and neck in the potential final map of this series, of this grand final, of this tournament.
What a fight has this been, and again we find ourselves in a situation we've seen once before. The second map of Fracture, the second map of this series, Fracture, has also been at the 6-6 score. And if memory treats us right, Heretics were able to close this out. But this doesn't feel like that's the case anymore, does it? It feels like Paper Rex are in a row. Now, Universe, welcome back to the desk. Help us break that down, because that was a lot of action.
Yeah, it most certainly was a lot of Heretics action up front. They took control in the initial stages of the game, and they were really good at it. They had the push and pull technique, you know, executed to perfection. They were going on the aggressive, and at times, when they knew Paper X have got a better buy, they've got the operator, they hold back. They held off angles, which is when Forsaken was kind of struggling in that B main side, right? He could not connect his shots at times because every time they're playing a different angle, or they've got the, you know, team in the turret waiting for them, and every single time Forsaken was trying something, it was successful probably half the times, but Jing, on the other hand, has been absolutely wrecking this server.
Absolutely, and it's sort of the final 3 rounds where he really came alive. I think if you allude back to before that, Pavlos, once Paper Rex needed some momentum, we saw that solo push from Jing, instantly catches out 2 players, backs off, and Heretics suddenly stop. They're stunned, and they need a good 20-30 seconds to regroup and almost reconcile what to do with the round. At which point, yeah, we've seen the rest of the Paper Rex team go for even more aggression and just pick them off one at a time. Jing has been pioneering the success of Paper Rex in this map, and for Team Heretics, they seem to be... They need a player to step up to match his skill, and no one's been able to do it yet.
Yeah, Kellogg's has tried, right? There have been moments that we've had, you know, the duelists either set themselves up, you know, on the site, open things up, at least get a pick.
Absolutely.
But it always feels like Paper Rex are very quick to respond. Always feel like they have themselves a right idea and move in quickly before Paper Rex have a time to set up their post-plant defenses.
Yeah, that is true. I believe that, you know, the way that Kellogg's has been playing, he's going a little more vertical and horizontal. He's trying to play the best parts of that jet, right? Which is maybe confuse the side of Paper Rex in the way that he's approaching. Forsaken especially has taken a lot of the hit onto that as, well, we've got one more jet in that audience there. Actually, all 3 are jet players. But yeah, coming back to Paper Rex, now in their attack, they need to find a little bit of their mojo in terms of attack because their defense wasn't as aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Let's see if they can do it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Universe. Time for the second half, where Paper Rex have a chance to close it out. Can they do it? Make some noise if you think they can. It sounds like that you believe in them, but let's see if it actually can come to fruition. It's Paper Rex on the attack, Heretics on the defense, and it seems the A site may be of essence.
Setting up for this hit onto A is really going to be crucial. Now, beautiful dagger there from Zeke by so much time, so much information as well. Heretics, heavy stack into mid, which means the rotations are going to be pretty quick, maybe even quicker than Paper Rex expected. Execution set up though, flash ready in counteraction from Zeke.
Heretics seem to want to move into this, even if the fragment comes out, Zeke comes out on top. This feels like a very Davai and Mindfreak moment we saw from the other side. Well, looks like the script has been switched over, And Heretics are now the ones to do just that. Onto the side they go, and they're looking actually to collapse on this very quickly, looking to overwhelm, and so far successful. To the back end, Divide can't do a thing. Mindfreak only good for one, as the rest are shut down.
Extremely quick from Heretics there, and that's the bonus of having so many players over in mid. Means that once you retake, and it's sort of the logic in Valorant is that the sooner you go into a retake, the easier it is to win. And Heretics have embodied that in just thrusting themselves straight onto that site the second the attack was announced. Zeke here, he was waiting for this timing, knowing they were going to go for this door. Getting one was good, getting two, perfect. Paper Rex straight back down to an eco, and as we sort of look at the kill count, Jing having a great match, but we need the others to step it up.
We very much do, very much do. Now, mind you, Heretics have gotten the first pistol round of this of this match, right?
Yeah.
Doubling up increases their chances.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If I remember my statistics right, in Champions, 80% of the teams that were able to get both rounds and their follow-ups ended up winning their games.
It doesn't surprise me at all, and as you look at the buy here from Heretics, Spectres on every single player, so they're trying to invite the close-range fights for the time being. Forsaken tickled by Timmy the Turret, as he is eventually able to kill him, but it's Avova you've got to worry about, and Mixwell.
It's looking very clean. Seems like Paper Rex is just walking in to nails and the narrow swarms, into everything that is thrown, into hot lead. It's a tough world out there for the ecoing Paper Rex. The Heretics get themselves that 2-0 start at second half.
Absolutely, it's perfect stuff from them. And now going into the full buy of Paper Rex, something that has worked for Paper Rex here is because they've been able to get these both rounds over so quickly, rifles come out and they haven't lost too much momentum. For Heretics though, this is a really big bonus. Every kill here is going to help them down the line, and it's something I think this European team is acutely aware of.
Yep. The Heretics have saved every one of those Spectres, so let's see if they're able to treat them nicely. Look at the setup of Killjoy over to this A site where most players of Paper Rex are looking ahead towards. Spike left behind. Looks like Paper Rex are going for a little bit more of exploring before they end up committing.
Mindfreak, a really big push, a really big foray down short here. It's going to be actually a huge acceleration as they get ready to hit the safe site.
Mixwell in the corner. Not quite knowing of what is to come. They've got two very strong players trying to hold out this side. Mixwell swings. That's the first damage found through, but can't find the follow-up. Avova stays alive, but not for long. It's 3 left for Heretics as they gain the site control. Paper Rex got 6 on the board so far, and they're looking to make it 7, and it looks like that is going to be very, very possible. Zeke unable to do a thing with a drive-by of Benkai. Lovely swing across the corner, and Kellogg's looking to approach the site. He's got 4 against him with a Spectre. This doesn't look easy.
Once again, damage is his quest here, and well, being suppressed, being revealed, life can be hard sometimes, and well, Forsaken will show exactly why.
It was from bad to worse. They knew approximately where he was because of the dagger, and then the Haunt came in, and they knew exactly where he was.
Absolutely, and for Paper Rex, this is, well, only losing 1 player against a bonus. That's a very strong round. For Heretics, though, I think Heretics' skill comes particularly in this util usage. You see, actually, everybody util lands. That nanoswarm delays, the C's ends up catching out the remaining players as well. Getting to that site has a good, kind of extra 5 seconds, which Paper Rex could have been susceptible to just being picked off in. Fortunately for Heretics, the shots don't land. We are seeing, once again, a glass cannon operator on Kellogg's. I love Kellogg's confidence. I really, really do. And he's one of the few players who have the ability to back up this confidence.
Definitely has been a staple of this roster so far, and one of the founding ideas of its creation, right? Yep. The only team to stick with the organization of Heretics, you know, building the team up and finding old teammates as well. Mixwell coming back in.
I see a lot of W's there.
A lot of dubs. Yeah. And you know, I've said this before, I reckon Heretics come the new season and in VCT over EMEA, I reckon they're going to be top 3.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I would also further it by saying Heretics probably going to be in the next Masters or Champions or whatever the equivalent is going into next season, purely off of this is with very little practice, and they are already 4 maps into a best of 5 against arguably one of the best teams in the world.
And until then, obviously, there will be a lot of unknowns, a lot of uncertainties, a lot of prep to try and build themselves up, but this may be a testament to what is to come, a start. But talk about starts, the Brex have got a slow one. Heavy approach on this B site. Default if you consider there's lurking onto the other end. But Heretics are playing fairly far back, apart from Boo, that fancies himself a peek over in Garage.
Mixwell's done such a good job at setting this Killjoy utility up on every site Paper Rex have moved to. I don't think they've been able to get to a site without having to go through Killjoy utility as of yet. Divide with a null command is definitely going to help that, but over to Heretics, they've got a stack there if bullets are required where utility fails.
Starts coming through and the Nebulas will follow suit right after. They're looking to move in, but the dagger does deny the capability of using the Killjoy utility. Great counter coming through, but Jing looks to push by. Mixwell wins it and nearly gets a second. It's damage at least. Zeke's still alive. Zeke connects a headshot and does do a lot to Divide.
More space being brought as well. Divide, clean shot there. Kellogg's, remember, he was a glass cannon this round, Pavlos. He's got nothing behind this Vandal.
But he might have big brain and good aim. Kellogg's pushing through. Can't quite connect. Mind Freak. And Paper X shite out in success. Now that is one way to equalize the score.
Absolutely, and at 8-8, suddenly things get very intense, Pavlos. This is the map where we see overtime. It's been teased, it's come very close in almost all of our maps in this series. Is this the one that Paper X needs to win the tournament? Is this the one where we see overtime? And for Heretics, there's no risks here. It's only a half buy. Even though they have that lockdown, even though they have that Cosmic Divide, they don't want to risk it. Zeke about to bring up his no command as well, but it's only pistols behind it. It's that Spectre on Zeke that needs to do the damage here. Unfortunately for him, Paper Rex, their gaze is set away.
And it definitely feels like Paper Rex have got the momentum here. It definitely feels they're the one in control of this entire game, considering Heretics have been able to win a buy round. And it's clean, it's super clean, as it should, and as champions would have liked it. Paper X are looking to be on the verge to be named just that.
And for looking at the retake here, the setup in mid as well, it's a little bit forwarded from Mind Freak, so his death here means that Vandal's going to be retrieved, and for Heretics, a team whose economy isn't in a great place, every Vandal you can save here is going to really, really save you a lot of pain later.
Well, that answers your question very quickly. There's only going to be only one Vandal saved here by Zeke, but this is Paper X gaining the lead. Right, Heretics have been ahead that first half. We talked about the importance of them having a lead on the attack. They didn't. Got the pistol round win, yes, that was good. But after that, we knew they would struggle on these buy rounds. We knew how strong Paper X are with controlling the tempo and pace of the game. And this is where they would have struggled, and this is where they are struggling. And they quickly need to find their way back. Not even a Vandal saved for the Heretic side. And Paper X are now in the lead.
Merciless by Paper X now. And for Heretics, now 9-8 down. Having won both pistol rounds, the fact that Paper X have kept it close with them is really, really impressive. For Heretics, setting up once more. This time, rifles come out. We do have a tactical pause as well, and whatever words of wisdom Neil Zenio is going to be sharing with the team, they've got to be damn impactful, because this buy round, if you look at sort of the buy eco trends that, and the trap that Heretics are falling into here, for Paper Rex, they only need to win 1 or 2 more gun rounds before they've set themselves up for a victory.
This is the first taste we're getting of an EMEA versus Pacific fight.
Yeah.
And it's not disappointing.
Absolutely not. And bearing in mind, these are the rosters we're going to be seeing going into next year as well.
Oh, yeah.
So come next year, come the next Masters, come the next Champions, if we're about to get an entire tournament of matches like this, I'm going to be one very, very happy boy.
I'm already very happy.
Even more happy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get to that, but yes. An insane grand final. So far, Paper Rex have had the better of. 2 maps ahead, around the head as well.
That transition from the crowd camera to the spray of that Yoro saluting, I genuinely thought someone was photobombing for a second there. Heretics, even with the ult, Mixwell still yet to use a lockdown. Really, no mileage has been achieved from it at all. Sure, these nanos ones have been perfect, but we've not seen anything from the lockdowns. Jing, hyper aggressive to start.
I thought for a second Jing avoided the dagger, but it's actually the dagger of his own teammate. Cosmic Divide very early. But note, this is to close out only half of the site, not full control of it, which means it's only an obfuscation of what they were trying to go for. It's indeed a fake. And Paper X are heading towards the B site. The fake has worked, because look, where Heretics have rotated, they've gone all the way towards the A site.
Water Force comes out as well. This is now where really the antics have to increase. Great teleport there from Forsaken. Follow up as well. They catch out Kellogg's down to the 4v4, and this is where that lockdown lockdown needs to have its impact, Pavlos.
Heretics is scrambling to get back into position. Zeke doesn't quite wait for his teammates to arrive, which means he will lose his life without any recapitalization. Crowd over, giving an opportunity for Paper Rex to get the spike down safely. It has been done so, but there's numbers advantage and Heretics are not going to take the chance.
If they can't reclaim
They're saving.
quickly, they've got no other choice. That null command pot from Divide by so much time as well when it comes to whether or not that lockdown can be committed. Avova potentially having some exits. Yes, he gets one here, but that spike's too far gone.
It's not as if Forsaken lost anything, right? That was his ultimate.
Yeah.
It's not as if he was holding a weapon.
There was a Vandal behind it.
Oh, was it? Okay.
So there's a little bit of loss here, but you look at the money of Paper Rex. That pain isn't going to be felt for a good few rounds now. The silver lining for Heretics is, with 3 Vandals, you are going to have some serious firepower next round. You're also going to be having that bit of extra damage as well. You're also going to have that Cosmic Divide as well as that lockdown. The issue is, though, because we didn't see the Fade go for that fight, because the Fade was saving, it means the Nightfall won't be available, at least for a little while longer.
Paper Rex seem to have some perseverance this one.
Absolutely, and on topic of ults as well, Paper Rex was such a huge commitment last round. It means that they've got very little to work with outside of their own aim and minor utility going into this next round. Something which Heretics go into with an advantage despite the Bulldog and the judge's presence.
Aggressively placed. He needs the advantage, he's going to take a risk. He has to. Bulldog in hand, he must make sure it's as close as a distance as possible, and he's got his ADS in.
Oh, that trademark. Aggressively placed. Zeke now can't run.
He has to hit the shots. Slow peek by Forsaken and Divide. Both get a kill apiece, and only one in retaliation for Heretics.
This lurk in mid is so strong from Jing as well. It means that for Heretics, it may have to be another round of saves. And every time they're saving, their buy is getting worse and worse because Kellogg's is only using a judge. Luckily, Paper X haven't capitalized off of this advantage. Instead, they've gone quiet. They've let Heretics stew, worry, and let the paranoia set in.
Next one needs a pick. Oh, he doesn't get rid of the dagger. He doesn't get rid of the dagger. He doesn't get the kill either. That would have been the game-winning scenario for them. They had a lockdown.
Oh no, and Jing's flank. He's heard this rotation as well.
And that's a free kill if I've ever seen one. Heretics disheartened. Paper X on the verge of closing it out. They're close. This should mean this is the 11th round. They've wrapped around entirely. They've forced Heretics to go in a dance time and time again.
Something that Kellogg's can do now is that now that he's over on B, he can potentially try and find the operator and save it because Paper X haven't taken it with them. But nonetheless, there's the rotation from Mind Freak. The vigilance from Paper X is so strong. Kellogg's, it looks like he wants this operator. He wants something to use, but unfortunately for him, look at the money on Heretics. Zeke with only 50, Boo with only 1.2, Mix with only 500 credits. Kellogg's with only 50 in the bank here, and he's going for this.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh no.
Wait a freaking second. Can he defuse it? Can he get it on time? Maybe he can. He's going for the ninja. Oh, but Divide is close enough. And he denies it. That was bold.
That was very bold. That was very close. And for but a moment, that could have been the play of the tournament. But nonetheless, Pavlos, Paper Rex, they make it 11, looking to set up this victory. Just moments away from being able to win the lion's share of 100,000 USD. Look over to Team Heretics. The ult's still there. They still have that Cosmic Divide. They still have that lockdown. Abilities which haven't seen the light of day on this map, especially that lockdown. Jing now, Showstopper ready, and another fast hit.
Jing, very aggressive. Onto the side he goes. Mind Freak gets another kill. Oh, Heretics, they're in trouble. Yes, they've got ultimates to handle with this, but the disadvantage they always work upon.
Spike planted.
Puts them in such a bleak position. Can they get this retake? Can they make it work? Lockdown. But the fragment to deny it.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. For every question, there's an answer, Pavlos.
Maybe there's a chance when it comes to the weaponry. Maybe they can shoot their opponents down instead of trying to disable them. Benkai, within is the smoke, but Forsaken comes in from behind. He's being a cheeky bugger, and he's dealing with them all. Boo will fall. And Paper Rex, not only are they on map points, not only are they on match points, but they are on tournament points.
Absolutely, Pavlos. This is where it matters. This is really where it matters, Pavlos. On the precipice, the absolute moment of winning so much money. And for the members of Paper Rex, they sound calm, they sound collected. If you're on Heretics now, what do you do to change the effectiveness of this Paper Rex side? Because Paper Rex, they are just winning these Angels. They are forcing the entire Heretics roster. They are baiting them into these fights they do not want to take. And the second they back off, the second they try and slow it down, Paper Rex just become even faster.
Heretics, the time to shine is now. No looking back. They need to put their faces down and focus round by round. Yes, their opponents are just centimeters away from crossing the finishing line. Yes, they are on the back foot in regards to the weaponry. Yes, they have no more ultimates. This is not looking good. But to be champions, you must defy the odds. Let's see if Paper Rex are able to do that. Kellogg's first to open up, nearly to double up, but no, Forsaken denies it. Only one remaining as defender. Mixwell with a judge, tries to look away, but Paper Rex aren't going to let it happen. They're onto the sights.
Once again, it's lightning fast for Paper Rex. There's already the lurk in place.
Benkai trying to hold them back. Zeke able to return the favor, but still, there's two left, and maybe Vandals to be collected.
Make or break. Tour de Force comes out. Furthermore, look at the equipment. Over's only got a Guardian.
And Paper Rex have actually kind of closed up the gap here. They're not going to play back on the stage. They're going to play aggressively. Deny the setup of Over alone. He's got him one. He's got to get through. Can he get it? Guardian. Far from what he would have liked. But can he get in? Over. He goes in for the kill, but it's Mindfreak to close it. Paper Rex are your Valorant Indian Invitational champions.
And there is no question about it. 3-1 in a best of 5. Paper Rex, absolutely masterful. Start to finish, and you hear the crowd for good reason.
What a performance has this been for an amazing off-season event, for an amazing series, a great grand final, and a great run in this tournament. Paper Rex, from the start to the finish, has seen like the strongest squad this tournament has seen.
Absolutely, and there are even times when there was some traces of doubt entered our minds, especially when they had that loss to Team Secret. We thought maybe Paper Rex are looking a bit shaky. Maybe this is the tournament where they get dethroned, but oh no, no, no. They have just got better and better and better.
Well, what an experience it has been. But of course, Paper Rex lined up on the stage to receive their trophies. Mamba, I'm throwing to you, mate. Take it away.
What an incredible day, what an incredible match, and of course, what an incredible weekend it's been. It was a grand final. We wanted both the teams to give it their best. They did give it their best, but unfortunately, only one team can be called the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the champions, Paper Rex! But that's not it. I want to hear it for Heretics as well. Can we hear it for Heretics? Now I have to walk up to them, but I need to request the team to come up out here so I can have a word with the entire team. If we could just have them, please. Yeah? They gave it the best. Once again, can we hear it for Team Heretics? It's never easy to be on a big stage like this and not lift that trophy up. You wanted to settle scores, you tried your very best, you gave it your all. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough today. But how was the experience, how was the journey?
It was our first tournament, first officials, so I think it was an enjoyable time. We learned a lot. We started to know each other more. So overall, it was a great experience for me and for the team. So, yeah.
Definitely has to be a lot of learning, definitely has to be a lot of takeaways from the match. But to all the lovely fans present over here, they have loved you like nobody else. What do you want to tell them?
Yeah, guys, thank you very much for supporting. It's my first big LAN, and it's really nice to see people cheering for me, for my team. We felt your support, and thank you.
We do have a check presentation ceremony for all of you folks. So if I could just request you guys to come up here. We have a check for you. I would now like to invite upon the stage Sue Kamal from Riot Games. Sue Kamal, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sue Kamal! If you could just have the check as well, please. Sue Kamal, here's the check. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for Heretics? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. But of course, now, for the champions, ladies and gentlemen, can I hear it for Paper Rex? I know you've been itching to lift that trophy up, but I'm not going to let you go without an interview first. Of course, big moment, Dwight, big moment. And you still keep the record. You still keep the record from the last time as well when these two teams, both of you guys played against each other. But how does it feel being on this big stage, walking away with the trophy, and of course, with all these lovely people present over here?
I would say definitely a great feeling being able to win championship. Because we've been taking a break after the Istanbul champion. And yeah, I would say I'm very happy with how we perform, even though it's kind of rusty in some ways. But yeah, overall, very happy with the performance.
You know what? I'm going to let the audience decide who do you want me to speak to from this entire roster, because I know you all have your favorites. Who do you want to listen from over here? Jing, a lot of love, a lot of support for you as well. I'm not quite sure if you have been to India before, or if this is your first time, but how's your experience been so far in this country?
I mean, the food here is really good, so I really like the food here, and I know the weather is also really nice country.
You can definitely have some spicy food tonight because now the tournament's over, so you can maybe have some great food, indulge in good food, but of course, for this entire team, ladies and gentlemen, can I hear it once again for Paper Rex? We have Sue Kamal waiting for me. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but can we have the check for the champions, please? Keep the clap going on, ladies and gents. You can't be silent. You guys can go and lift the trophy. The moment that you've all been waiting for. They've given it their all. Blood, sweat, tears, all the time. Can we hear it for Paper Rex? Of course, those are your champions, but we will break the game down even further. We have a lovely panelist ready and waiting for us, so over to you folks.
Well, Thank you very much, Mamba, for that, and congratulations to Paper Rex for closing out this tournament in the fashion that they did, in the dominance that they did. What an incredible journey has this been. Crema, let me hear your thoughts after this whole endeavor.
It's insane to think that for a team that is already considered to be at the top, the fact that even they can show growth over the course of a tournament is absolutely incredible. And to end it in such a incredible grand finals, I for one know that's one of the best series I've ever cast, ever watched as well. Very, very happy to be in the live crowd as it happened, because that was amazing.
Yeah, it most certainly was. I absolutely loved every single second of it. You know, enjoying the entertainment value that these two teams provide, especially given that Paper Rex come up with something new every single time, but this time they stick to their roots to finish it all off on Ascent, which is one of their weaker maps, but clearly they've taken their, well, good time to get around it and find themselves beating one of the top teams from EMEA to win the Valorant Invitational India. But I do have to ask you guys, you were in the action, you're in the moment, you're taking everybody through this journey, and you've been here for now a couple of days. How has your journey in the Valorant Invitational India been?
I've enjoyed it, man. Everybody here has been great, but seeing Valorant at this level has been the highlight, to be fair. It's been so cool to see teams developing from starts, from old, you know. Yes, Paper Rex were my favorites from the start, but honestly, you know, a lot of teams exceeded expectations. Many have thought maybe Heretics would have been out from groups, right? Because we never would have expected what have happened. But no, they came in prepared. Even they had 2 weeks, and they were able to make it to the finals and grab a map off of Paper Rex as well. But let's look at the scoreboard and see how this final map transpired. Crema, what were your thoughts?
Honestly, I was really impressed with the recovery Forsaken had, particularly in that first half. He definitely struggled to get impact. Heretics, when they got off that really early lead, there was a good period of time where Forsaken was just being constantly almost run around by Kellogg's, but hit that second half, even after losing the pistol round, once the recovery came in, Paper Rex just started charging up with both Forsaken and Jing, and they just got to the point where they were able to start really forcing out fights which they were almost guaranteed to win.
Well, I'm going to say this. Forsaken has probably been the most amazing player in this tournament so far. In this series alone, he's gone 26, 15, 20, 21. That is amazingly consistent for somebody who plays the Yoru, who plays, you know, a multitude of agents, plays the Phoenix, and for him to get so much value out of what he does, he plays even the Chamber, good on the Operator, good on the attack with the Vandal, and of course, his entire team supporting him, enabling him to be the best of himself. For me, he was the MVP of the tournament, but I do want to know from you guys, how do you think Heretics could have done, you know, a little bit more better? What could have they done to avoid this map of Ascent?
It feels to be like Ascent was inevitable, just based on the veto. You're in a best of 5, you're going to have to play Ascent at some point. I think that for Heretics, I would have much rather have seen them be much more aggressive, particularly when they were on their attack, just so they could stop Paper Rex from feeding their confidence or setting up and going for these plays to pick off players. If you're setting up for an execution, you've got people there to trade, something which Paper Rex have excelled at, something which Heretics, unfortunately, weren't quite able to mimic with complete success. And in fact, we see it on the stats. Heretics, once they actually got to a site, they won 100% of the time. It's just getting to the sites that they really struggled with.
It was really an impressive sight to see Paper Rex win today in the way that they did, because Heretics, you know, as much as they felt online at some point, as much as they tried to give it their all and trying to diversify their play, trying to bring out their explosive players at the forefront, trying to exploit Paper Rex's rotations, they were always a step ahead. They were always in a position to capitalize on Heretics' mistakes, and, you know, they paved the game. They weren't reactive. They were the ones, even on defense, just shaping up the entire game.
Exactly. This is what I said in the mid-game segment as well, that, you know, I think Heretics need to step up their pace. I think they need to bring the fight to the fighters. But instead, Paper Rex chose to just double it up, and they went straight on ahead and found Jing explosively finding avenues to exploit. He was playing as the attacker. He played as a lurker for 2 rounds as well, you know, finding that A-short position where he could have been easily killed by Kellogg's, who held that angle for a long time, but discipline combined with pace and power creates this monstrosity of Paper Rex.
We've seen a lot of sportsmanship across today, right? You know,
from both the crowd and the players.
Everybody happy for each other. You know, this is a game we're playing after all. And you can't have too many victors, right? You can only have one.
You need to remember as well, Valorant in India is still in its infancy. Topic of experience, though, we've got Benkai. Congratulations on your victory, brother.
Can you show us your trophy to everyone? That's Radianite.
Pretty fancy trophy.
How does it feel now that you have Radianite in your hands? Do it in motions because you don't have a mic. Do gestures.
Yeah.
I guess. Or do you want to get close to my mic? I don't know. Let me try and get close to. I don't know. I have to be like this.
To get.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you, Benkai.
Very nice. Thank you very much. A man, a few words.
Oh wait, we have a mic here.
Okay, no.
Oh well, that's right.
We have a mic. Do we have a mic?
That
was impressive by production.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was impressive. They ran over here to get a mic quickly. But I think that is all, guys. Any final words before I can sign things off?
Well, I'm going to do the symbol of Paper Rex just to give a little bit more extra love to them. They are the W Gaming Warriors. They're the champions, so W all the way.
Well, we'll have to. Is my mic back? Yeah, it is. To answer your question earlier, you said, sort of, what do you think of India? This is the furthest I've ever been from home. But from the moment I stepped off the plane, frankly, I was home. Thank you everyone so much for watching. This has been some of the best Valorant we've seen in a very long time, and even though Indian esports is still in its infancy, if events continue to be like this, then I'm absolutely looking forward to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Thank you for Galaxy Racer for making this happen, and thank you for AMD for being the technology provider. But apart from that, thank you the most for tuning in to these games and this action that we had. From you at home and for everyone in the arena, thank you very much. And from us, that is it. So make sure you have fun for the rest of the evening, and take care.
Hallelujah.